I'm sort of a gamer sometimes. I just get pissed off. I got to do that. But I sometimes play Fortnite. Sometimes play Call of Duty. Mostly play Fortnite. Mostly play Roblox.
Said you were banned in the dad squad. Well, you should consider yourself in company. I'm in there for almost a year, 24/7 in the VC1 there, and then all of a sudden day I got a ban and in different servers. So I didn't change anything about myself, but one day just some moderator didn't like that what my account looked like and considered it to be what they considered to be advertising, and so I was banned in there, even though I don't talk to anybody in there. So you should consider yourself in good company. Yeah, you do what you need to do, my man. So to our other friend in here, yeah, you can see I started streaming in the Jewish Guild like earlier today, and so long as they let me, I'll just keep my camera on in there. And I know, yeah, I mean the one thing that I've seen is they. Oh, absolutely. Hey, it's a pleasure to meet you, and you're always welcome here. Thank you. It's a pleasure to meet you too. Absolutely, my friend.
I'm sorry, I had to deal with a civilian that blocked the road.
You're good, big dog. So you seem like you've got a good head on your shoulders. You're definitely always welcome here. We're open to people who are of different backgrounds and about diversity. And I've noticed that you've been in here, but I didn't want to bother you. And but you should just know if you have... Go ahead.
Yeah, I was like getting stressed out because I was also getting overstimulated because I was like, do I want to talk at all? Do I want to communicate? Because I didn't know how to get yelled at. But then then I finally came out of my shell and said, hey, a chronic illness.
Yeah. No, I get that. We're respectful of people with any kind of issues. No big deal at all. So as you see, I do have other people who like live stream in here. Feel free to live stream it. Anything you want. The big thing is about treat others the way that you want to be treated. Don't insult people. You seem like you're a good person. And then if anybody ever does anything that bothers you, make me aware of it, and we can either warn them or have a discussion with them. But I want people to feel safe in here. And as you see, we've got 2,800 people in here, which for a single individual is definitely a lot of people having a Discord. And we continue to grow every day. So you should know that really cool things are on the horizon.
Yeah, so if you don't mind me asking, do you even hire moderators or do you just want yourself to be?
Yeah, excellent question. In the future, I want to have a moderation team. Right now, the server isn't that big. And yeah, exactly. Now, I used to allow people to type whatever they wanted in any of the different channels. You could type whatever you wanted. You could promote whatever you wanted. But then I got people who put some really gory stuff in, and nobody wants to go into the chat and see like really sad, mean stuff. And I have 500 different channels, so you can tell there are a lot of interest in here. And I thought, you know what, for the time being, I'm going to lock them down. And so this is really a voice channel or just discussion server. But in the future, absolutely, you spend time in here, we'll definitely make sure you're a moderator. And you should see that there's a little bot that'll update you every once in a while to tell you how long you've spent in here and such. And eventually we'll have some different credentials that are based on the amount that you spend in here, or the amount of interaction that you have, like other servers. But for now, I just really let people talk in here as much as they want, so long as they are respectful of other people and they're not super loud, meaning they don't like play chainsaws and like things to disturb other people. You can absolutely live in here.
I see people sleeping in here. Like, it's like I saw you sleeping.
100%. Yeah. Yeah, I sleep in here.
I feel safe. I feel like in my mind, I think it feels safer when I'm online with people talking, or just me being on call and sleeping. It sounds weird to some people, but I just feel safe.
Absolutely.
I live kind of a sketchy neighborhood. I live in downtown. So.
Okay, well,
it's one of those cities where you might get shot if you see it.
There are definitely a lot of thugs.
Yeah, I got jumped for not giving a guy, a homeless guy, money. You want to know how much he asked for?
How much did he ask for?
$400.
What?
$400 It's just like, man, you're over here asking me for $400. What are we going to spend it on? If we're going to go to McDonald's, get some food, get a nice bite to eat, or we're just going to go buy things?
There's a tactic. You just keep $5 to $10 in your pocket, and when you get jumped, pull that out and say,
a bribe. But like, people nowadays are, some of them are fucked up, some of them are chill. Everyone in the circles is very
100%. Yeah, a lot of people like to sleep in here. Brandon, we met like maybe almost a whole year ago, and he's been live streaming in here 24/7, and he streams on like a bunch of different devices. He's a man for streaming any kind of sport that you want. He loves sports. We've got Miss Aquarius. She sleeps in here, so she works a day job, but she and I play games every night, and then she sleeps in here. We've got Spirit Man. I met him recently, and he does what I do. He live streams his life on YouTube for World Peace, and he's been doing that for almost a year. And then we have our other friend here, Jayski, and they are always doing something cool with their computers, and they basically live stream their computer screens.
just using the e-girl for the.
Yeah, I think that's where he found me, and he says that he likes it in here. It's quiet, it's safe, and he lives in here too. So um, basically, we've got a good core group of people, and then I have other friends who come in here. I've got a friend from Australia who's in here all the time. We play lots of games together, and he's a comedian. And I mean, like he's a real stand-up comedian. He actually was just a finalist for one of the largest open mic competition in his state within Australia. So he was a finalist for that. I'm proud of him for that. And then I have another friend in here from Canada who, when he comes in here, we'll spend like 15 hours talking about stuff. Like he and I like to talk about a lot of things. So um, then I got obviously other people who come in all the time. I'm always promoting the server, so you'll randomly find just people come in like, hey, just like you guys, like, hey, what's going on in here? And I usually explain to them, and then people do what they want to do. Just if you need anything, I'm here for you. And I create a lot of content, so you might see me in here singing. You might hear me promoting myself. You might hear me teaching a class. If you ever have questions, let me know. If you need to say anything in the server, there's a section above here that says ask anything or support. I think Levi, you put something in there, and I responded to you. So if you ever need, any immediate assistance, certainly you can just open up your mic, and I'll do my best to help you. But if there's anything you want to write or send, you can always do it through there as well. Excellent. Well, hey, you focus on your game, my man. I'm going to make some coffee. I'm going to be up all night. My hours are reversed because I have these friends in Australia who keep me up really, really late. So I'll be up for the next, for a long time, probably.
If you don't mind me asking, what state do you live in? Where are you at?
No. I'm based out of Irvine, California. So we're in the same state, most likely. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the deserted mountains. Streamed in Beverly Hills, Los Angeles, Disneyland, basically in Southern California. When I go viral, I'd like to do it globally.
I'm trying to build a Twitch career. It's just pretty hard in my opinion. I don't have a Discord server where I can go to and find people that recommend me. I barely stream. Like, I only stream like Fortnite, or I might start streaming like Roblox games.
Certainly. Well, I can help you with that, Levi, if you want. I recommend multi-streaming. Do you know what multi-streaming is, where you stream to multiple platforms simultaneously?
Yeah, I was thinking of streaming on YouTube because I heard from a lot of popular Twitch streamers that I should start building a channel on like YouTube.
Yeah.
And then build up on YouTube and then go to Twitch. Drag your viewers over on Twitch.
Well, since you have no viewers on any of the platforms, I recommend just doing them all at once, and then you have a unified feed. So what I recommend doing is using Rumble Studio. It's free. Everything I tell you will be free. And you create a Rumble Studio account. It's really easy to connect your Twitch, your YouTube, and your Kick. And then when you stream, you're not streaming on one platform. You're streaming on the 4 largest platforms for gamers and just any kind of live streamers. But you can certainly connect any of the other platforms you want. They essentially have unlimited capacity, and it's all free. So most of the places, most services charge if you're going to multi-stream, but Rumble Studio does not. Rumble Studio also archives your footage, unlike Twitch or Kick, but in similarity to YouTube. And I've helped a lot of people who come in here, and they have started with no followers, and they have hundreds of followers now. So if that's something that's of interest to you, I understand that right now, but connect with me, and I'll walk you through every single step.
Yeah, if you have time today when you're done with your call, if you could possibly help me.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We'll do it in like 5 or 10 minutes. How about that?
All right.
Excellent. In the meantime, if you can, create a Rumble account, RUMBLE, rumble.com. Yes, sir. I'll be right back. Yeah, apology. I know you said that you're by or what. If I inadvertently call you sir or something like that, apologies.
No, it's fine. I go by.
Okay, excellent. Very good. All right, Levi, you there?
Yes, I am here.
Okay, excellent.
Give me a second. My fiance is texting.
Oh, take your time.
She's doing a little hiking.
Okay.
Tomorrow's a wedding day. That's why I told her to be busy tomorrow. She's asking if I have a suit. I don't. Not don't.
And you're gonna get it by tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm gonna get it by tomorrow.
All right, man.
We're gonna get married at like 12. So basically, the day. It's a tradition in my family where we get married so we can get drunk. Even though
All right, so you're getting married in 24 hours?
yeah.
Okay. Wow. Well, mazel tov. Congratulations.
Well, my money is her money. Her money is her money. Anyways, is the correct account? Is this the correct website?
Yes, sir. Yep. Okay, so did you create an account?
Yeah, it was
Okay, excellent. Then you already have a YouTube account?
yeah, I do.
Okay, so you have the decision to create new accounts to be like, okay, these are going to be my streaming accounts. I recommend that to you. But if you're like, I don't really use my YouTube account for anything anyway, then you can use that as well. So what you do is go back to Rumble, and in the up,
I usually just use my YouTube account to freaking watch YouTube. I don't. I post like music, YouTube music files or playlists.
sure,
That's how I have this.
absolutely. Okay, so in the upper right corner, right next to where you're not there, but the icon right next to where you click to get there. So right next to that, right next to with the camera. Yeah. Do you see it says YouTube or it says Rumble Studio? Click that.
Can I use OBS?
Yes. Yeah, you can. You mean as a
Because I use
virtual camera?
I don't have a face cam.
You don't need that. That's fine.
Yeah, but I like because when I go on OBS, all I do when I want to stream on Twitch is press.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So we'll make it so that you can do that as well. Just that way. Okay, so where it says your camera, you want it's called, yeah, there you go, OBS. Exactly. And then your mic is whatever your mic is. And then press OK. Excellent. Now you want to log into any of the accounts that you have. So Twitch, it's really easy. Like, yeah, exactly. Could it be any easier? You have no idea. Like sometimes this is really complicated. But then locals, it's something that it's something that they created, Rumble, I believe. That's like it allows you to stream on there. I use it, I believe it or not, but I don't really know what it is. I stream on there. YouTube. Absolutely.
I'll just link my YouTube.
That's exactly right. Yeah. Now, have you ever streamed on YouTube before?
No, because I don't have enough subscribers.
You don't need subscribers. No. Yeah. That's on your phone. You need 1,000 subscribers on your phone, but on your or 50. Oh, geez. Yeah. You're 100%. It's 50. To do that on your phone, but to do it on a device on a computer, you don't need it. You just need to have your phone linked. That's okay.
Alright, so that's
Okay, cool. All right. So let me make sure that you're eligible to. Just hold on. Let me just make sure you're eligible to stream on YouTube. Go to your YouTube for a second, if you would. Yes, sir. And then in the upper right, you'll see like the upper right. There's like a go live to the left of that, or it's like upload or create. Yeah, that one. Yeah, and let's just make sure. Okay, so what does it say?
no more. So if you're under 16, I think it's because this was my brother's account.
Okay, yeah,
This is my brother's account.
and he's not 18. Okay, so you want to create your own account.
Yeah.
So go.
Can I bring my premium number?
Should be able to. You might be able to share it, but if anything, you just need this for streaming. So log out of YouTube right now, and then you're going to create a new YouTube account. That.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I'm just checking.
Oh, you're fine. You're good. You're okay. Cool.
Let's just
To get that lifted off your account, they'll think you're blind. So just like once you make it, and then don't touch it at all.
Yeah.
Don't watch anything on it.
yeah, that's why I'm just gonna probably do. Usually just when I make a new account on YouTube, I just whatchamacallit, I just leave it alone and send it.
Okay.
The cool thing is I can trust you guys with this stuff.
You do it. Do whatever you need to do.
Because like on a different server, I got my whole ass Discord stuff.
Yeah, we're not gonna do anything to hurt you.
That's what's happening over here as well. The Yitma could have been just written as V'bin. The fact that it's in the elongated form opens up the two drushes. What are the two drushes? Number one, the Yitma is only effective to Bia.
I don't have a copy.
That even if that Bia took place by Karakov, ultimately again it is still effective. Interesting. I was like the Chalitza, and Rosh Hashanah went on and said that the Yitma is Kona es Atzma. Right? She acquires herself either through the Chalitza or through the death of the Yavam. So the Chalitza, how do we know that Chalitza effectively should end?
I forgot how to copy and paste stuff.
No, the Nikra Shmobi Yisrael, base Chalitza now. Because what's the Torah after describing the process of Chalitza says that the Yavam's name, like he will be known within Klal Yisrael as the house of the removed shoe. Okay, what do you learn from that? Kevan shechalatz banal, once she removes his shoe, Huksha l'chol Yisrael. She becomes polluted.
So it's not allowed.
You see that Chalitza is what allows her something to acquire herself back.
Okay, just create a brand new Gmail account. You don't link it to your current email. Sure. Just create a brand new Gmail account. Don't create it to your previous email account. So,
She's Nutella,
I'm not
the
gonna
cold
do
She's Nutella to everyone. So you see from the
and
Chalitza Chalitza. So if you can also to reacquire her
oh
soul,
man,
is that what this all comes for? What's his honey boy and the Sanya? The book done in Shua Yuda. Those that actually required for a different halacha. The Shua Yuda says, what is being solved to just the Beis shall Yisrael, the local Beis shall all take on cover. And Chalitza can only be effective ultimately again in a Beis Din of Israel, of Jews, and not of Gentiles. Now, it's like, that itself is a fascinating idea that the only hallelujah that Chalitza can be in general, but that we have because of the Eilam Mishpat and Hashem Chasam B'Kneya, the concept that the Torah says these are what we have before that. And again, Rashi Kaddish brings down, he says below, they over Kohanim. And in general, whenever we have a legal matter, right, the first stop of a Jew to address a legal matter is not a secular place. So what's the pshat of any special justification of Chalitza should only happen in a court of Jews? So let's say, if you notice, by the way, on the
there we go.
changes
Yeah, the farmer has a news charity.
Okay. So there are ways around that. If you want, they cost like $1 or something like that. So if you're willing to do it, you just go to a website called Text Verified TEXT VE.
Oh yeah, I know that.
Okay.
I used it on what was it again?
Text Verified.
I used this one on. I use this. I use the random email creator.
Okay. What up, Zoot? How you living? They are 19. All right, Zoot. Thank you. Appreciate your opinion. Zoot, how's your day going?
Not too bad. More question.
Hit me with it, Zoot.
Going after your stepsister.
You're asking?
Okay.
No.
It's not. It's not right.
I mean, generally, it's allowed. You're asking morally. Do I think that it's
What do I do?
So is that text verified? Okay. What you want to do is type in YouTube and search. You're okay. You're not slow. Let me see. Let me make sure you're on the website. Just a moment. Okay. Yeah.
If not, I
Yeah.
think
No. You're in the.
logged into
You're okay. You're okay. Yeah, that's right. Okay. So, do you see where it says verifications above there on the left side? Excellent. Okay. In there, you're gonna type in. There should be a search. Oh no, that's recent verification. At the top of those blue buttons, does it say new verification?
Yeah, do S.
Yeah, that's what you want. Yep. And then you type in YouTube or you select YouTube. Zoot, I'll be with you in just a few minutes.
Oh shit, I have to buy it.
Yeah, it's like $1.
I'm good to I have 1 cent to my name.
Okay, well then,
I can just triple check something.
that's okay.
Take out a line.
No, you don't have to do that. Just try to log in with one of your other YouTube accounts. What's up, Luke?
Yeah, I'm definitely I'm gonna have to change this.
adultery, right? Adultery is part of like
All right, change what you need. Zoo, what do you?
so my agent is Shahi Bakhanek, so
So you have a what that list?
Yeah, dog, but I don't. I dominate you, and I'm gonna dominate you right now, and I'm gonna trash talk you the entire way. How does that sound?
Which is a severe penalty. Like one of the arguments of so severe penalty.
So I'm gonna remove
That
that.
probably the husband from the trouble. Then someone says, so what do you see from here? That of a husband
So there's a cow. There's a cow.
removes a serious transgression. Yibama Shiva, that's not Yibama. Then
All right,
let's go back.
use whatever kind you
So
need.
Yibama's the way woman.
Zoo, you have an invitation.
So let's say if she has relations with someone, who is not her Yabam. Again, let's say this is talking about while she is a Shomeres Yabam, right? So we're looking at her home, so we can guys without children, living as a brother Shimon. Rachel is waiting to do Yibam with Shimon. So during that time, she has relations with another man.
Zoo, you.
I'll have to get my swimming and get to work, and I can
So Yibam
just
is
do a YouTube clip there because we're still comparing their pieces. So I don't have everything on it.
Okay, do whatever you need to do.
So I can't do the YouTube.
Okay, that's fine. All right, press the. Do you see there are 4 boxes at the top? Like there are 4 little boxes at the top. No, at the top, like towards actually at the center of the screen.
Oh yeah, please.
Exactly. Zoo, please. Okay, the of those 4, press the second one. Yes, sir. Yes. Okay, now what you're gonna do? Yeah, Zoo, please, just one moment, my man. Okay, so put in there a test or whatever you like, a title, a description. Put in there a thumbnail, all that stuff.
Comparison is not a good one because again, by stop a marriage, there is another vehicle of marital dissolution, which does not exist anymore.
Well, do I have that on thumbnail?
It's true. Whereas
Just put something in.
But there is another mechanism of dissolution.
Rabbi.
Yes, Zoo.
That was a good job.
Thanks, big man.
The same man who asks her,
Can you get it
is
in
the same
2 shots?
man that commits her.
Can I get it in 2 shots?
I'll just make it.
Okay.
2 shots.
I think it might. I'm not sure, but maybe.
Definitely can't do it. That's true.
I don't know if it's possible.
How many shots is this one? How many shots is this one?
I think it comes 3. All right, to Levi, choose make category as well. Okay, and then do you see that there the toggles? Just for now, press Twitch, and then above the toggles. Okay, there's a green button to say next below, right there. The green button. Okay, you have to.
Oh shit! That's why I'm so slow.
Yeah, you do that through Rumble. So do it through there. Well, no. Okay, so just go to Rumble. Yeah, and in your settings, there's a verification. Yeah, there you go. You got it. Good job.
Once again, but if Yibama cannot leave with a get, let's remember again, what are we talking about? We're talking about when she is a Shomeres Yabam, right? She's waiting for Yibam, right? That union, that bond, what we call a Zika, right?
Oh my God.
Cannot be dissolved.
You didn't win, but that was an excellent shot, dude. I hate this fool.
Rabbi, do you think I should take
Dude, you do whatever you want to do.
I don't think that's a good strategy.
Okay, I mean, when I want your opinion, I'll give it to you. Dog, you just gave me the best shot ever. What do you mean that it's not a good strategy? Dude, what do you mean? I'm in the
Remember when
hole.
I said it wasn't a good strategy?
Yeah, you recognize that it was the best strategy ever. Zoo.
Rank my shot out of 10.
Your first shot was pretty good. Your second shot was difficult, so I'd say maybe your second shot was like
Rank that shot out of 10.
a 1,
You know I rank that shot out of
10.
9.8 out of 10.
Okay.
Do you know why it's a 9.8 out of 10?
No, why is it a 9.8 out of 10? Zero?
Alrighty.
Are you there?
The trick.
Okay. Exit. Press the green button. You might have to refresh the page.
But the tree makes that shot very difficult.
Yeah, dog. You didn't need to redo the whole thing, but that's fine. Just plug back into
What
it.
do you rank my shot?
It's garbage. Dude, what? How does it feel to take such a quick early loss?
Feels good.
I'm glad. Dude, are you doing stand up on Monday?
Oh, can't.
Yeah, dog. He's your friend.
Penrith come to Jones for Canada.
He's coming to. Okay, excellent. Dude, that was a great shot. All right, so do you see that there are 5 boxes at the top? Press the second one. Yes, sir. And then at the very bottom, do you see there's like a mic? Like at the very bottom of the page, there's a mic and a camera. There you go. Turn on your OBS camera. Do you see it says start virtual camera on the right side? Yes, start virtual camera. Okay, and then go back to Rumble. There you go.
Oh, so this is basically how like I switched to
Exactly.
So and then for Twitch I would just
Well, no. You don't do anything from there.
Oh, okay. I'm just
You can put anything. Yeah, you can put anything you want on in there, but you're gonna stream from Rumble. Okay, so you ready to stream?
Yep.
Okay, in the upper left corner you see a green button. Yes, sir.
Okay, so it shows like
Yeah. All right, now check yourself on Rumble. Check yourself on Twitch to make sure you're live. You should be.
I use my so sorry.
You're good.
I use yep, it is on. But it just shows
Right, no, but check yourself. Go to look up your Twitch account, like on Twitch, like a lurker would do. So just go to twitch.com. Yeah, and just make sure it's streaming. Okay. That, okay. Now look like that. It should be showing what you're showing right now. Okay, at the very bottom, turn your camera off and turn it back on. Yeah, turn it up. Maybe. And then go back to Twitch. Refresh.
Rabbi, I have the most difficulty showing.
All right, dude. All right, so you want to go end your on Rumble and try it again. For some reason, yeah, just it's okay. Just go to the one on the right. That's okay. That's fine. Okay, try it again. Second one, yeah, and then put all that stuff in. Nice shot, Zoo.
That's how we know that the Yavama cannot end her Zika with a get.
That's correct, dude. You see how good my shot is?
I think I have a better shot.
Okay, I mean, that's a great opinion, and everybody can like what you're saying, but your shot is garbage, and everybody knows it.
I have a better shot.
Not necessarily.
You suck
I need one law to teach me this law. I need another law to teach me what.
I just won
one get for two.
I just won my life.
Dude, just how about you hit your fucking shot?
James can.
Zoo. You have that issue, and it's coming up a lot. So just hold on. All right, go live again.
So that's law teaching me that no, it's only one get per customer.
2, 1. Okay, cool. Go back to your Twitch and see if it's working.
That Ibama can't enter marriage or enter bond with a get. Now, there was a full circle. The pasuk says now shoot now in the afternoon law. I will say it is not a shoot and only a shoot, i.e. chalitza, that can end in evil relationships and nothing else. I got a notification. Is that now comes to teach me that? That is not the chalitza that can end in nothing else.
Yeah, it's still on live on my phone.
Okay.
Oh, it's working on my phone. I know, because on my phone it shows that I'm viewing myself. And I just click it. So on my phone it shows that I'm on Twitch.
Okay. So maybe use a different browser and check yourself on. But okay, now you're live there. Go to Rumble. Actually, just the Rumble website, rumble.com. There you go. And in the search, just look yourself up, whatever your username is.
In King Makamro and Nalo. So here's the problem. It does say Nalo. It says both. It says Nalo and Nalo. So now teaches me any shoe. If that's the case, then why does the Torah say to the possessor that's a shoe? It is Nalo, Halo, or Lo. It has to be a shoe.
We're going to take a break after this game.
Okay, so you know I'm here to beat you whenever you want.
I figured out something.
Okay, I'm glad that you figured something out. All right, so just search your name in the search on Rumble. If it doesn't show up, open up any other creator, just anyone else. Just go to their main page. Um, there you go. Just go to any of those people. Anybody. Okay. Now stop. At the very top. You're fine. You're fine. At the very top in the browser, in the where the web address is, at the top, like rumble.com/whatever. Remove the user, whatever that person is, and put your name in there. Like basically, go to the direct. Okay, okay. Go to this person's channel. So at the bottom, yeah, exactly. Okay, so what's the website? What's it called? Rumble.com / Okay, cool. What I want you to do is remove C. Steven Crowder and then put your username in instead of C. Steven Crowder.
People like the question mark.
Yeah, we'll try that. It's okay. Remove the question mark stuff. So it should just be rumble.com / your username. That's it. Okay.
Should I try changing my name?
No. Are you sure you're using your username?
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. Okay. So it shows that you're there. Go to your live. There should be one that shows your live. So, yeah, and hit play. There you go. So you're live. Okay, good. So you're a streamer, at least on Rumble. Now, what does that mean? Not a lot of people are going to connect with you yet because you're still new. But you're connected via Twitch and you're connected via Rumble. And then you figure out your YouTube or whatever. And then you'll connect your YouTube. And then also, you can create a Kick account. And I would also recommend doing Kick as well. So if you want, you can do Kick right now. Okay, cool. Well, you're up and running.
Do I just keep this here? Because does my Twitch chat do Rumble chat too?
Yes, it does. Yeah, do you see on the right side? And you should test it. So use your phone and just type in Twitch, hey, test or whatever, and you should see it show up on Rumble Studio. So just go to your Twitch account on your phone and type to yourself, like test. It might take like 5 seconds, and then it should show up right there. If it doesn't, then we'll troubleshoot it.
So it shows. So like I said, test on my PC, and it said test on Twitch too.
Okay, that's fine. Can you do it for phone? Does it show up?
Yeah.
All right, so you have unified chat now. So if anybody talks to you on Rumble, it's going to show up there, and if anybody types to you on Twitch, it's going to show up there. Sound good?
So good. Because when I type to myself on Rumble, it goes on Twitch, but it says it's
yeah, that's what should happen.
Oh, okay.
You're welcome. So if you have any other questions, let me know. Okay, big man? Alrighty.
we don't realize with all the challenges that we have and all the difficulties, and we all have our own challenges. Yeah, Baruch Hashem, we are so privileged to live in a time without these types of illness and without these types of churban. It's an incredible thing, but it should also give us an incredible sense of pride of knowing the kind of people we come from, the resiliency of God. So, and yet amazingly enough, we're talking about people who, again, raised Baruch Hashem a functional family, Shalom Torah and mitzvos from children, from grandchildren, from great-grandchildren. And I know how, again, after witnessing the worst flavor that the world has ever seen, that Klal Yisrael has ever seen, incredible thing. Hey, let's go back. I just think about the shoes that were too big. The Mishnah says as follows: evidently, the Bishtan, the Kona, so let's say evidently. So let's say, so now we're transitioning a little bit over here. So remember again, evidently. Now, one of the things we're going to talk about is there are multiple ways that a person could become an evidently. Right? And a person could be sued by Din, right? Generally happens if a person steals and cannot go ahead and repay that which they have stolen. They're sold into servitude to work off their debt, right? Or Mocha Atzmo, person sells himself. It could happen, and that could be a variety of reasons. That could be a person is destitute. Or let's say, or I don't know, even if a person is lazy, like you say, it's a person's lazy, let's say being a servant, essentially, again, relinquishes the reins of autonomy to someone else, right? You're no longer in charge of your destiny. Many people love to live that way, right? I mean, I don't want to be in charge. I'm not in charge. Whatever happens, happens. Whatever occurs, occurs. It's very liberating to live that way, but it's also very lazy to live that way. In any event, so Mishnah says, evidently, how do you acquire evidently? He could be a kesa, he could be acquired with money, bishtar, is a document. The kona as atzmo b'shanim, he acquires over here. They will say, stam evidently is sold for 6 years. Sold for 6 years, right? After 6 years, he goes free. We'll say, by the way, I want to be clear. Not 6 years shmita. It's 6 years whenever he's, we'll talk about all this. Stam duration of servitude is 6 years, and after 6 years he goes free. We'll be over, he goes out, we'll discuss all of this. Will be Gilon Kesef. Let's say Gilon Kesef means he can buy his way out. So, for example, inevitably he's sold for a certain amount of money. At any time in the duration of the servitude, he can approach his master and say, listen, here's the amount I was sold for, minus the number of years worked. Here's the money, I'm out. Or you can do that with or without the consent of the master. You say Rav Amaribriya, let's say, now Amaribriya, a Hebrew mitzvah, a Jewish mitzvah, has even an additional vehicle of emancipation. Shekoras Atzabisimanim. Let's say once she goes ahead and she has money. Besides a physical maturation, ultimately again she goes out free. Anir Tzanis Neberetzia, ultimately an Evet whose ear is pierced, is acquired to his master through the piercing. The Konas Atzma Novel, the Misasad, to acquire himself ultimately again to join Novel. After the death of the master. So it's like there's a lot of stuff lumped in here. As one, we're going to have to, over the coming days, now kind of pull everything out. Because as I mentioned before, we're going to see that depending on how the evidence gets into servitude will determine ultimately again how he gets out and when he gets out. So let's be honest. So evidently gets something better. So an evidently is acquired with money. So just to be clear, right? Who are you giving the money to when you acquire an evidently? Right, so I'm in the market. I would like to acquire a Jewish servant. How do I do it? Who am I giving money to? So there are two possibilities. Possibility one is based in, right? So again, seeing that Reuben stole, he cannot, right? He spent all money, he's not going to say, now we're going to sell him as a servant to work off his debt. In that case, I'm essentially purchasing the Evid from Bezdin. Bezdin will then take the money and give the money to the aggrieved party. Okay? Other possibility is we call Mocha as Atzma Matzma Mocha as Machmas Dochak, someone who sells himself because he's impoverished. Therefore, he's getting the money. The Ebed. Right? So in that case, again, I'd be giving the money to the Ebed and ultimately acquiring it like that. So Ebed is going to against the Noah. How do we know that Ebed is acquired with money? So on the Pasuk says, Mikesach Miknasol. So let's say the Pasuk. Now, this is actually interesting. The Pasuk says, interestingly enough, this is actually talking about if a Jewish person was sold to a Gentile master, there is an obligation upon his relatives to redeem him from that servitude. How do you redeem him? Very simple. You look at the purchase price. Purchase price usually is amount for a certain number of years of servitude. See how long he has worked, and then give the master the remaining amount.
You're here.
Oh, no, sorry.
Tactic towards the tells us that ultimately, again, that the evidence of means from the amount of money he was acquired for. See here that an evidence was acquired with money. The money should make the Megazet. Ashki come evidence and you call all these other. That will say now that passage is talking about a Jewish servant sold to a Gentile master. All of the whole of the Knesset. So we'll say because again in general the way a Gentile acquires things you can't say. So remember, because what I'm trying to say, you see very much from the Kesef Mikna sold. That if you want to redeem the Jewish servant from the Gentile master, how do you do it? You look at Kesef Mikna sold. How much did the Gentile master buy him for? How many years has he worked? And then pay off the master the remaining amount. So the fact that using Kesef Mikna sold shows that the other acquired his servant to Kesef. That's fine, but that's by a Gentile master. How do I know ultimately again? Maybe how do I know that if a Jewish servant is sold to a Jewish master, that the Jewish master can acquire him with Kesef? Amakra, the half dog. And also, it's actually interesting because this is about again, this is about Amma Israel. And Amma Israel. Now let's say Amma Israel is even more interesting because by a Jewish servant, there is a difficult expectation that if you acquire a Jewish nation, what are you going to do? You will marry her. So the Torah says that if you don't want to marry her, ultimately, again, they have 12 I'm not going to check that up. Right? So by all, it's not going to be for our church. But have that. And that means that you're going to ask to give up. You know, so what is it that she just says that, but she has the ability to go ahead and buy her way out. No, I think she does. And the master has an obligation to diminish the buy out amount to the point that she can go ahead and
Welcome back to Raccoon Tweeties. Thanks for tuning in. As always, join the Patreon, join the Reddit, join the Discord. On the Patreon, you get early access, as you know. Our other show, 10 Minutes a Show, never heard of it. But to start the show off a little, the same as always. How are you doing, Gerard? Oh, dude, thank you for asking. I'm doing pretty great, dude. I don't know if you want updates on my whole situation. I did a lot this week, dude. You really did? I did. Okay. Yeah, you know, I'm here, man. You know, Super Bowl can be busy for the weekend, but guess what I did on Friday, Daddy? On in your truck? I don't know. I went to a police lineup of all time. Whoa, yeah. Okay. I did a lineup, dude. Yo, so you're like, why? Oh, I don't know if you've been keeping up to date on the situation with the security guards around my apartment. Remember how you said that bit, like you go over there, Timmy's my basement, you go over here, Timmy's on fentanyl, right? Not really, but I like you're yelling, dangerous people, yeah. So there's a lot of security naturally. Is there? There, dude, I haven't seen any security. I wish there was more security, but keep going. Well, look, you're actually proving my point. Because there isn't a lot of there's no boots on the ground, dude. There's no boots on the ground. There's tires on the street, and there's little cars driving around, fucking the business. Long story short, the whole crap that I witnessed was a security guard hitting a lady while texting while driving. Oh, fuck, yeah. A security guard that works for this building, and he hit the lady like she. Listen, he genders that security guard as me. It was like, oh man, yeah, that's kind of sexist, isn't it? But all right, so she, the security, a woman security guard. Listen, the neighborhood, it's like the streets. They control the streets. They don't give a fuck about this place. If they did, we'd be like killing it. But we're not. You know what I mean? Okay. So I guess there's a whole security. It just sounds so strange. Like an embassy of America. And there's a security guard that's like this. The neighborhood is so bad that there's a security guard that works for the neighborhood that drives around. And so what I question though is like, did the security guard hit a human being or a car? A car. And ran away and didn't stop. They called it Jeff Dye. Yeah, but Jeff Dye should have treated but they still ran away. Yeah, so it was ran over the same thing. Basically the same kind of person. Was it like, okay, I have more questions as an issue? Yes, was the car parked? No, we were all driving. I was behind him. She was texting while driving in the car. Tried not to make eye contact with them. We just drove away. And then I stopped because I was like, that's fucked up. You know what I mean? And somebody hit my car recently in this neighborhood. The cops didn't think about it. And so I was like, dude, give me your number, whatever. Long story short, Friday, I'm at the police station. I'm like, what's up? You guys like trucks? All this kind of stuff, right? Yeah. And they love me. They're like, oh, big fans of the show, crazy. They fucking price on my head, dude. Isn't that crazy? I don't even know that asked, but they were trying to get autographs and stuff. I'm glad he didn't tell me. So lame, dude. But okay, so naturally when I gave the first description, you know how cops are racist, sexist. They're fucking asking for descriptions. They're like, come on, let's be racist. White. Oh, white. Yeah. Well, that was like two young Latino folks. And you say it's something out of that mind, they're like, so I tell them, like, a lighter skin, I don't know who guys are like, I don't know.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm probably just gonna go mute because I'm on. Okay.
Absolutely, please do. If you need to speak, feel free to unmute.
And then he goes, like rate his mind. And then also in my mind, I'm like, this is pointless. If he knows what we're looking for, why he hasn't been doing it? What are we doing? Well, yeah, I mean, that's the whole thing is they want someone else to prove. Right. So, I get in the room and there's this guy's training another cop the whole time, on this part of it, and then they give me 6 pictures of people that look exactly the same, dude. Like, there was like fucking Octomom's kids, dude. They all looked exactly the same. And I was like, what is this, a fucking casting call, dude? What the hell? That's not because in the verbiage that they said to me while I was in the room, they were like, they might be different ethnicities or different hair colors or whatever, just point to the one that you saw. Like photos of them? Yeah, just like Polaroid photos. Yeah, like mugshots. Okay, so mugshots of everybody, and you couldn't tell the difference between any of those. Do you know what the security guard looks like? Yeah, it's her. So maybe it was just not her. Right? Yeah, so I told them that's the other thing that could be a possibility of flying up to is that the person's not here. And I'm just like, why did you guys waste my time? I just told them, like, I can't identify any. Okay. It's kind of funny that they don't have who it is because they know the security company only hires a specific type of like Latino woman. Tuesday, I was driving my kids to be walking back home from the convenience store. Okay, and I see one of the security guards driving down the alley, right? He's got one hand on the wheel, and he has another plate. He has a plate. He has a paper plate filled with pasta and a chicken parm. Dude, I swear to God. Okay, yeah, so they're throwing it in their face. They do not care. about the neighbor and they're supposed to be offended. No, they're going to get them like bribes on the side. It's time to go to security job. Do you pack my dinner? They don't have a fridge to put it in or whatever. They're just like eating spaghetti like the baby. The spaghetti baby. Fucking paper plate chicken, like huge plate filled. Driving like this. I am impressed with your ability to see into these cars and know, like, like the detail is very good. You have a cop brain almost, yeah. Because you could tell that the woman was texting. Yeah. And you pulled over and you kind of got an idea of what she looked like. Maybe the security company is a huge problem. They are. They just, there's so many of them are doing these hidden money crimes that, because initially when you said that, I had thought, wow, that is extremely ballsy to be in a car for a company with a license plate and doing hidden run and driveway, because it's even more likely that you'll get caught than if it's just a random car. It literally, you can just say the name of the company and they look through, all right, who was driving in this area at this time? It's very easy to imagine. So the fact that at first I thought that person just doesn't give a fuck, but now that I realize they have some kind of game going. Here's the thing, dude, the cops were covering through this lady. Because why would they show me a bunch of pictures? Like, same person, maybe. Yeah, there's some kind of connection there. Because security, it doesn't take that long to get from security to a police officer, right? There's some kind of pipeline going on. And they're like, we got this guy in here. Let's just show him a bunch of random pictures. Maybe we'll get lucky and he'll pick the wrong person. Then we can arrest that person because they don't work in security. Hell, we'll arrest him. But I would have been, that's like, these aren't named people. Do you have anyone that worked at the security company? I gave a photo of that because it was the lady that worked at security. Yeah. You know her face? Yes. If you see her again, you can probably put out you're using out here. I saw her face. Yeah, but when you see six faces, that's, and you gotta like point at love used to sort of court case. And like, dude, I don't know. These all look exactly the same. You know what else is funny about that? All these people, they're not, none of it's AI, right? They're all real photos and stuff. So there's 6 people that have mugshots that look exactly the same. Right? Is there someone's job in the police department that goes, all right, we got another lineup now. Find me 6 people that look like this person. Well, he worked on the lineup from Tuesday to Friday. And then when he called me, he was like, you want me for next week? Kind of thing, right? You won't come here next week, but you head up. And I was like, I'm actually going out of town for 3 years. I told him, I can come in today because I was like so excited to do the lineup, you know? And so he's like, come on, look at today. You know, that is crazy. I've never been able to do that. Yeah. So you walk in there, you meet the guy, and interrogation room. Yeah, you know, fucking tiny ass interrogation room. I was like, this is a nice place. He's like, and then the guy that's getting trained was like, yeah, it's not a good station. There's other stations that are good. The guy, he said, well, I mean, like, yeah, the inside looks like, you know, they're abominable, so kind of like so a lot of the top is like missing, you know what I mean, like the ceiling doesn't get to the roof, you know what I mean, or like the walls don't get to the ceiling, a whole lot of it's open, it feels like a very office type environment, you know. It's also kind of hilarious that it's a new rule.
What up, Zoot? Are you ready?
Why is that new? Yeah.
Zoot.
I could argue the efficacy.
Zoot. Are you ready? You're gonna what? You're gonna be an uncle?
Yeah.
Your brother's having a child? Oh, okay, excellent. When's that happen? When is that?
July.
Excited? I understand June or July. Are you excited? All right. Why do you not like children? Zoot. Okay, but you're annoying and we don't hate you.
Why do I have children?
That's what I asked, big dog.
I don't hate children. I'm just afraid to be anywhere near children.
Why are you afraid to be anywhere near children, Zoot?
That sounds wrong, dude. No offense.
No, that sounds wrong.
No, it doesn't. If you're
Honestly, I'm scared to be a father, man.
if you're a normal person, it's absolutely fine to want to be around children, or at least to be around children. That's completely normal.
I think everyone wants to be around children. Some people don't.
I don't want to be around children.
Okay.
That's literally what I just said.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm not saying that everybody wants to be around children, but you shouldn't find it to be like something to be afraid of. Is your brother having a boy or girl? Cool. And is he married or he's got a girlfriend or something?
Girlfriend.
All right. How long have they been together? Did you just find out that they're having a baby? Just like since we last spoke?
Yep.
Oh wow, so that's really new news. All right.
Bro, my fiance said right when we get married, she wants kids. Like, bro,
How's your fiance?
hmm?
How's your fiance?
She's 19.
She's getting her get from her husband. She says to Shalia, bring me my get. Bring me my get. We call that a shliach laholacha. Right? So
I'm waiting till 20.
shliach to transport. Right? So ultimately, again, go ahead and just simply
Yeah, money,
Yeah, not until I'm oh my stutter. Not until I'm an actual pilot and I'm getting paid.
Let me start with this. For a couple of years, why am I getting so many
Like, these kids are expensive, bro.
Power.
That's like so. Remember again. So we have a
He was
How long
5
you been
kids.
married? How long you been
Oh, we've been together since, well, she was my high school sweetheart. I met her in 9th grade. We've been dating since. We dated through college.
You met her in grade? How did it go down?
It was like she came up to me and she said, "Hey, I liked you." She liked me since 7th. And I'm like, "Oh, well, I like you too." And then we just started small talk on like messages.
To the point, by the way, even if that get never makes it.
And then I proposed to her about 4 months ago
Once the Shaliach receives the get,
when we were in Japan.
himself is divorced. Okay, so now, watch what's happening over here. So Mer says, "I want to
You reverse this out, right?
So Rabbi is saying to Shaliach, bring me my get. Bring me my get. Shliach laholacha.
She's very nice.
The issue is 0-5.
I love her.
Remember that Shaliach shows up the husband to Ruben, and he says
So she came up to you and told you she liked you.
Yeah, I'm like, I was gonna come up to her, but she was one of those popular girls. Like, I was nervous, of course. A 14-year-old boy.
Were you popular?
No, I was one of those chubby, fat actors.
Shaliach is actively misrepresenting
So,
the nature of his shlichus. He's claiming to be a shliach like Kabbalah. What does Ruben say?
Why did you like
my personality, and that's all that matters. In my opinion, matters the most.
Actually, I'm not just now. What's going on over here? So not when it says name of God, what name of God? I need to be here get the other in the gracious. Even if the get reaches washes her hands. Right? Ultimately,
Zoot, are you ready to lose?
Divorced. She's not divorced.
Yeah.
Now, why is that?
All right.
Why is that? So the Gemara wants to suggest Shema no.
So did your brother call you and say, hey, you're going to be an uncle or what?
It must be
No,
the husband is dependent
Oh, very
on the
well.
words of the Sharia.
Is she excited about being a grandmother?
The Sharia has gone ahead and changed the parameters of his shlichus.
Why not?
He was engaged to be a shliach l'oracha. Instead, again, he's claiming to be a shliach l'chabbalah.
She works in childcare.
Okay, I mean, shouldn't that be more reason why she should be excited about being a grandmother? She's like around kids all the time.
The husband puts his trust there. Whatever the Sharia is telling me is
Anyway, let's play.
All right, just one moment, Zoot. Bear with me.
The essence of the shlichus. So therefore, again, there's no shlichus. If there's no shlichus, then what?
All right, Zoot.
I'm so sorry. I do not know his name. Is it Rabbi or...
It's Rabbi, R-A-B-B-I. You're good. R-A-B-B-I, Rabbi.
So, are you single or do you...
Definitely single by choice. Dated a lot in the past and look forward to having a family someday after I go viral.
That's amazing.
We're done.
I appreciate it.
Excellent. All right, Zoot. Are you ready for your invitation? Or are you just gonna... Zoot, you have an invitation. Are you gonna accept it? Or are you just gonna sit there and stare at it?
Rabbi, I think they're trying to ban Red Books in Australia.
Okay.
We have a woman who engages a shaliach to transport the gift from her husband to her. That's it.
Ban it completely or just ban it for people underage?
I'm pretty sure they're doing it underage because Australia hasn't changed to social media 16 plus.
Right.
Okay.
So they're not Roblox. They're just banning underage people from playing it, which is in line with their law.
Sadly, I don't live with my fiance. I live in a tiny ass apartment.
All right, are you guys gonna move? Are you guys gonna move? Are you doing a honeymoon or anything?
Yeah, we're going. Shit. I proposed to her. We're planning on going, I think, to Disneyland France.
Oh, tight.
Where are you?
Me, I'm in California.
That's what Rothschild said. Now, Shabiach shows
That's
up
what
in
you're asking.
he says,
Whereabouts that?
So, now Shabiach portrays himself as a shliach l'oracha.
Hey, you near Rabbi?
I don't know.
No, California.
Again, we're going to distinguish between holy and
You're in Southern California, Rabbi?
Word.
Holy means take it. Halo means the gift is before you.
Zoo. F.
Go inside. I just haven't told you already. I got us a house.
How do you get a house?
Now before you. So let's say, I watch this rule.
I got it a long time ago. Like, maybe a year ago. Well, I didn't buy it. It was given to me. It was given to me by my great I was in his will. It said I got his 9 acres. I got all of his tractors. I got most of his money from his company.
We rely on her words. In other words, it was like, a husband understands that when the shaliach is coming before him and the shaliach is being constituted.
Maybe you shouldn't be telling this big random people on the internet on a live stream.
Zoot. Shut the fuck up. No one's gonna hurt him, and don't put that in his fucking head.
He's changing it around ultimately against the shliach l'oracha. So ultimately, again,
He can say whatever he wants. You're the one fucking asking the questions, Zoot. How'd you get this? How'd you get this? Where do you live? What kind of house do you live in? And then Zoot's like, oh, but you're sharing too much. Like, Zoot, are you hearing yourself?
Thank you, Rabbi.
I'm getting legend off of this live stream. What's the how big is an Iowa?
The original case is not the original case. The original case was she made him.
What's the big correlate to non-eggs in babies?
It's a lot of land. California property, it's a lot.
How big's non-eggs?
Zoot, it's like it's like maybe a quarter of a kilometer or something. Quarter of a square kilometer.
So 350 meters.
That's a different animal. And by doing that,
No, it's more than
what you've done is you've terminated.
Oh, I guess that would be no. It's maybe half a square kilometer.
So I'll say, I want to show you why this doesn't go both ways.
500 meters.
Something like that, yeah.
The Kabbalah, right? And you become a shliach l'halacha. So let's say those two shlichos do not overlap. Right? In other words, a shliach l'halacha is a courier.
That's like a high school. That's like a high school.
Oh, it's bigger than a high school.
Is an extension of the Sharia. So let's say, so understand those two things don't overlap. So
What do you plan on doing with the land?
I don't want to do farms, okay? My grandpa, he wanted the property, but my grandpa didn't ask me to do that. They hated on him, hit him, punched him, everything. And then when I was born in 2007, that flipped. So my great grandpa bought me whatever I wanted. I was a greedy little bastard. I wanted everything new, everything brand new, all the most expensive stuff. But then I came to realize they're not going to be here forever. I cherished these moments, and so I started working outside with my great-grandpa, and I finally got the will. When I turned 15, I had the will. I had the will in my hands, but I couldn't get anything until I turned 18.
Right.
So when I turned 18, I got everything. Now here I am. I'm very appreciated. Oh my gosh, I appreciate all the stuff that he got me and gave me. I love it. I miss him every day.
Certainly. How long ago did he pass?
He passed when I turned 14.
Oh, okay.
Because I had the will when I was 15.
Right.
And it said when I go by Levi, I'm not gonna read my real name.
You're good. You're good.
It says my name, my last name will not be receiving any of this until he turns.
That makes sense. Well, it sounds like a really great grandfather. That's really nice. Did it cause issues? Did it cause issues with your grandfather or your parents or anything?
It did. It caused a shit ton of arguments with my grandpa. My grandpa's long gone now. He actually died of smoker's lungs.
Okay.
I do smoke sometimes, but my fiance is like, don't smoke. Stop smoking. I don't drink as much as I used to. I didn't really drink. I just really wish my great grandpa was still here with me. My mom is still alive,
What he needs to
she's
say is,
I don't know what state she even lives in anymore.
whatever type of mechanism is
Huge
being
countries.
to do that, then let's
I don't have a biological dad.
So throughout this
He
year,
left me.
David Schusser with Garshaw, since he wants to divorce her,
All right. Well, hey, you're pretty set up. Thanks to your great grandfather. That's tight.
But ultimately, again, let her get divorced, whatever.
Rabbi, you
going
lost.
back now. Trump not means original statement. That's what I'm saying. So Shliach comes. Let's go
So I
back.
think you have a
Shliach comes.
that
And the Shliach
was
goes out and misrepresents the Shliach.
fuck.
Right? So then the Gemara saying is, who cares?
From my house,
Who
if you
cares?
lost.
As long because husband essentially wants to happen. So
You
everything
might have just
is
came back.
going to happen. So Shliach will come out. Check no. Whatever you're supposed to be, just be.
Fuck.
But you're supposed to be
Fuck.
just be.
Fuck. Fuck.
Get
You know I want.
God. To which the
I'm
Gemara
probably
says,
gonna
doesn't want to tell you why.
I might go to bed at 1 a.m. Leave my life right.
Absolutely, man. It's about content. Create as much content as you can.
But I'm probably gonna mute my life.
Dude, totally understandable. Totally understandable.
But when I mute my life on Rumble, is that still muted on Twitch?
Yes.
Okay.
But I would check that. I mean, I'm saying so, but everybody's computers are a little bit different. So just double check that to ensure that is correct.
Yeah, let me just try to check out. Disable microphone. Unmute my stream. Hello.
Yo,
Alright.
did it work?
So it doesn't sound like it echoes. Or I can hear unmute myself on Rumble and see if hello.
Yo.
So yeah, it is.
There you go. That's what you wanted, right?
It's muted. Yeah, well, thank you for setting me up. I'm not going to bed yet.
100%, my man.
My fiance said she's coming over. So we should go down.
That's tight.
Well, thank you, all of you, for understanding that my voice is like, woo.
You're good, dude. Can you have testosterone or anything to help you with that?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't really mind it, but I'm gonna talk to my doctor. My doctor said it was just a chronic illness. My doctor said it might be also because of my anxiety and stress that I have on a daily basis because I have depression. So my doctor said it can be a couple things. It can be childhood trauma. It can be you being chronically ill in the throat, or you just got like puberty.
It could be.
My doctor said it's mainly, I have a mixture of all of these. I don't know how, but I have something in my vocal cord. I don't know what it's called. I also have stress and anxiety, which also comes lower down your voice, and also the puberty part. I didn't start getting puberty until I was 16.
Yeah.
Yeah, I fully got puberty. Started puberty when I was 16.
All right. Well, you're getting married tomorrow, so you're doing all right.
So how did you have acne?
Well, it's because you can get acne in different ways. Like I used to play a shit ton of VR, and I never lost it. And I used like this serum, right, a while back that was fucked up.
You still on like that?
Well, I still have it. So it's still some of the shit. But looks real good. It's really good. Mostly scars.
That shit's not to go away.
And
Yeah,
then
it's
I'm gonna work for myself. That's what the keys were tough and hard. And once I go back to the first
Well, my-
the real concern
What a 17.
when the Sharia shows up representing himself as Sheikh or Kabbalah, like husband
Mine
will
might go.
Shouldn't like it.
so gives it to him with that intent.
It's a turn is I turned 17. I came in away like pretty much like a month before I turned 7. Yeah, a month or two before I turned 17. Like,
Well,
See, as once you're familiar with this concept,
mainly I left a lot of servers because of people.
there's no sleepless left.
Yeah, my-
So again, it's a very simple concept. Sleepless requires, agency requires stocks. Like a company capacity.
wish I had a possible way on. That's cool. But I rejected the
What does sleepless represent? He says,
See, I'm not gonna get too much into it, but all the aliens and the Russians
someone else.
and Beyonce's
I go over to a person and
Asian
I say, I want you to be an extension.
those are the good.
So that's hashma, the ability to influence other people in this world. So the Rabbi says something different. The Rabbi says everyone knows she thinks she
But the fact that her parents live in Japan
person is more in his own eyes. A person who feels that he's insignificant.
What about it?
Who feels that he doesn't matter.
It's just expensive when you want to fly.
Oh, for sure.
And then she goes to her parents. It's 10. Well, my fiance really wants to fly like Japan. I am a Canadian, but they're pretty expensive.
What'd you say?
When I
What?
went to go propose to her, this was the 5th time we went to go see her parents. We have, so it was like a maybe like a 4-month gap between each visit. When I turned 18, that was the first time we went actually. And then we went like 2 months later because her mom got very sick. Then another 1 month because her dad got really sick. So yeah, it was 4 times. And then on the 4th time I proposed right in front of her parents. And her dad had to have a 5-hour conversation with her.
Oh, no way. So you didn't ask your in-laws or your future in-laws?
Yeah, I asked my parents. My stepdad and my biological mom. My mom was super excited. She's probably not. She's going to come to the wedding. I don't think my stepfather's going to. And grandma is coming. Still around. My aunt and uncle, everyone's coming. My brother, sisters. My sisters are my oldest sister. The youngest sister is actually 7. So she wants everything in the whole wide world. But back to the topic of the we always want first class. But when I went to go propose to her, we both sat first class. And then the first time we went, we sat business. And then when her mom was sick, I flew economy and I gave the seat, the first class seat to her. When her dad was sick, since it was a 1-month gap, money was tight, so we both got seats.
All right. And so her dad had to have a 5-hour conversation with you?
Yeah, he was repeating himself. Kind of like 5 years, like, I'm going to treat my daughter with respect, with loyalty, and you better not cheat on her. And I'm going to cry on baby. 1 or 2 months after you guys are married.
Okay.
I'm like, okay. Like,
So once again,
but when her mom, when I proposed, she was shocked. I proposed at Japan Disney.
Did your fiance know that you were going to propose? No idea. I mean,
I was ready.
you were what?
I think her mom knew from the start. When I got there, I was acting very suspicious. And that whole day, I was buying whatever she wanted. Like anything. $100, $200. So it was like, oh, you want a cake? There you go. But when I said we're going to go to Disneyland, she was super excited. We got the VIP tickets, so we didn't really have to sit in line.
That's tight.
But yeah, I think her mom knew from the start because I was paying for everything. Usually we split it 50-50.
Okay.
Like if an item's $200, her mom and I split.
Okay. Yeah, dude. All right. So, did her parents eventually say, "Okay, you're gonna marry our daughter"?
Mm-hmm. When I proposed, her mom was all in for it, but her dad was skeptical. He had to have that conversation in 2 hours, no, 3 hours into the 5 hours. We brought her mom. She started crying. Her mom started crying. She was like, you better treat our daughter with respect, stuff. And then finally, I was like, may I marry your daughter? I should have said in advance.
Right.
And so they were like, yeah, we trust you. You've been dating her since 9th grade. They moved to California when she turned 5.
Okay.
So I knew her since kindergarten.
Oh wow.
I started getting feelings for her, and then through 2nd, I think she started getting back to me, but in 8th grade, she really started getting back to me. We became best friends, and then finally in 9th grade, she came up to me and said, hey.
Okay. All right. Well, that's cool. And
But the wedding is hella expensive. We're getting married in Japan. We're getting married in like a very nice area.
I thought you're getting married in like 24 hours.
We are. I'm flying to Japan.
No way. Oh, that's baller.
Yeah, it's very tight, but her mom and her dad texted me saying, hey, it's already daytime over there. That's why I said I'm marrying her in 24 hours. So the day after tomorrow, because it takes a little bit to fly. So in about a couple hours, 5 a.m., we're going to fly to Japan. We're going to land, we're going to get food, dinner, and we're going to go to bed. So I'm so sorry, I didn't make myself clear. We're getting married Thursday.
Oh, okay.
That was my plan, because her mom said she's going to get everything ready. We're getting married near Mount Fuji.
Dude, that's baller.
Her parents live near.
That's baller. So is she she kept living in the United States when her parents moved to Japan?
Yeah, so she turned 18, started living So we don't live together right now, but when I was in the tiny ass apartment, when I'm in my apartment right now, she started living with me until she turned 19. And then she moved out to go live with her brother and sister.
Okay.
Her brother and his wife. And their roommate that they kicked out. And then we're gonna move in after the wedding. She didn't really bring much of her stuff.
Okay. And you're gonna live.
I have a shit ton of her makeup.
Okay.
Because she like comes over and stays a long time. Like 1 month she stayed. Well, 1 time she stayed for like a month.
Okay.
I swear she's a blanket hog.
All right. Well, just get another blanket.
Yeah, at like 2 in the morning, I was freezing cold without our heater was broken. So I had to go to Home Depot. I had to go to a makeshift market that was open. Get a heater, like a little heater.
Yeah.
Put it next to the cycle. And I had to buy like 2 more because those blankets were like, you know, like emergency room blankets.
Okay. All right.
And then at like 11 p.m. I went to go buy a $200 heater from Home Depot. Then I went to Target and bought like $50.
All right. Why don't you get a space heater?
I'm thinking of it. Like, I know I can get a cheap one for $200. I'm pretty sure. I'm thinking of it. And I'm also thinking of getting a general hat or a property.
What's generator?
So whenever there's a power out, because we're going to be living in my neighborhood in the country, so it's going to be hot. And I'm also getting Starlink. And all that stuff. But the generator, whenever there's a power outage, it automatically goes. You don't even have to go out there. Automatically. It's around $12,000 for a contracted company. And it's about $100,000 to install it. So, I know I said I had 1 cent to my name.
Yeah, you're doing okay.
Yeah, it's just insane. All my big money is insane.
Who's paying for the wedding?
Mostly her parents.
Okay, that's cool.
I'm paying like 10% maybe. Their parents paying. I'm really paying. The wedding overall is 100,000. I don't like my
It's $100,000.
I am so sorry. It is 30,000 USD. I dropped like $2,000 on a cake, but it was custom. It was a custom cake.
Okay, what kind of flavor cake?
Well, so it's a 5-layer cake.
It's a 5-layer cake.
The very top one, which is the tiniest one, is mango passion fruit. I like that. And then the biggest one is going to be half and half red velvet. My personal favorite is her favorite, green tea. No, matcha. It's like half and half. It's a blend. And then we got her dad's favorites and her mom's favorites, which is vanilla and chocolate. So that's 4-layer. That's 4 things. And then the other 2 are just vanilla.
Okay. So you bought the cake and they're paying for everything else?
Yeah, they're paying for everything else. I paid for the cake. And I also paid for
The performance? What kind of performance?
We're gonna have we're gonna sort of have like a karaoke. We're gonna have a band come out. They're not really bands. They're just they're gonna sing for us. I also hired a DJ. So it's basically a Japanese wedding with American. With American stuff. Since my great grandpa was part of the military, we're gonna have it kind of small. I'm gonna bring out, go to the graveyard. I got him, and we're gonna do another ceremony. Next time we're gonna just say like, you got me.
Okay, to your great grandpa.
And then we're gonna have the firing squad like shoot up. They're gonna shoot their bullets. Pretty sure 2 times
Okay.
to symbolize our marriage.
Well, that's tight.
So yeah, I'm excited.
Dude, totally.
So I'm gonna be gone tomorrow. I'm gonna be gone. So I'm most likely going to. I'm gonna most likely be still on call. Yes, if I do, have my laptop.
Okay.
In Rise of Pictures, I know people like seeing pictures, but I told the different server of this team server I'm in that I'm getting married. It's kind of personal. So like I'm not gonna. There's gonna be a photographer there, but I'm not sending the pictures.
No, I understand. No big deal. Makes sense.
Because it's kind of like a private-ish wedding. Like we'll let some locals come in. Because Japan, for some reason, is one of those countries where weddings are public.
Oh, weddings are public?
But you go sit down at a wedding.
Oh, like of a random stranger. Oh, that's cool. So do you think you'll have any random strangers at your wedding?
Maybe a few, like people I don't know, but probably my dad knows.
All right. Well, that's baller. Are you excited to get married?
I am. I wait. Like I said, I'm excited for the big day. I kind of gave her in June because she came at me first. That's right. So I'm coming for
I gotcha.
Honestly, I thought it.
Listen to this. Now, a husband has the ability to reform shit. Something goes a little bit out of order over from the Gemara. And so ultimately, again, so the Shariach in Kabbalah shows up at the husband. Husband has the ability to say, no, I'm making you into a Shliach Baracha. So that he has the ability to do, which makes sense because since the Shliach is a husband-driven process, he has the ability to determine the mechanism, the delivery mechanism. So he knows wanted to be a Shliach Kabbalah, to be a Shliach Kabbalah.
Yo, can you hear me? You can't hear me. Just yeah, can you hear me? You can't hear me. Just a moment.
So I said, so fine. Now I love my says, however, so that's case study was out of order a little bit. Case number one is Kabbalah shows up at the husband.
Can you hear me?
So if the husband says,
Yes, sir.
Yo, you can hear me.
says acquire.
Okay, good. Okay, excellent. Apologies. I had to refresh my device. So I heard you say you love her very much, which I think is really great. And then what's the plan? You're gonna basically start living together.
Yeah, we're gonna start living together. We're really gonna get a good talk. It's and I'm on Discord and stuff. She's one of those people that is bisexual, also has really around.
Yeah, Doug, I understand.
So, like I had people harass her.
So that's case one. So no, say case one essentially.
You said you had people who harassed you? Oh, they harassed her.
They just said like he's
That's confirmation.
and it makes her feel very uncomfortable.
Dude, totally. I completely understand you, and you should know nobody's ever gonna ask you to do that. She could be a little old lady, and we never know what she looks like.
Very beautiful. But it's not really about
What about the next case?
Alright, well, I might head out or stay here. Think about it.
Absolutely.
Go to bed at 1:30.
Feel free to stay in here. Just leave your account and you did or whatever. It helps. I love having people in here. It makes me feel like I'm not alone, which I know I'm not. I always have people coming in, but it also helps the server with its activity. And it'll also help you because you'll rank up faster and faster. And then, the more time you spend in here, the more activity that you, or I should say, the more experience points that you earn. So if you ever can, just leave your device in here and go do your own thing. And then when you come back, just start talking.
Oh, I really like that. That's really cool. I like on your profile.
Where, Doug?
I'm gonna check if I can connect because I have my Twitch connected.
Okay.
I'm gonna see if
Okay.
Because in that case, being a shliach l'halacha is kind of embedded in the parameters of being a shliach l'halacha.
Sounds like a plan, my man.
Let's go back. There's much more to learn in these cases.
You do you.
Interesting halacha. You cannot appoint the shaliach to receive a get from the shaliach of her husband. Okay, so this is just to illustrate this case over here.
So how many devices do you have?
It's like 33.
With the shaliach, he's in the shaliach. Rav is saying that Rachel can't appoint the shaliach to receive the get from her husband's shaliach. Okay, so we'll say that the Kanina says, Isha also shach l'kabel yika miyad shliach b'aylam. The Kanina says yes she can. Yes she can. You're right. There's no reason why a woman can't be the shaliach to receive the get from her husband's shaliach. So the Gemara says, my time of Rav. So what is going on over here? Why does Rav say that Rachel can't appoint a shaliach to receive the get from the shaliach? My time of Rav. By saying we should be zayin the bow. So one possibility is maybe because it's considered to be disparaging to the husband. Look at Rashi. We should be zayin the bow. Kisaber kalosi ve'inel she'ena mekabla soba asma. Even ki'avlo k'kabla me'arabah unkan hashash bizayin te'yadu v'lo kapel. So everyone say, so what we're concerned about here is maybe the husband is going to be.
I'm just testing something right now. Test.
I just
Okay.
realized how good that looks. On Rumble, it looks so much better than on my monitor.
Excellent. Glad to hear that.
Is why, like a shloch. So maybe the husband is going to feel discouraged. Now let's say, so we'll say to ourselves, who cares if the husband feels discouraged? Let's say we do care. Why do we care? Because if he feels discouraged, what could he do? He could pull the plug on the entire operation. And obviously, again, the goal over here is always to get the woman a get. So Rav says, therefore, again, because if the husband feels discouraged, he may pull the plug on this. Therefore, again, we say that halacha l'maisa, a woman can't appoint the shliach to receive the get from the shliach of husband. I would say, now you look at this here, what do you see from this? This is pandering to stupidity, right? So the husband is going to feel, be a big boy, right? So I want you to put on your big boy pants, right? And just go ahead and maybe she's out that day, or maybe it's something else. Well, see, she's something very important over here, which is in life.
So the plan is that my flight leaves at 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. I always get to the airport 1 hour before, or 2 hours before. So I'm going to be leaving. Oh shit! I'll be leaving my house at 12 p.m.
But now let's talk about on a practical level. Right? On a practical level, we'll say we have to deal with all kinds of people. And sometimes people act irrationally.
Since the nearest airport to me does not have international flights, I have to drive down to San Francisco.
Right.
So I'll be leaving at 12 p.m. My flight leaves at 5 p.m.
Okay. So that gives you enough time.
That gives me enough time to check. So yeah, I'm gonna go to sleep.
Sweet dreams, my man. We're here for you if you need us.
I might wake up and hope because I do sometimes get sleep paralysis.
Okay.
Since my fiance is now here, I just comfort me. What I just because I usually put sounds on. Would I just turn my Discord volume?
Do you see at the bottom there? There's like a headset, and you can press it, and it says deafen.
Oh, okay.
Now, you still will get the sound of people like coming in and out. So if that bothers you, just turn your sound down. Absolutely. And if you're deafened, no one can hear you, and you can't hear us. So just giving you a heads up on this. Good night, my man.
If you ever want to know when I'm gonna wake up, it's just
Did you keep a Google Doc?
yeah, I've been lately keeping a Google Doc.
Okay, my man. Well,
Just to let people know that
peace, my friend. Shout out to Levi, everybody. Really nice guy. And let's hope for many blessings for his future marriage and for his fiance and soon-to-be wife and her parents and family and his parents and his family and everything. Much good for him.
The chutzah has to be owned by the woman at the time the guest is given. That's called chatzira habala achamikan. Ultimately, again, a chutzah that came into their possession after the get was already placed there. Say it by both sides. A good concern over here is that appointing the shaliach to go ahead and receive the get from the shliach of the husband is xira. Chatzira habala achamikan. I mean, I will say, what's the conclusion? Because the shliach nekara. So what's the nafkamina with this? What if she appointed a shliach first? See, if it did the chatzira habala achamikan, that wouldn't apply over here. Why? Because her shliach was already in place before his shaliach. If it's a concern of desiring the bow, These young dogs trying to the husband's goods still applied. Who Gabra? What's another interesting case? In great cases now. Who Gabra? The Shadar deeper in this week. There was a man he sent to get to his wife. Adu Shliach, Ashkecha Kiyasra V'Kalisha. So Hatzor say, so again, moving divorcing Rachel. Moving from the Shliach with the get, so Shliach shows up, right? And what does he find? He finds that Rachel is needing dough. Okay. Amrullah, hey, look, eat it. So, right, Shliach says to Rachel, here's your get. Amrullah, we have any other. Do me a favor, Rachel says. I now want you to become a Shliach L'Kabbalah, right? I'm in the middle of making Kabbalah, right? So what am I supposed to do with my hand? I can't receive the get right now, but I don't want to pass up on the opportunity. Right? So when I said, do me a favor, Shliach, you become my Shliach L'Kabbalah. You become a Shliach L'Kabbalah. So right there, Rashi says, right? Let's say, what a fascinating case. So let's say, does this work? So Rav Nachman, when he told Rabbi Chanina, of the Ba'ozda. So let's say, if I knew that the halacha was like Rabbi Chanina, ultimately again, I would pass it. Right, let's remember again, Rabbi Chanina just sermonized upwards. He said, what Rabbi Chanina just said? Rabbi Chanina said, could make a shaliach to receive the get from her husband's shaliach. So the pashtos that this case is, right? Reuben sent the shaliach to the get. Rachel wants to receive it, but literally physically, she's needing dough. So she says, I want to make you now my shliach l'Kabbalah. So the Gemara says, so Rahman says, if we pass you like Rabbi Chanina, who said that I wanted to make a shaliach to receive the get from the shliach of her husband, then I'll be ba'odah. Then I will say that this kid worked. I'm going to Rabbi, whoa. Then you say Rabbi Chanina, Abai ba'odah. Even if you're Rabbi Chanina, you think that this could work? So we've actually mentioned this before as well. This is fascinating. They say part of the concept of shlichus is that a shaliach has to have the ability to report back to the shaliach, to the principal, and say, mission accomplished. I want to point out, the shaliach is not obligated to do that. What the Gemara says is the shliach has to have the ability to do that, right? So there has to be the ability that after the shaliach finishes his shlichus, he's able to go back and say, mission accomplished. And I will say, now here's what's interesting. In this case, that couldn't happen. Why couldn't that happen? Because I will say, in this case, what would happen over here is the shaliach and the Baal would cease to exist, and a new shaliach would take his place. Who's the new shaliach? Shliach L'Kabbalah. So I will say, this would be a case of a shlichus chozer into Laval.
Test. Yo, dog.
We'll say first by mind. So the Ami seem to say it shouldn't work. Why shouldn't it work? Because Lamaisa, any shlichos that can't return to the principal and say mission accomplished is not a shlichos. And because of this, because the identity has been transformed, therefore the original shliach can't go back to the Baal and say mission accomplished. Therefore the transformation shlichos shouldn't work. Rabbi Kiva Abba Amar, Nisyashet Hakadavar. Rabbi Kiva Abba said, you know what? Let me think about this. Exactly. How do you show hope for Rabbi Kiva Abba? So now they sent this kasha to Rabbi Kiva Abba. Rabbi Kiva Abba says, Nisyashet Hakadavar, let me sit and think. Rashi says, when I involve Ashet Nisyashet Hakadavar, the Ashet Kalecha. What's the father that he wanted to expound Mr. Haskell? So suppose that he will ask a question, right? We give a new answer. And not we talk about the new answer, it's incorrect. There's absolutely nothing wrong with saying, let me take time to think about it and I'll get back to you. And then still we'll say whether it's that the child is asking, whether it's the spouse is asking, that friend is asking, co-worker is asking, never anything wrong with saying, let me think about it a little bit. You smash it, but that. You feel the opposite saying a little bit of time to think about what you said. So what's what happens? How do you start working with the Kiva Abba? Amar, or how do you show it to raise the artery? They give them a sock to the Uzu Bidai. How can I understand what they done? So let's say, listen to this. So they sent the question again for the Kiva Abba. Or Kiva Abba said again, I told you, I need to think about it. The same way that you guys don't know how you're supposed to. I'm going to stop over here for a day. I'm going to stop over here for a day. I'm going to good question. We'll pick up with this question tomorrow, we'll say. So, yeah. All right, everyone's doing great to see every day. All right, so we'll say good morning, good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. To thank our sponsors for the month of Sivan, calling Kathy College, dedicating all the training functions this month. And you're supposed to unfortunately what? For Kathy's sister, Donna Baker Madsen. We thank our Day of Learning sponsors, Larry and Marshall Lowe, in honor of their children and grandchildren in the East Brunswick contingent. We thank all of our sponsors for their continued sponsorship and dedication. Also, with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Chapter 24. We are picking up at the Mishnah on Chapter 23, bottom of the Afanoki Shehinan Ne'emon Tomato Shiloh, Ne'emon Sahabi Yoshiva. We're going back to our Yisrael. Actually, Rama speaks. Remember again, the halacha is as follows. When it comes to test the farm, it's not the fact that the husband died, and thereby allowing the right to be married, we certainly relax the standards with that type of age. However, there are certain women who are not willing to give this particular age because they are assumed and a mask between them and the woman about whom they are giving the age. There's a sincere concern that they purposely try to go ahead and lie in order to mess up the good examples of the relationship, which contain natural animosity, which is what it says. First of all, Mishnah says, even those women who are not believed to give testimony that the husband died are believed to give testimony, ultimately against the bring again, or are believed to bring again. Who are these people? Kamosa, a mother-in-law, Bas Kamosa, the daughter of a mother-in-law, right? Sarasa, which is also Hawaii. Sarasa, Yudinta, which is the sister-in-law. Bas Kaila, the daughter of her husband. So all of these cases is an assumed animosity that exists within these relationships. And as such, a local reason are not able to go ahead and testify that a husband died. Yet, they are believed to go ahead and win again, not being get released. So that's, I asked the Mishnah, why is the distinction between get and testifying about that? It's very simple. The Gemara says, that sad mofia. Get is different. Let's say why is it different? You have a document. Get a document. As opposed to testimony that the husband died, the entire testimony rests upon the legitimacy or believability or credibility of the a guess by guess who has a bona fide document that's there. I used to ask on the VS stuff, which we've already seen this quoted a number of times. A woman herself is familiar with her that. So the advice she's seen alone and the funny next out of the funny next out. She knows something that again that is Russian. You know, I am overseas, so we need to go and bring her home again. However,
Yo, dog.
must obviously be able to say the funny next out to the funny next out. So those are the questions like you can
Yes. Yo. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day.
Even though these people women are not believed to testify about the death of a husband, they are believed to go ahead and bring it again. The Sibaisa says, the same way that we are not believed regarding the death of the husband, they're also not believed to bring it again. So let's get shot. I'm not going to say, okay, I'm trying to say, we will say, so the Sibaisa is the most important for our Mishnah. Which for the other says, it's not a kasha, I'm bearing the strong, I'm not what's right. One is talking about as bringing against myself, and one is against the program. Which one is which? That's a lot of things. But alright, so Eric, the last time we were Constantino, Mehenna. Those in Eric Israel, you don't have to say the funny next after the funny next after. So remember, you are not relying on the ego of the person who you to get. What are we relying on? Two documents. document, you can also get into agency. Okay, the document or the document stands on its own. So therefore, that's when you bring a relief of it again. That's when it sells. But again, very much aren't really part of the certification process. However, the book does that the word is just something on low mahadra. But again, if one of these emails is going to get to the book products, well, once you get to the book, what do you have to do? What do you have to do? The funny next time, I manage the words of this woman upon which we are relying. That would not happen. So what is really very important is the Mishnah is talking about a case where they're bringing a get to Israel, and the Brayz is talking about a case where they're bringing a get to Israel. I really have this is the opposite. This is the opposite.
Mother Mary comes to me, speaking words of wisdom, let it be. In my hour of darkness, she is standing right in front of me, speaking words of wisdom, let it be. Let it be, let it be, let it be, let it be. With the words of wisdom, let it be. People living in the world agree there will be an answer, let it be. There may be parted, but there's still a chance that they will see. There will be an answer, let it be. Let it be, let it be. Let it be, yeah, let it be. There will be an answer. Let it be. Let it be. Let it be. Let it be. To get back home. Once that was away. To get back home. Dear baby, gone, do not cry. The rolling storms will rise. Hey, baby, darling, do not cry. Hotel over there, and immediately we heard screaming. They just be there to make sure no one's coming out of the hotel. Maybe we're smarter than the people at the hotel. And like, we see the fallacies of security, but they see security that way. Get back. I am here, you are here, singing like me, and we are all together. See how they run like pigs from the gun, see how they fly. I'm tired. Sitting on a drunk plane. I'm ready for the band to come. I've been making t-shirts, chicken double Tuesday, man, you living rough, but I am the Eggman, and I'm the Eggman. I am the walrus. You could put just in a place and see pretty little freaks in the because I do not necessarily think that you should judge a book by its cover. But if all of the books have the same scary cover, and they're all together, and it's all books that look like that, it's time to work with the library. And yes, and the books are smoking crack. So then yes, then you can judge the book. And then it's like, are you judging it by its cover? It has a crack pipe in its mouth. So we can't judge a book by its cover, but we can judge a book by its genre. Yeah, the genre of this is like, that looks like a crack pipe. A lot of sketchy people going in and out, and they kind of like the book should be burned. But yeah, that game, the game thing I'll bring up first.
So,
yeah,
and then you watch the season. Well, I watched the Super Bowl.
yeah, and then I studied
This year, I know I didn't really want to talk about the Super Bowl, but I thought it was neat that they were playing like good.
Rothschild
Don't
himself,
kill me.
his belief
So,
before my husband
there
died,
were two
you
halftime
know,
shows this year. One was Bad Bunny. The other one was, I never thought it was a team USA. It was a Turning Point USA. Turning Point USA. They produced a show with Kid Rock in a number of movies. I didn't watch those. So you had two choices, right? So I was thinking, how about I name off some comedians? You tell me which one they watched. Yeah? Yeah. Maybe that. Go for it. All right. Whitney Cummings. Yeah. Any reason? Because like she's a grifter. She's back on her left-wing bullshit, dog. Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
She wants Gavin Newsom. Yeah, she wants Gavin Newsom. She's not the best I watch. I just think she sucks. But I actually wasn't watching Kid Rock so much. I kind of feel like she would watch Betty because she has to watch Betty. If she wants to be in the popular spot. Yeah, she wants to know about what's going on. You really gotta know. If you chose the Kid Rock thing over the Bad Bunny thing, that's a huge choice. I don't really want to know what's going on in culture. Nobody's like, you don't learn anything from the Kid Rock. He opened up shop with the Bob which is a song there. That one hit wonder song from my youth. I still watch my Bob with the Bob's great song. Yeah, it's a great song. Yeah, kind of like cowboy song where he's like, she had her Cheryl Crow. I thought you were going to say Bob with the Bob should have been closer, which is all other side, so you were just starting to shout Bob with the Bob. It's a good close. That's where I'm like, why do you put the show? I didn't even know if you opened that. Someone told me. Okay, way too much time when it was Jeff done it. Don't. You know which one he's on. Which one? TPUSA. Okay, here's why that's funny to me, and I just thought of this. I saw a clip of Jeff Dye. I don't know if someone sent it to me or scroll like I saw it. It was him filming himself, which I assume his bunch, a bunch of comedians are here. Montez, yeah. So I was like, recognized. I was kind of surprised by that. I just imagine him saying to them, hey guys, I don't want to make a big deal of this, but at the halftime show, it's coming up. I'm going to switch it to He's like, are we all good? I want to be right. I'm like, yeah, bro. I don't want you to get dressed. So we're going to go on. K-Rock's thinking, like, Bad Bunny's like, I don't know, gay or something. We're going to watch K-Rock for the halftime haircut. He's probably like, you know, guys like, go to the dance. He's in a dress. You know, some brands. Actually,
Yes. Yes.
I'm like, Omer, look, these people, I love the case
She's hot as hell, dude. She was wearing
I also know
that's
what
why.
the
Who
case.
had that? They had the gasolina guy. I was like, sang that song. Yeah. Daddy Jane. Yeah, but he wasn't like that. He would have been on camera. Okay. I got a meat allergy. Sorry, I'm running nostrils. Oh, okay. So the guy said Joe Rogan said bad. Yeah. How about because he hasn't talked shit about it. Dude, if Joe Rogan's watching me, Rob, he's falling. Well, let me ask you. Yeah, too lazy to try. Too lazy is a journalist. He's not just gonna watch. He would choose to watch Bad Bunny, but the video's not gonna be about Bad Bunny. The video's gonna be about the T-Poos. You call it T-Poos? Isn't that what our TP USA? Toilet paper USA? What is wrong with you? Their shit is whack. So yeah, I guess there was two Super Bowl shows this year, and yeah, I mean, I was watching Super Bowl. I figured I might as well check in because a lot of people are talking about it. And it seems like Eric Kirk probably had some video trailer. I don't know. I didn't say it, but yeah, no, definitely. He probably would prefer Bad Bunny, even though I guarantee you there's anything with Bad Bunny over the Kid Rock thing, but the video, the content. There's gonna be a big inflated video. Fireworks, glitters, Kid Rock, it's just like the other halftime show where you go to other sports and Ricky Martin, they gotta go, but it's just racist.
Ruben's
He's
giving
fine.
Russell a get,
He's not
and
bad.
he's saying
So
to
he
her,
had a few
get
good
is not
songs,
valid
and he's not a one-hit wonder. He's had a bunch of songs that Kid Rock. Yeah.
You can do that. That's
Kid Rock's, I mean, I think the wildest thing about it is trying to compete with the Super Bowl halftime. That's like the most un-American thing you can do. Yeah.
There's no need to put the funny next time.
It's weird because why?
Because she's not a Sharia. She's not
They choose not to exercise. It's like that just doesn't affect me. And
The
fucking
get has a
Bad
particular
Bunny's doing this.
and now she's
It's kind of weird that the whole thing was in Spanish, but your boy speaks
So
Spanish.
another
Daddy.
part I have to find.
Right. And also, I like Bad Bunny's fucking. I like Bad Bunny's music too. And it would be one thing if it was the whole criticism of like trying to be woke, you know, like oh, it's so you know, there was two dudes fucking in a pickup truck out of all places. Yeah. There's two dudes fucking each other. They were grinding on each other. They were dick-to-dick grinding in a pickup truck. I was like, that looks like an aggressive attack. Not on me, but like, you know, why couldn't they do that? Like, why did they do the pickup truck?
In order for her
Because
to
of
have
the
to
job.
financial
Oh yeah, their truck guys.
yeah,
Maybe it was Bad Bunny's homeless thing. But no, what I meant is not necessarily what's specifically in the halftime show. What I'm saying is Bad Bunny is not, like, I could be wrong, but he's very popular. And they want, I'm assuming they, he just won album of the year. He brings in a big crowd. I heard in Puerto Rico they were showing the game. So it makes sense that he would be at least a choice. So if you're not going to be speaking language and all that, that is stupid and racist. It would be different if it was like completely irrelevant. I can't think of a good example. Like if they had the net, that would be if they're like this year's halftime show, we're having the net. She's gonna talk about how men are shit or I think great example. One of you, a better example. If the halftime show was us doing random shot fucking very, he's like, oh yeah, right, but very niche. And to your point, it would not bring up no problem. It's funny, yeah, so what I'm saying because this doesn't really matter, but I'm just thinking of there are great African musicians. There was a guy, Fela Kuti.
Yo, dog. Yo, dog.
He's really good at
Yo.
He's dead now.
Yo. Yo, dog. Yo. Yo. Good.
Right? That's why the husband's shaliach transports the get. I want you to be a shliach halacha until you get to the basin in Yerushalayim. The moment you get into the basin in Yerushalayim, I want you to transform yourself into a shliach lekabbalah, which is a shliach to receive the get. And therefore, and ultimately again, and as you become a shliach lekabbalah, then obviously what? You're receiving the get on your own behalf. You're receiving the get on your own behalf. That's what he wants it for, I will say. That's what he wants it for. To which I will say. And therefore, again, we'll say now, because he's doing that, he's acting in the capacity of a shliach lekabbalah. Because the shliach lekabbalah, when she brings the get, so what's she going to have to do? So we'll say, what's the problem with this case? From this case, it's fascinating. Rabbi says, here's the problem. Who's going to listen to this? So we'll say, this is an interesting difference. See, the problem over here, we'll say, in this case is, part of what makes a shlichus valid is the ability for the shaliach, for the agent, to go ahead and report back to the principal and say, this is the concept. Now, I want to be clear. A shaliach doesn't have to do that. But in order to be a valid shlichus, the shaliach has to have the ability to go back to the principal and to say, I did it. Let's say in this case you don't have that. Why don't you have that? Because the shliach halacha ceases to exist because she morphs ultimately again into the shliach halacha. Now look at the problem is it's not about shlichus. It's not about shlichus. There's a lot of these cases like that. I will point out what is catastrophically remarkable about this case. What does it point out to us? The profound and cathartic ability. So you could be a shliach lahalacha, transform yourself into a shliach lekabbalah, and I will say, in life, you should transform yourself in such a dramatic way that what? No vestige of your previous self exists. I will say, now again, I want to put out, often change does not demand that, right? So let's say change does not demand obliteration of the previous self. I will say, so this is one of the things, one of the things that sometimes stands in the way of change is that people are afraid to lose themselves. But sometimes I think that in order to become a Baal Shiva, so ultimately I get radically to obliterate, any vestige of my previous self. That's not true. That's not what change requires. Change requires elevation of the self, not obliteration of the self. That being said, I was saying, there are times in life when I want to kind of go ahead and do away with the old self and remake a new self. So sometimes we can lose ourselves, that's not possible. I can never fully change. Let's say game of dollar of a dollar. Let's say here you see a shliach lahalacha could fundamentally transform into a shliach lekabbalah. What does that teach me? That profound, personalistic, comprehensive, cathartic change is absolutely. You can transform yourself into someone totally new that you want. And that totally new person would have absolutely no connection to the person you was before. Now again, does change demand that? No. Change does not demand this profound eradication of yourself. But if you want that, and have that, if you want to become someone totally remarkably new, that possibility is in you. You want to fundamentally transform from a shliach lahalacha to a shliach lekabbalah. Let's say, what is the foundation? What is the foundation? You want to get the factory reset, right? You want to go ahead and restart factory settings. You want to start all over. You absolutely have to do it. In any event, that could be. So let's say this won't work. Why? Because punishment requires that the shliach to be able to report back. The problem over here is that the woman morphs from a shliach lahalacha to a shliach lekabbalah, and in her capacity as a shliach lekabbalah, she's unable to report back to the husband and mission accomplished. Okay, the other way. So let's sum it up. The What does Rabbi say? So I even says, well, here's the deal. Here's the deal. I want to be a shliach. I want you to be a shliach. So basically, if you matis hasam, and when you get to Yerushalayim, shavi shliach lekabbalah, then Rachel, go and create your own shliach lekabbalah. Let's see what's going on over here. Right? Go and create your own shliach lekabbalah. Then Rachel, what are you going to do? Listen to this. Rachel, give the get to your shliach lekabbalah, and once you get your shliach lekabbalah, what's going to happen? Then you're going to be divorced. You're going to be divorced. So let's say, remember, this is what are we trying to do? We're just trying to change the issue. Therefore, does that, he brings the get to final century by he can define a close system. If you go to get to her own appointed shliach lekabbalah, and that's what she's divorced. Here's the Gemara says, okay, I mean, come on, down and you own the shliach lekabbalah, you get shliach bayla. Which all makes sense according to the opinion that says that a woman could appoint a shliach to receive the get from her husband's shliach. Element the Amr Ein Ha'isha Osha Shliach Lekabbalah Isha Miyad Shliach Bayla. So what's according to the opinion he says that halacha l'maisa, a woman cannot appoint shliach to receive the get from her husband. And we'll see why that is in just a moment. My Ishmael Neymar. So we'll say, so how are you going to set up this case? It's not going to work. This verse is no. Time of my. It was like, why wouldn't a woman be able to appoint shliach to receive a get from her husband's shliach? Why not? So we'll say, this is actually interesting. So we'll say, we're going to talk about this. But Lamaisa, one of the interesting things that could come up is that we're concerned to allow a woman to accept the get. We're concerned to allow a woman to appoint a shliach to receive the get either from her husband or her husband's shliach. What are we concerned about? That the husband's going to get accepted. Then yes, so he accept the get. So, right now, we'll say, now, that is ridiculous. That is ridiculous. So, okay, one of the interesting lessons we learned over life, like when we're young, we're like, no, I'm not going to get involved in this. Like we do this. And then as we get older, we just never do it anymore. We spend most of our days dealing with this. And then you have to do something, right? Right? So it's like at the end of the day, like, this is ridiculous. But then I realized, okay, so I still have to manage it. I could say, I'm not dealing with you because you're ridiculous. I'm like, wow, this is really my talent. Right? This is incredible. I'm picking up golf. Right? This is fantastic. So it's like, but then I realized, like, no, that's actually not how the world works. In other words, I have to deal with ridiculous. Like, I do have to deal with ridiculous people. I have to deal with ridiculous situations. And I have to deal with a certain level of unreasonability throughout the day. And then I say, see, actually, once you accept it, it's very liberating. Because okay, well, this is it. Like, this is what it means to navigate in life. You have to deal with ridiculous. So let's say, and once you accept that, what you begin to find is you're actually able to navigate the world very well. Because people who stand on principle, I don't deal with unreasonability. Well, hopefully, you have the ability to do that. That's fine. That's great. Do that, right? But they end up always being in a state of anxiety or tension because, like, these ones unreasonable. This is, if you accept the premise that people are often unreasonable, not always, often unreasonable, you accept the premise that people often behave in all kinds of crazy ways, you accept that as a reality, you're able to navigate in the world fairly well. So let's say, what are we concerned about? Husbands will bring the get. Now, what are we concerned about? What are we concerned about? Until the woman gets that get, what are you most concerned about? Don't poke the bear, whatever. Just, like, don't set anyone off. As crazy as it is, it's still unreasonable. So we're concerned that if she appoints a shliach to go ahead and receive the get, then what? Then the nice stuff, he's gonna write that. I will tell you, having been involved in multiple cases, you would be surprised. So there are times where the wife is not there for a variety of different reasons, and I've seen it firsthand. So like, husbands, I'm like, thank you. I'm like, thank you. Right? That's why you're in this situation. creation, right? That's right. If I was your wife, I wouldn't want to be here either. And it's listen, it is absolutely incredible to see. But like again, you're thinking now you want to spend time together, right? Now, right? You've been a jealous husband all of these years. Now suddenly you need to be in the same room as them. Now let's say, like people are interesting. People are interesting. And so there is this concept that wants to transfer someone. And this one's gonna rock. But I will say back to this. So the verse says, if it's an issue of desiring the vow, that's not a problem over here. Why is that not a problem? Why not? Because here the one who's orchestrated and choreographing this situation. So we're not concerned about it. So honey, desiring the vow. So we'll say, now listen to this. So there's another problem. The other thing I will say is, we actually spoke about this. We'll say, we'll say, the case. Imagine this case. Ruben's married to Rachel. Ruben wants to divorce Rachel. So what does he do? He takes a get. He puts it in Shimon's chutzner. He says, Shimon, gift the chutzner to Rachel. We actually saw this case a few days ago. That's called Chatzera Haba La'achim. So we'll say, so now what's going to happen? So Ruben thinks, okay, now Rachel's going to acquire the chutzner. What happens when she acquires the chutzner? What happens? She acquires the get as well. It doesn't work. Why does it work? It's a disruptive deceit. It's a disruptive act of surveillance. Since I was saying, again, if you don't give the word destruction, the flow of the conveyance, therefore, again, it does not work. So we'll say, so some say this idea of Sharaman ultimately also represents a disruptive act of conveyance. So we'll say, what do you say? Therefore, the other law, so we'll say, what's the case? Here we go. What's the last one? He says to her, so Ruben gives Rachel the get. He says, Rachel, you are the Shaliach for being get to Eretz Yisrael. At the Matis Hashem, until you get to the nation Yerushalayim. So the key Matis Hashem, when you get to the nation Yerushalayim, Shavei Shliach L'Halacha, Rachel, you appoint another Shliach L'Halacha. What's the going to this case, right? So remember again, Rachel, you are the Shaliach to transport again. When you get to Eretz Yisrael, appoint another Shliach L'Halacha, and then what? The copyist became unit. And then you receive the get from that second Shliach L'Halacha. Okay, so what's the next word? Next word, if I say that I'm doing the Amara, Shliach L'Halacha, I've been not just Hashem. Yes, Shliach L'Halacha, ultimately again, until you go ahead and you get to the days in Yerushalayim. The Chimat is Hashem, when you get to the days in Yerushalayim, Amar Kamei Beidina, say before the Beis Din, לפני נכתו לפני נכתם, ומשתי דין השליח בלייסן נכתם. And Beis Din will appoint the Shaliach, ultimately again to give it to you. Okay, so we'll say, so that, again, that can be the case. Again, let's just go back. How do you get into this? The Mishnah said a woman can bring her own get to marriage to a woman can bring her own get to the Hayam. Provided she says, לפני נכתם, ולפני נכתם. Right? What does the point of I will say, now the mice will be you might say, but what's that? Once she receives the get, isn't she automatically divorced? So it's like all of this was an effort to go ahead and bring the case about how it would work. So I will say, so how would it work? It works if you appoint her to get the local, sends her, bring the get to Beis Din, she brings the get to Beis Din. By sending it money next time, then Beis Din ultimately again will go ahead and probably appoint another Shaliach to go ahead, she'll convey that you get to Shaliach, and then receive the get to next Shaliach and ultimately be divorced. Let's say, how many do that? We'll say Mazel Tov, new parents. Here we go. We'll get to the next story for you, some possible. So let's say, here we go. Any get not written for the sake of a particular woman is possible. So let's say the get has to be written. I'm going to see it already before another time. The get has to be written. No. So let's say, this is going to be some examples. Okay, so what are some examples of not being done? Right? So let's say some examples of where the get was not going to go. For example, are you over the stroke? The stomach will start and not going to be going in the garage performance. You're not complaining. But I'm actually has the garage stroke. Let's say a guy is walking by the big legend, right? He's walking by the big legend. So he hears ultimately again that they are supposed to remember again, the sofer has to practice let's say he walks by a base medical explosion, and they're practicing. They'll say, what are they practicing? They say, okay, Ruben, he's married to Rachel, who lives in Baltimore. And they'll say, what happened? Ruben, he's married to Rachel, who lives in Baltimore, is walking by. He says, wow, incredible. Simin Minar Shamayim, right? That was always doubtful. I never knew if this union was blessed or not. He says, clearly, again, up in the Torah, right, Lord, show me the light, and again, I've seen it, I've seen the light. Again, I'm walking by, it's my name, my wife's name, my locale. So I was like, he decides ultimately, again, this is my get, he also will be free. Also will be free. Is another right? So I say, so nice again. So puzzle the guys. So it's obviously lower, right? Because obviously, even though they're writing this get for Ruben and Rachel from Baltimore, it's not for that Ruben, that Rachel from Baltimore. So it's not going to work. Next. Yes, and if I will say another case, Hassan the guy says, Ishta the Nimla. So let's say Ruben, who was married to Rachel, decided to divorce his wife. Then Baal Hashem reconciled. So we decided not to use the get. Matzal ben Hiro ba'amalo shmik mishnach ab'shem b'shtik b'shem b'shtikach. Plus the guy is not. They're both saying, so now Ruben has a friend, Ruben, whose wife also has to be named Rachel. So Ruben number 2 says, hey, you using that yet? Right? You using that yet? So let's say, so Ruben number 1 and Ruben number 2 reconciled. Right? Ruben 1 and Rachel 1 reconciled. So now Ruben 2 says, you know what, let me just use that get. Right? She needs to let a good get go to waste. Right? So let me go ahead and use that get. So obviously possible guys, but not gonna work. Not gonna work. Common base, Next. Yes, in time. We'll say additional days. How you look, saying Shabbos, we'll say very interesting. Case number 3. Case number 3 is Ruben. Ruben is married to 2 women. They are both named Rachel. That will say, this is wild because the only thing was that he married to 2 women. That he married to 2 women who had the same name. Let's say, man, I was just when I say remember again, they're using like a thousand more perspective. Right? Because even though again, once upon a time polygamy was like it never was. We know this. Let's say what you need to do is open up bridges. Right? Open up bridges. And then all of the stories of the laws. And again, the option was right, you kind of say this is by Tzaddik. This is by Tzaddik. But ultimately again it was just such a proportion strength. So the nice thing is Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, let's say, how you don't train us in the same stuff. That's really interesting. So Ruben has 2 wives, and they're both named Rachel. Because of the Garish has had no love, where Garish goes had family. They're saying that one thing. This is fascinating. So now let's say Ruben and Rachel number 1. Like Rachel 1 had a falling out, and now ultimately again Ruben wrote up again. Then Ruben and Rachel 1 reconciled. But again, what happens? Ruben now is ready to divorce Rachel 2. So Ruben figures, okay, listen, the truth is let me use this get. Right? Because when I say I'm Ruben, right? Right? So the name is the same. The location is correct. So I'll say, and now again, they're both my wife. It's how long for my son, Lord God is close like that. Ultimately, again, it will not work. Yes, anytime. We'll say another case. Come with the last one. Person says to his wife, Puzzle the Isa Shahid, Garish, Puzzle the Garish. So we'll say exactly very interesting. In case number 2, we'll say listen to this. Case number 3, same as this. Case number 4, sorry. It's the same as the previous case, which is Ruben is married to 2 Ruffles. He goes over to the sofa and he's like, listen, I'm sure things are going to blow up with one of them. Right? So let's say, it's good to be forward thinking. You know what? Do me a favor, write up the get. Here's what I know is I'm divorcing a Ruffle, right? Right? That's for sure. Which Ruffle that remains to be. But let's be forward thinking. Draw this up now, and I'll just want ultimately again also the Irish vote doesn't work. So let's analyze this piece now. Because of the Irish is the Ruffle. So we'll say now listen to this. So we'll say the problem is cases number 1 and cases number 2 seem to be redundant, right? Because both are cases where again it's being written extremely for someone else, and now ultimately you want to use it ultimately for your life, right? You really want to use it for his life. So we'll say, so what is case number 1 speaking that case number 2 saying? What is fascinating? Now the relation of the night, but let's remember again, the relation is the case of where Ruben walking by and he sees short and light in the black. So we'll say the parshas that sounds like this case of over what? Or they get redeemed into one person. Ruben, even though again it's the same name as Ruben and his wife, they can't use it. Whiskey was, no, Papa, no. The sofer asking for the Swami. That was the pure saturated. He's the one in Mr. Bushite. The case of the get, not for the purpose of divorce. Why is he getting, why is he getting the so the Bushite. He's the one in Mr. is where Ruben is walking by and that sovereign of practice, the writing of a get. The practice, the Bushite, writing a practice get. What do you do? You want to do actual names. So they include Ruben, married to Russell, so that's what they're doing. So we'll say, but again, it's not being written for anyone in specific, it is being written as a practice. So we'll say, that's the case. Actually, economic economy, Sofer Makrin, it says Sofer are literally again are reading. So low money Sofer original. I will say, so what's happening over here? You have like a master Sofer who's dictating names, right, and locations ultimately again to his juniors. Right? That's what it means Makrin. They're called us. So therefore, I will say, case number one in the Mishnah is a get that's not even being written really for the sake of divorce. It's being written ultimately for what? It's being written ultimately again for. It's being written for the purpose ultimately of training. So if it happens to be that the training get happens to have the name of Ruben and his wife Rothschild and from Baltimore, you might have thought you could use that Kamash Bo and you cannot. Good, like that. So my yes, and that's also if you notice by the way, keep using the Mishnah, you didn't go ahead and build on one of them. I will say some piece number one property that I love for myself. A get that was written for training purposes, even if it has all the right personal information, cannot be used for divorce purposes. I will say my yes every time. What are the second piece go on? The time they spell Moseshin Nikam Shalomishim Girishin, Allah Absolution Nikam Shum Girishin process. I will say, whereas in case number one, the Mishnah teaches me, I can't use a get that was not written for divorce purposes. Right? Case number one was a get written for training purposes. So that's what the Mishnah teaches me. I might have thought though, so I will say not only can you not use a get, it's not written for divorce purposes. What does case number two teach me? Case number two also teaches me that even if I get, remember again, what was case number two in the Mishnah? Case number two was Kasa the guy in both. Case number two was right. Reuben was going to divorce Rachel. He decides not to. There's another Reuben married to Rachel. Ultimately, again, so we'll say now the Mishnah teaches me that even though in case number two, that get was written for divorce purposes or specific Reuben, right? This Reuben and this Rachel can't be. Furthermore, below session, solution direction today, and the opposite session, solution today also. We'll say not only the next case taught me that even if Reuben had written it to be used with a particular wife, he can't go ahead and use it for a different wife. Not only that, below session, niftabishim gerishim hall, and the opposite session, niftabishim gerishim hall, possible. So we'll say ultimately again. Furthermore, we learn that Allah next case talking will say that even if the get has the correct name written for this one, can't be used for a different one with the same name. My timer, what's the reason? Of Rakasa ben Nasan Sefer Kusus Biyad. I would have thought it comes to Avid Lushum Kusus. Because what's in case number one in the Mishnah, get was not written for divorce purposes. For written for ultimately again learning purposes. Abasa Madarish Fishto and Nimba. I will say ultimately again if a man decided to divorce his wife and then he decided not to divorce her, the Avid Lushum Kusus. So I will say that document was written in order to affect divorce. I would have thought Ima Kasha. I would have thought it should be good. I will say, by the way, that's the case of where Reuben 1 was going to divorce Rachel 1. He decides not to. Then Reuben 2 finds the get, and he's also married to only married than Rachel. I would have thought such a document should be valid. Why? Because it was written for the sake of divorce. So I might have thought that by definition validates it. Therefore, the Torah says, because of Brachman of a Kasab, because of Brachman of a Kasab, Havamina the Uteha, the low Ihu Kasaba. So I'll say, this is the Kasab. I would have thought, no, Reuben number 2, you can't use it because you didn't write that. אבל יש זאת כיוסם, you can concentrate, but also in case ultimately again we're looking at two lines. Both are Rothschild. Right? He should be able to, and he decided he wanted to divorce Rothschild 1. Then he changed his mind that he wants to divorce Rothschild 2. He should be able to use that yet. Which the Gemara says, who can contemplate Ima Kasher, because the Rahmana law. Everyone says Torah is law. What does law say? The Shema, for the sake of a particular woman. I have a safe lamini. So we'll say, why do I need it? Why do I need the last case? So we'll say, now listen again. What's the last case in the Mishnah? Last case in the Mishnah is Reuben was married to two women named Rachel. Two women married Rachel. They'll say, what does Reuben? He goes over to the silver. He's like, look, I don't know who I'm divorcing. Someone's getting divorced. Right? So just draft the get that says Reuben is divorcing Rachel. I'll decide later on who I'm going to use it for. So why doesn't that case work? Hakamash Malon the Brera. So let's remember again, what's Brera? So remember again, Brera is retroactive clarification. So let's say that last case depends on Brera. Depends on Brera. Because let's say essentially what Reuben's doing is saying this over. Write a get now for Rachel. Write a get now for Rachel. And I'll determine later on which Rachel I am going to divorce. And it'll be retroactively clarified that when the get was written, it was written for Rachel number 1. To which the Mishnah is in Brera. We don't subscribe to the concept of retroactive clarification. So I will say, so bottom line, what comes out from this Mishnah is also the only way to write a valid get is how ultimately again for a specific woman who is known at the time of the writing of the get. That's it. In other words, if it does not conform to that, if it's not a get that was for educational purposes, not someone else's get. Not to get to divorce this wife and then divorce another, even though they have the same name. No retroactive clarification. The only way a valid get works is if a local license is Spanish. For this specific woman at this specific.
That's true. There's also things that are foreign to that degree. Africans are pretty foreign. So you turn out as after you like, I'm tolerant, so I would watch it. That would be very interesting, especially because it's the yearly thing that everyone watches. Yeah. What I'm saying is it's weird to, just because the guy speaks Spanish, to tune in and be like, all right, for Kid Rock, well, I can't. Look, I mean, it's not fair. It is funny to it's worse than the Bud Light thing. Because instead of shooting, what does he shoot? Instead of Bud Light cans. It's bad. Go to bed.
Let's talk about this crazy. So right, Reuben is married to two women named Rachel. Now remember again, what was the case in the Mishnah? He was going to divorce Rachel number 1. He then reconciles with Rachel number 1, and he decides he's going to divorce Rachel number 2. So what does the Mishnah say? You can't do that. You can't do that. I said, but what can you infer from the Mishnah? That he can use the get for Rachel number 1.
I mean,
that's what we infer from the
Kid Rock is his
Mishnah.
competition, right?
So
some extent, I think there's a point where Kid Rock becomes idle to him. So that's like saying Dr. Dre and Kid Rock.
Two guys.
He probably watches Kid Rock all the day, all the time.
Again, they could go ahead and take
I think he watches
lend money to people in the town.
I think that there's any necessarily a guitar, and he's at the top of his game. So you're right. Actually, you know what his competition is better.
So now let's say Yosef
Because
is one.
Jelly Roll's
$10,000
winning ratings.
to
Bad Bunny's winning ratings. They're neck
As
and
Yosef
neck.
shows up,
The two of them, they're competing for who's the biggest name. Who are the biggest names in music right
I
now?
didn't borrow from
Bad
you.
Bunny,
I borrowed from
Jelly
the other Yosef station.
right?
So let's say, what do you see
Not
from
right,
here?
but yeah, sure.
You see from here that
They're a
Yosef
competition.
is
So I'm glad you asked. I mean, here's the thing: he's in the he's become a big platform this week. Something, right?
because he's in possession of the
So that's
So
going on.
too, when you're getting divorced,
He's out. Yeah, he's
two
gonna.
wives,
Now they has phone too.
why aren't we concerned that when you wrap on number 2 and say, I'm the one who's divorced, but I lost my get, I rough on number 1 found it. You don't assume that
What about running child?
that means ultimately,
Oh, you heard.
so let's stop over here today. We'll pick up the next show with this city tomorrow.
I think so. Because he used to, like, he probably watches Kid Rock and brainstorms
All right,
ideas.
everyone's have a great day. Good chambers, everyone.
He's like, oh shit, we didn't get a merge drop from the TP USA. the TP USA crossover with Thick Club, Thick Boy politics, right? Yeah. It's one of those shorts that has like T Pusa and Thick Town or whatever, or what is it called now? Tri-Fest all gas. Oh yeah, whatever the fuck it's called. Yeah. But here's the thing, there's another element to this that we're not looking at. It's got that spicy rattlesnake. Rattlesnakes love bad bunny. Pink slug is big into bag bunny. Probably, right? I don't even know anything. I just know her name was Joanna. I'm like, yeah, she listens to bad bunny. Yeah, he's pretty popular. He's liked amongst women too, I think. Yeah, bad bunny. And like the whole thing though, them dancing and all the different sets and songs, and that's pretty good. I was like, oh, bad bunny. So it seems like it's probably exactly what a sponsor is. Right? Not bad. I can do without Lady Gaga. I guess, I mean, you don't like Lady Gaga, right? I'm indifferent about Lady Gaga. I don't understand what she's doing. I don't know, because he likes her. I'll believe what they're looking at. They danced. It's not that. Yeah, we danced. I went outside and walked my dog. I did walk my dog during it, but that had nothing to do with it. My dog had to go pee. So then I came back in with my girl. My wife, when my wife got home, she was like, I want to watch the halftime show. And I said, okay, so we rewind. And she was like, she started rewinding it with my mind. Let's go. Yeah, did you see that? You watched the whole game, right? Yeah, I mean, I was working during it, but I watched it. Did you see that one? I hate how the broadcast tries to be real professional. It was something really funny. The fucking referee ate shit when players were trying to fight. When they kept showing the fight, I'm like, come on, man. Dude, he missed it. The referee, like, not only face planted, but like tracked his face. And I made my family, I was like, I'm calling a vote right now, veto any votes. We rewind this right now. And everyone started laughing. They're not going to re-show that. That's too bad. I didn't even see it on socials. Oh yeah, it was good. Anyways, I don't think that Jelly Roll spoke out yet. Every Thor says, this is 2 weeks ago, so no, not a Jelly. It's just a birthday post for his leading. So he hasn't spoke out about ice at all. He's on the movie Goat, promoting Goat. He must be one of the people, because he just started singing. Yeah. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I did save one of those. I did save a Goat trailer. Oh, okay, because I don't really watch it. Okay, it's kind of weird. What else you got? Yeah, what else you got? I did over the weekend. Ask me this. I don't know if this will be interesting, but I got a message from an old guest on our show, JP Flame. Remember him? Did Work Junkies? Never heard of him. And this is the message that he sent me on Twitter. Hey, exclamation point. I'm running for ambassadorship. Sorry, I'm running for an ambassadorship position, and I truly appreciate your support. This role means a lot to me, and I'm excited to represent our community and make a real impact. If you believe in me, I'd be so grateful for your vote. Vote here. And there's a link. What's your first vote? So I wrote back, and I wrote in parentheses the best, because I always so did the best junkie get hacked? Because in my mind, I was like, suspicious, right? And he immediately wrote back, no, I can't get hacked. So I thought I'd been. What do you think so far? He said, you immediately did. Oh my God. So I go, I wrote, thank God, what is this? Because I thought, I gotta take this one. So he said, I'm applying to be a co-host of a podcast event that Junkies organizes in collaboration with Google in all European countries, and I'm one of the rare USA participants. Now, that junkie organizes the right? They're the sports junkies. As if junkie is like a business of some kind, right? Do you think I still believe that he's real or not? I still think so. I write back, oh nice, I'll vote for sure, exclamation point. And he says, thanks, I really appreciate you taking the time to vote for me. And I wrote MP. Do you think I clicked on the link? Yeah, I did. Because tell people you're out. No. No, I mean, that happens. But no, this time I screenshotted it and I sent it to Othman and Blue Shirts. And I mean, it's too long to pull up. Othman would be like, that's no way that's real, dude. And they go, okay, thanks. Yeah. And then they just left it alone. And I was like, well, if it's not real, are you going to tell him? You fucking jackals. You're not going to fucking tell your friend that, he got hacked. So they did tell him. And he got hacked. His account got locked. He couldn't even get it. I don't know what happened. His Instagram. Twitter. Oh, okay. Yeah. So, I mean, but you immediately knew it was hacking. No, I don't think call it hacking when you said hacker. Okay, so you could, yeah. I feel like they're kind of getting, I mean, besides the junkie part, it was sort of unbelievable because this guy, he's always trying to, like, do other things and, like, be parts of organizations and all this shit. So I was like, maybe it's real, but I wanted to check. Yeah, like, Daniel messaged me once and was like, hey, try and get your pictures done. And I'm like, you got hacked. They hacked, remember, there's no chance. People get hacked all the time now. There's another comic that messaged. And I don't even understand the hacking. It was literally a picture of like some fucking what is things that you can buy non-fungible NFT, right? And I go, what is this? And he wrote back out and said, what is that? Why would great, that's a job in NFT. How does that get me to get access to shit? Absolutely. I don't think you can get some looking. I didn't even click on it. Just an image. But whatever you click on, they created that. They created that website to grab your shit. Yeah, it's weird. Because you always hear about comedians getting their Twitter or Instagram hacked. Anyways, so dude, face, right? Watch this. You know, in Japanese culture, it's like bow. Okay. What is it? What is it? I wish we did this here, It might stop some fights if you're in I wonder why we never brought bowing. No one really bows here. I just think it's very funny. Might slow up the game a bit if they have to pass every time they mess up. This is such a powerful bow. Look at that right there. You have to forgive whoever did that. Like somebody could kill my mom and do that. But why is he doing that at all? He's practicing maybe? I know, yeah, this is a really good one. And then this camera guy's like, okay, great, we gotta film him bowing. This is like, you remember when you were a kid and you watch those blooper reels? People dunking and missing, or they like throw the ball out of bounds. This is like Japanese blooper reels is that praying, like bowing because they hit somebody with a volleyball a bunch of times and the Japanese guys are dying laughing. This is the one where the guy is like, oh fuck, he really got me. Alright, he's bowing. Alright, so you can see here. First of all, his serve, that's way out. Why are you hitting this lady? She's all over here. There's nobody on the other court. And where's this camera guy coming from? Boom! Not even in the face. Like, yeah, is this some sort of game where he's not even a volleyball player? He's maybe it's like a halftime show. It's funny. He got a sick ass shot running behind him and then coming. Yeah, so he was ready. He was more ready. Yeah, I know, that's very strange. I want to show you something else very strange. Just right here, I want to get your thoughts on this. Did you see this clip? I heard about it, but I didn't actually click play. It's the one where it's the 4 million, and it's like, oh, we know who they are, right? I mean, you just know it. I always say everything got a price. Because people say, like, I love my dog. I get $100. No, I get $1,000. No. I get $100,000. Ain't that? Terrence Crawford is just staring him down. The idea of Terrence Crawford giving up his dog for $100,000 is out the door. How about that one? He's like, you give up your dog? I'm like, your dog? Yeah, no, he's not. No, you don't love your dog? Here's the thing about another point of view I wanted to give you, dude. Our podcast. Sure. We're trying to have fun. We're trying to make ridiculous scenarios. Like, be funny about it. We're not signing some contract that this is how we are for the rest of our lives. Yeah. Granted, this guy, come on, you gotta get the vibe when he says, when you say $100,000 for your dog, he don't move. I stop going for it. You know? Oh, definitely, yeah, no. It looks like you've offended Terrence Crawford. Let's see. Like, I thought everything has a price. There's not a number that can get you making every 80 million, 100 million. No, because you sell your soul. $1 million, you can have my soul. Big mistake. $100 million, you can have my soul. Yeah, if you don't go for the bid, if the guy has a frown on his face and he hasn't gone for any of the other bids, he's doubling down. You can have my soul? Does it look like Terrence Crawford is the kind of person to say that to? Probably not. He's still mad that you thought about giving away your dog. Now it's not a bid, because you're literally not changing either aspect of it. It's like a real thing that you believe, because if that was a bid, be like, fuck my ass, you can have my soul. That's a bit. You know, yeah, if you're changing it, like you just want to give your soul away for free, basically. Sure, you know what I mean? But he's just adding money and he's giving more to the person with that money. Also, the guys that can buy his soul now, like the Epstein group, are like, all right, we can buy this guy's soul for cheap. Does the camera go? Yeah, what does that even mean? You're going to buy my soul? Crawford is taking it seriously. So, yeah, I think he's really offended by the dog. Because he likes dogs. Crawford loves his dogs. I don't blame him. I'm not selling my dog. I mean, yeah, no, I would be like, why do you want my dog? Yeah. Why do you want it for 100? I would be like, you need something weird in my dog. I mean, I'm on this guy's side. 100,000 for a dog. Like, take the dog. You know what I mean? But 100 million for the soul, I don't know what I'm selling. Like, if I'm selling my soul, is that a lifetime? Like, is that an eternal thing? You know, sure, that's a good point, too. It's like a soul doesn't look like a real thing. Could exist, could not exist. However, it implies that you could do anything. So if this guy is saying that, like, someone owns a soul, that probably means they can fuck it at the very least. That's like the front door. You know, that's, yeah, it could be worse. You're like, his family. So they're now, he's the dad. His family, whoever bought, like, I can fuck your wife, I can crush your kids. Like, it's a bad thing. It's about capital on the soul. You know what I mean? That's a rough thing. I can't imagine. He must be sad. You know, I don't know if he sees this. He's like, he's just sad. That's it. This is a guy that's not an agent. And then Terrence Crawford's response and the amount of group cooks that are removed.
Definitely touched something.
How do we know the character?
Yes, I would say that. Something that is separate, right? It's separate between
I think Terrence Crawford is. He's just he's I don't know him really, but he seems like a deadly serious person, right? Because he's one of the best boxers ever, or something like that. So he works out super hard. He's got a very scientific kind of mentality. So he's like maybe a David Gaga type, or just not. He's not the guy that this joke is gonna ever be the productive comes out. I make sense. You wouldn't say it, right? You pick somebody. What is the guy make from this conversation? Yeah, you shouldn't say this to Brendan Chop. Exit, right? Yeah, this is not for Terrence Crawford. It's not going to take you seriously. Yeah, Brendan Chop, like, I just like a cow for like $30. Yeah, Terrence Crawford would kill everyone that made the suggestion that he did or dressing cat. Exactly. Everyone is dead at that point. Most importantly, the guy that hit him with the sometimes, you know, I think there's no staff where everything is about money. Like I never was in a sport because of money. You know, of course, I was in a sport to make money, but I wanted to be a world champion. I was kidding, Terrence. I don't want to sell my dog. I don't want to sell my soul. I don't even know what that means. Please, like, yeah, what are you talking about? Nobody said that right now, Terrence. Oh my God. That is fucked up, dude. Yeah. I don't know if you know this, but last Friday, I didn't really say anything on the show, but I headlined the show this last Friday. Oh, nice. At a sober bar. Sober bar, yeah. Interesting. I don't know, like this juice and mocktails, vegan food. Everything's vegan. Okay. Yeah. Was it a good show? Yeah. But it was cool. It was whatever. I did 15 minutes at the end. Okay, so that's it. But I will say this. I forget what I wanted to say, but I don't really want to talk about the show because it's whatever comedy stuff, I'm sure. But I was at a sober bar, right? And a lot of people came to see me. A lot of people that know me came through and watched the comedy thing. And at the end, everyone left. It was all the comics and everyone kicking it, at a bar. And the owner of the bar came over and was like, "You guys can have whatever you want. You can have my soul." And we were like, "All right, tight." And so we all ordered a drink. And then I got my drink, some like watermelon thing with like whiskey ice lemon cocktails, right? Yeah, I like cocktails, dude. You know what I mean? That's where I'm trying to get to here. You know, I like to get the ice cube, the big old fucking whiskey ice. Hell yeah, you know what I mean? And it was like some watermelon drink. That looked like whiskey, so I ordered that. And then I walked away and I was taking drinks from it, and I was like, yo, this is weird. It was so weird. It just didn't taste good. It really tastes weird. It was fucking weird. And then like having going back to like a table full of people drinking drinks. And then I was like, oh my God, I haven't done this in forever. Damn, what did that feel like? Besides weird. Honestly, it felt like I was like, okay, so there's an allergy to like drinking, but I feel like I want to have more drinks now. Isn't that what the allergy is? Yeah, did you get another drink? No. Okay. I just got addicted to lactose. Well, I was assuming the second one was going to cost money. Yes, okay. Yeah, I wonder what that. So that's the first time you've ever been at a sober bar time. Anyway. I've been to one before, but I didn't get a drink. But yeah, I talked to this. Yeah. It's the feeling of ordering at a bar that you miss. Well, that and like having this drink that looks like a cocktail. Because I've gotten like Diet Cokes at bars, and I've gotten like, what is it called? I have done the thing where I get like a non-alcoholic beer at a bar, but something about the fucking drink, like the whole aesthetic of it and stuff. And so like immediately I was thinking like, okay, so people probably come here to get that again. Yeah, but is that a good thing? Because at the end of the day, I'm like, this is fucking whack. We're not those getting drunk. I don't know. I mean, I like cocktails. I taste the sugar and like delicious drinks. When I get the rare occasions that I do, it's not to like have the experience of being like, I'm drinking again. It's like I can't drink, so I'm like, I want something that tastes good. You know, they put so much fucking effort into those goddamn drinks, dude. They're like squeezing and shaking, and it's always got some weird shit on it. And then it tastes delicious. It's not like a regular soda. So, this guy had ice and a brand. You got the fucking blowtorch out. Yeah, brand ice. You need that for those things. It's gotta be cool. The drink is. It's not even drinking culture that, like, I remember at there's a place called Sparrow, downtown LA. I think I talked about this in the show, but part of it is that they bring it out of these crazy, like, there's one where there's like a box that's on fire or something like that. I don't know, it's like crazy presentation. It's part of the fun. Yeah, and then it tastes good. So you're paying for the show. Okay, you're paying for how good it tastes, and then you can drink a mocktail and eat some vegan food. Guys, if you play vegan, it's like sober teppanyaki. Teppanyaki was that? Yeah, I mean, I've not gone to any sober bars, really, so I don't know what the experience is. But you just described the experience. I've gone to places that have mocktails, but not like specifically. Like I've never stood foot in a place where it's like this is specifically. That seems like it's for people that are going. So it's right up your alley, maybe. Yeah, but they're also like super heavy in politics. You know what I mean? Okay, you know what I'm saying? They were like, we're not watching the TV. Oh no, they're like, that's on all the screen. Oh, okay. Wow, that's curious. You're right. Vegan. We're conservative, and we ask for your documents on the no, they had a lot of protest material in place, but it's coming from a place like, it's coming from a place where like, we're gonna shut down. Yeah, those kind of places probably don't exist too long. I can't imagine they're huge money makers. Like, also, comedy shows off the venue that they're in. Not doing the greatest. Otherwise, you wouldn't put up with it. And they have a comedy show. Look at what happens in Hollywood comedy. Or for Christian Saragossa gets salsa. That's also the kind of comedy great. The foundation is definitely on staff, for sure. Have you ever, I've never had something that's been a long time since I've done it. And I've done it again. And been like, that felt weird. Because I don't know, Timo's, maybe you stopped a little. Did you feel like, did you have the same feeling that when you had the drink in your hand, that when we went back to Timo's 1 month ago? Well, that's your songs for sure. When I was okay. And then you have a mocktail, and you're like, oh my god. And then I have a blunt in one hand. Oh, Jesus Christ. This is fake weed. I wonder if there's, are there any weed CBD? But then, you know, but it's not there. You can't have fake weed. You can have fake high. Yeah, that makes sense. That's what I'm saying with the mocktails. It don't make sense. But it's delicious. Sure. But like, don't drink your calories, Daddy. I like water. I like Diet Coke. You know what I mean? I guess if you're at a sober bar, it's the one place where it makes sense. That would be weird if you're like at home making mocktails. Yeah, well, I've done that. That is not weird. Like, okay, chicks will say, like, do you like mocktails? I'm like, yeah, I'll make a mocktail. And I make some bigger than yeah. If I'm making it by myself, that's sad. I'm not making mocktails to make fucking bread and chop fairies. Yeah, I'm making a song tonight. So I'm like, fucking water. You're doing you're spraying the ice cube with the fire. So this is how it Kurt Argo or whatever, putting that in there. I can see, I mean, so you have done mocktails here? I haven't had a mocktail. I do mostly orange juice, ginger-based mocktails. With whatever little substitutions here and there. It's like, you're speaking out of my head here. Yeah. But orange juice mixed with like Red Bull is pretty good. I can't say, yeah. Sounds like a good time. I look it up. I guarantee I have that. I'll look it up. It's great. What's that? No, the only time WhatsApp was when my parents went abroad. They were like, hey, dude, WhatsApp. We would download WhatsApp. Like, lock them for downloading WhatsApp. And then they never messaged me. Alright, well, let's see this. This is all from the same phone number, so it's going to be 3 from the same phone number. This is going to be, our phone number is 775-557-8667. That's 775-557-TMOS. It was a voicemail. This guy spent all Tuesday night with this girl.
but you're also missing the offering of the Hamas. Let's say one step at a time. Here we go. Max William Shemot to the Human, and there's a 20 on the this in the front. Maybe the Human, right? That's in the front. It's Thursday. We know so the fact that we got in the morning. It's fine. We saw the book tonight, but we got very far. So you can do it. What? Also, I remember again. Also, Truma,
Oh,
that's
yeah.
where you're Patrick Truma.
Shout out to you. I'm pretty sure this guy was watching our stream. I think I had a big fight with Moses on my stream, dude. Oh, for what? I don't even know Moses is going through it. He just got mad. He got mad at me. He was saying too much things. Called me a bitch a couple times. Kinks. Yeah, everyone was like, Moses. Everyone was like, Moses. I feel like he's went through some one night. You know, these shows, they get hated. He was like, what would you do if somebody was making a podcast against you every week? I was like, oh, he's now shot, man. I don't know. I think the worst, you know? Yeah. But pray for Moses out there, dude. I'm not talking about when I Moses, right? I think so. I mean, like, I remember seeing the name Moses, but maybe, like, that'd be funny. There's some disease he has. It's like a brain disease that makes him, like, sympathetic to job all of a sudden. Doctors don't know what to do. He watched my whole screen towards the end. Why would he be mad about jobs? There's some random watching all the time. I don't know anything like a job. I was just saying, like, hey, Jason, sleep. I did do this group thing where you just leave because like said I kind of upset him a little bit. Because like imagine somebody like this and that, everything he was commenting was like just off topic. Yeah, I mean, if, well, there you go. But if you do see F, you can just leave. Then they are dead. What do you mean leave? You're a little page. See. See.
Should certainly make the sushi by Truma. That's the Coca-Cola. That's the Coca-Cola to make the case for a sushi. For a sushi, people in the back, I did ask them to say that. Now it's the look of it out of Truma. So it's a real difference. It's William himself wasn't out of Truma. Like, he was the very source of Truma. Like, so ultimately, again, therefore, looks like, as opposed to the people, the keeper is only a shot. But the keeper itself is only secondary killer. It's like, who's the William? The William is the guy who can shock the Truma directly from the source. That's what it means when it says that he's a high. So his power should be stronger ultimately again than a keeper. That's a shitty. So that's where it's like, TC enemies, TC is the William of the Sheriffs. So that's how I can use that in the case of a William of Sheriffs. So it's an ultimate again. So it's a
high quality fans, you know. Just top performers in their field of choice. I do like this thing where everyone was always just one guy. Yeah, it's each fits their eyes. And they kind of all, like a lot of them, not all, blue for maybe, but a lot of them kind of started in rock from Boston. A lot of them kind of started sounding just like that. Yeah, like the drug. Or like have been smoking weed for a long period of their life. Yeah. All right, man. Yeah, but they pull together for the Shaivisms. All right, man. And Charlie, or whatever your name is, you fucking suck. But Brad, you fucking Bob. But check it out, HEB night. If they're in the midst of some sort of drug psychosis, they come right back to it and pull off the perfect Japanese. You know, that's important. Well, let's see the last one.
Versus a person who's considered to be anyway. So put it on the case of the shouts. Because when a person touches the shouts in himself, he's not an out. He's not an out. He starts off ultimately again as
I hope your neighbor's not mad at you. Well, I will say this. We haven't heard from him since. I hope he's all right. You know, and it'd be funny if we start doing live shows, audiences, and people like that. Alright, we're like, alright, well, we're on doing the show right now. You stop yelling out, but maybe that would be good. Yeah. It's funny, we find out that all of our fans are Christians. Yeah, they throw up. Hopefully they throw up before they keep the show. Otherwise, get me the menus. That's the flyer. Like, get you through it before the show. Before you get here, you're just locked in. It's also salads. That'd be wild if you got like a salsa salad. That's like the don't put myself out of this. All my writer at least one salsa. Maybe salsa, yeah, for you. If that's something great. Or people say, you know how people bring food, like beer, and I remember used to have people would bring in food. They talk about food all the time on this podcast. So for us, I mean, it's like, I don't know, already somebody said retirement was coffee cake. That coffee cake, that one that bakery was messaging me. I was like, are you for real? Are you actually? They weren't though. You think it's fake still? Yeah, they had 200 followers. In the actual bakery. That's so weird to think a fake bakery. But it makes sense if you're trying to. We talk about coffee cakes. This was before that. You're just like, he's fat. Yeah, you're fat. Both of them. I feel like we talked about coffee cakes for a long time. I could be wrong. We talk about food nonstop. Yeah. And I was a donut guy for a long time. Yeah. So I guess if you're trying to get by me, it would make sense to be like, by the way, I own a bakery. Yeah. Like, I won't charge my money out of it. They're smart, these scammers. They're getting smarter. The guy that messaged me didn't seem that smart. Alrighty, well, that's it for this week, y'all. Thank y'all for showing up, dude. Release the Epstein docs, dude. Come on, brother. Yes. Anyway, bye.
Ultimately, again, these items are very similar. So what is inside a shadow? What is coming on later? Ultimately, again, we are permitted, ultimately, to post them the Truma. But ultimately, again, invalidating Truma. Kosher can keep our shady. So also the green, keep our shady. So over more so, So ultimately, right? Which is possible, which
I know it. Oh, I'm on. Holy shit. Welcome back. I didn't know it. I said I'd do it. Welcome back to the podcast. We're going to record so, I'm a little tired, so Girl got this giant Diet Coke. I was thinking that over the cheers. Thank you. You like your Diet Coke? You like it? Thank you. And one of the no one will understand this, but one of the comments, somebody said something nice to us, and I just wrote back, thank you, man. I'm done with Great Expectations. I finished it. Well, it's pretty good. This is a book review podcast, and I've never been a book guy, but I read that book, and they say that a lot in it. But anyways, that's neither here nor there. Okay? We're happy to be back with you. Thanks for tuning in. Hit the like button or I'll immediately do the sideways thing and piss you guys off. I haven't made this sound in a long time. I'm absolutely willing to bring the sound back, the annoying sound that we all hate. I will bring it back. If they're not, there's enough likes to the ratio. I will bring the sound back. The sound thread, so Jordan got the sound ready for me. And I'll use it often. Oh no, should I do it? No, I'm not. You're not getting another bottle. You're not gonna like this. What happened? Season 2. Well, while you're bringing whatever you're about to bring up, the dolphin bottle that I ordered, you know, I said I was going to buy a replacement, buy you one, we both have it as a secret. It came in, it wasn't the same bottle. So I have to keep looking, and they won't remember. So it's also like, it's not negative about when I see them in concerts. I think they're in LA. Notably, Finland, so yeah, it's working. full hour nearly takes Goody out as is. Yeah, listen to this guy. It's Janae, it's a girl. Oh, listen to Janae. Janae knows me well. She's concerned about my health. Mommy, but she should be. All right, so Goody does not know what's happening with Hollywood comedy. And I want to take a poll from the people in the chat if you guys want to go through this saga with Goody or just go to the Reddit. Okay, yeah, those are good. Yeah, take a poll, but I definitely want to see the comedy. I actually, I've never been
What's your status?
because I had already been through too many of these $5 sign links. Wall, Becky's room, what was it? Bert's back room. There was a bunch of, I can't remember them all. There was one that was named after an animal, on her room or something. I was thinking, the Z room is real. It's another one. Yes, I'm here. I'm at Badgers and Badgers Ansel. Badgers and James. You gotta write the first time you see your bitch. Some kind of prank thing or stand up for the first time at one of these atrocious venues. Like I remember I didn't go to it. Remember we did a whole episode on those the guys that prank football. Like just disgusting shit in the world. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's kind of not to the mic, so I don't even know why I'm saying it's bad. They told me that it's going to prank football. Prank football because it's Poppy, do you know if you shout out with an 18-year-old, fire with an 18-year-old, it's legal to do it for fucking If anybody was friends with Jeffrey Epstein, and they shows kids out of patron, okay, you're a scumbag, you're a scumbag, you're just like, they didn't get those positions. They're just like, oh, Epstein's not I can't remember. Yes, but sir. Toronto. Yeah, keep it going. Okay. Story about being 16 and 10. All right, let's go ahead and tell me what the pause was. I'll try to walk you through this. We're going to watch all 35 minutes. So all of us did. That was your man. That was all the what's the I just think it's interesting. They sound like now, and that's the old that's not right. We signed up for open mics and like the guys we know why the guys are there to talk about. I thought Canadians, Canadians have there's one gap. I thought they said more like us. It was actually not the ones I know. Everybody should have kept that to 18. Why does now society will okay, that's you see it chances why is there so many dislikes? I mean, you haven't even scratched the surface. Okay. So let's say that the whole interaction with the Torah goes exactly like what you just saw, right? Now let's go into there. I had a very strong feeling about taking it. Like, you should be going out, right? Like, you should be going to your first home, like, I don't know, Jesus on this morning, did you know? Did you go in the fucking Uber? To my first open mic? No, but I hope I didn't drive. I think I was pretty game. See what I mean? Like, that's not a difficult. That's why I probably drove, but an Uber. I mean, there wasn't even an Uber in my first Uber. Holy shit. When did Uber start? Should have looked up. I'm worried that I don't even want to go down this road, so we're already going down. I'm like, 2009. Okay, so there was Uber, but it wasn't like commonly used. Uber, I mean, you know what's crazy? When I first moved to LA, there wasn't even like Tinder yet, dude. I remember my asshole friend was telling me about Tinder. He was like, yeah, dude, you fucking, and like, you know, give me all the shit. I was like, damn, I would strike out so hard on that. I'd be like, listen, this guy's living the best possible life scenario. It's fucking, but anyways, let's get back to it. So screwed. And also the Uber driver is stupid. Yeah. And also, you know what I mean? These three ladies walking here, we're like, nice, why do we have to be just the guys? And I have all three ladies for the rest of my life. After what? I have to kill this man. Oh, there's a date. I see. Okay. The guys filming. They're friends. Oh, all right. I didn't see them again. I was like, why are they live? Yeah. Well, they're reading their jokes. Oh, good. They're hilarious. We're trying to the chance to do this all. I think that's pretty funny, actually. What'd you say? Hi, my name's Allie. Actually, my name's Beaches. That's what I think she said, but that's pretty funny. BJ? Something different than Allie. Yeah, okay. That's funny, but that's not what she said. Yeah, okay. And it's nothing to do with funny, but that is like clever. Hi, my name is Alan. Actually, my name is Gerardo. I mean, I don't know. Maybe because her is this makes it weird. She goes, hi, my name's Allie. Actually, it's Hitler. Hey, my name is Gerardo. Actually, I kept thinking, Hitler is so horrible. It's so horrible that it's funny to say his name to me. And I don't say that you don't have to find it funny. But I was thinking today, and I'm sure other people have said this. I'm going to steal this as well. You guys stole most of my material while doing stand-up. Jesus Christ, 14. Keep on. All right, so Jeffrey Epstein, obviously a horrible person, right? But then I started thinking about why Jeffrey, right? And I was thinking, do you maybe trust people less if they choose to go by Jeffrey or just Jeff, right? And then I started thinking, who else is named Jeffrey? Jeffrey Dahmer, right? Prince Joffrey, right? Jeffrey is a... You can't even any laugh better than me. No, I like... Okay, but I mean, like, Jeffrey is a fucking weird name. So you like Jeff Dye more than Jeffrey Epstein? That's weird. Yes. Yes, I did. More than Jeffrey Epstein? Yeah, I'm not. Yeah. I like Jeff Dye a little less than Jeffrey Epstein. It's funny that you asked me that. On the way here, I was thinking about who's worse, Jeffrey Epstein or Obama. Because we talked about that on the episode. And I think Jeffrey Epstein, dude. Over Osama, and I would know you like who's safer, who your kids safer with, and I'm not even sure what the answer is. I think your kids might be safer with Osama. But I mean, probably because he's probably speaking your kids. We got him, but they're American. It was tough though. I didn't think about it. And I haven't fully decided, but they're both bad. Okay, how about this? Who's safer? trust him to Kennedy or something. Because also, because Tim likes to kill people, like a lot. But Tim, it's probably not going to happen. He wasn't like bragging about killing Americans. That's bad. I can't believe it, dude. I mean, you were giving a great speech right now because it seemed like, what are you gonna do? Volume punch me, motherfucker! On stage. Wait, guys. I mean, you made the choice. We're just bullshit. I feel kind of different right now. I don't even know how to address this without really, fully head on talking about it. So, because we're going to be in Brooklyn mode probably the whole show. We'll get 10,000 views because we're in Brooklyn mode, but it'll be a punishment to all of you. Okay? You need to learn. It's about what's right. Okay? The dose of reality. That's right, man. Man, leaving. Look how many likes we get right when we go to Brooklyn. You see that? People like the bird. It's not even about it anymore. Yeah, they like it. That's what it is. People like what we say. They like what we do. Yeah, just go back to bird. They want to see it for views. All right, so let's get back. Look at me dancing right there. Do the six. Anyways, so I don't want to give any spoilers. Let's just go to when they show up to the place, and it's you're catching on to the vibes. Look at this, dude. I've never seen your mouth open that wide. You know, but this is some happiness that I wish to attain on a daily basis. Dinosaur vibes. That too. You're douching her saying that they're having a good time. That's good. I like that you reduced it. Bro, I haven't had a burrito in 2 days. Whatever you want for it. Where did you get a burrito from? You know where? Albert's? You know where I haven't been in a long time? It's huge. I'll tell you what. No, it's not good. I've been there in the recent 2 years. Wiley Harris, Hank Wiley. You better like the video. So now they're pulling up to me, all the comic Mexican for a little bit. Nobody can have peace. I guess they are there with like a big camera probably or something. Are you doing shut the fuck up, dude. You know what they're doing. What are you talking about? Be like, are you wearing a black colored t-shirt? Yeah. T-shirt's black, moron. They can see that. Why are you asking me if I'm doing something I'm obviously doing? You stupid open mic loser. Are you all three with like super curly red hair right now? You guys have red hair. The job of a comedian is just to say what everyone else sees. Good job, buddy. No jokes in there. I mean, I'm just as good as him though, because when you walk into a open mic, are your teeth tiny? I'm trying to think of the most ridiculous thing I'm sure I've done things like this to people. I'm not saying I'm above it. I kicked a guy out once. I said, you have to leave. He was like a weirdo. I was like, you actually have to go. I said, I don't think you like it. I don't want to. I would always be like, don't film if it's like somebody. I'm like, I don't want to be part of your thing at this. I don't want people filming it the fourth wall at the Hollywood Comedy or whatever. I've done it to myself, but let me do it to myself. But look at people who don't want to watch this now. It's like 50%. Let's go ahead and do a poll of which one's the worst. Which one's the worst? Fourth wall, Hollywood Comedy, Badger and Jam. They don't know what these places are, but that's funny. All of mine. Yeah. Fourth wall. What was that one? Badger and Jam. I know which one's the worst. What? Marty's? But that's not slime. That was a long time ago. That was a precursor to slime. Yeah. Marty's. And I did like this one tweet about Marty's a long time ago that fucking, I'm still proud of myself. I can't remember exactly what I said, but like, I essentially described what Marty's was, and I said, and that place lasted until just now. It was like, so Marty's was, and he can't even really say what it was on YouTube, probably. So it's this guy that in his apartment had an open mic, and I don't know if it was like first come first serve or whatever it was, but he would open it up by doing material about and not just that like strange kind of CHILD, and then it would like run all night. No one would ever be in the room. Nobody would watch, and that thing lasted for like 15 years. People were going to it. The wait, like more than one time. Like you go there and there'd be no one there, and Marlon Wayans is there. And it's just like the strangest thing in history. And please tell me if I'm wrong, but Marty looked like a skinny James Dean. Yeah, I think so. I never did. Oh, you never did? No, this is just did you do Marty? I always skipped it because people describe it like that. I don't watch this. Okay, so describe it. I was there, dude. Was it like what I said? Yes. That's why I'm surprised you haven't been. You literally walked in. And then Marty gets up. I feel like Marty's always in the same chair. He gets up and he's like, oh, hey, what's up, guys? Skinny James. And he walks you to the plane and he's like, you got money? And then you give him money. And then he's like, all right, well, I'm going to host the show now. There's nobody there. He goes on stage. He does 15 minutes about the worst stuff you ever heard. I think he tried to do the worst material ever. Yeah. Like the Aristocrats kind of thing. Yeah. And then somebody would walk in and he knows who they are. I think that he would text people to come through. Yeah. And so like Jamar Name would come by. Yeah, him too. And he would go on stage for 10 minutes. And then like eventually you get on stage, but they made you wait all night, you know? Yeah. Got there first year. It's like a regular show for an open mic. And that's what I mean, I don't know if you said before, but I wanted to shout out to GT there, Pussy. GT, Racine, we just talked about it last night. One of the greatest movies I saw. I was walking down, I saw this one girl, and I said, I want to eat that pussy with pizza. And I thought to myself, this thing was so much better than stuff that's pussy with pizza. And it's too bad. I mean, if he was still alive, I'd probably still be yeah, dude, it was a sad day for such bad comedy. He was just a great guy. But it's here. Alright, so Noah, this is the guy that's going to go first. Okay. And he's their cameraman. Let's go and check out how bad he does. I like that he's wearing ice cream shirt, ice cream. Yeah, this is great. That's a great crazy thing to wear on a like
That's the China.
chicks that laugh at them makes me But yeah, dude, I've been watching Gallagher Sisters for 3 days. You like the Gallagher Sisters until you saw that. They're like, damn, I used to be a fan. Almost 1 million, dude. That's interesting that they're that young and married. He looks ridiculous. I thought they looked crazy. I like the way he dresses. I know, I gotta say, that's where I should. The Hollywood comedy sisters. What are we doing at Traxxas? That is so funny that his friends are yeah, they probably practice that shit. Not the reaction, but she's legit laughing. Oh man, okay, so listen, we don't need to watch the whole thing. Right? Now this girl was up there, and this actually made me laugh the first time I watched it. Okay, not in a, it's an end in a breaded chop. The way she starts is very good. Yeah. My mom found that cell show on my side. She has a problem with pronunciation or something. So let's see how she like this. That's so funny. Man, that is funny, man. Have a good time. They fucked the guy that, no offense really to the guy that was hosting, but it's like comedians trying. I hope that's not what I look like. They look like he was dead. Right. You know, like you gotta have a little bit of like when try. You know, I know I'm a little energy guy. I don't want to like look like I'm fucking sad and dead. But you're part of the problem. You know, I sense the thing right now that people should actually, you know, take heed of it. We should make an example of you because you just literally called the host. He wasn't the host. All right. So this was the host that you. Oh wow, reaction even like this thing on Twitter.
And I work at the Hollywood Club on Melrose Pine.
So why did you say that? He works there. It's a job. All right.
It still has to look like so it's according to that
Spicy.
Yeah, I work out.
Been there for almost a year now. Recently, there was an altercation that happened at the club, and I was the host. The Wednesday night that the Gallagher sisters arrived from open mic, and they
war memory. Yeah, I mean, you know, we're going to be popping in and out of all this stuff. Let's go back to what happened on stage. Yes, it's just you. I think it's so funny.
It is kind of funny, man. Fuck these humorless folks in the audience not giving anything to laugh. Fucking, it's funny.
I'm on their side, but this is like I'm on no one's side. I'm on our side. I'm on our side. If somebody like did a joke and laughed that hard, that's crazy. It's funny. I feel a lot worse than this. Yeah, it's funny. I'm down. I'm envisioning people that have made me much angrier than these people. Oh, I mean, I'm sure you'll get this later. Oh my god. I mean, look, dude, at least they're not bothering you. They just I can't even understand what she's saying. So she was saying something to the effect of orphans in the crowd. Unless the celebrity here, in which case he's just done. So, okay. Yeah. Anyways, so, and then look at this girl. I've never clapped that wide of a she's like, oh, it's right. If that was a couch, it would be broken. I would want to cover theirs and that's how we make sure they got 5 to 6 goodies being the supportive of me. How my vibe is.
Essentially lie and falsely label the open mic comedians that were before me as the host.
See, just like you falsely labeled the guy as the host. This guy made a video because they thought the other guy that host. That's not why he made the video. Let's get to the next comment. Coming up next to the stage is this. I'm going to for his head and see. I'm not very good at saying that much juxtaposition. That's not good. So hard, like every situation. What age is that guy? You guys watch New World, which sounds like it's good. Yeah, you suck. Very much so. You suck. This girl actually, I can tell, she's in a crowd. I was like, but this first one was younger Jordan. Anyways, she's bomb. Everyone bombs. I don't know. One good comedy. It's not happening. I was expecting it. And as far as on stage activities goes, I feel like the last comic is the worst only because not only is it being bad, but then she won't get off stage and she has to, like, this is this kind of comic that stays on stage so long. She got the lie that she should play. Also, on the look, which is weird. I've noticed that it's a little weird. It's like it's kind of like a pornographic, like X-Men costume or something. Right. Except for the robe with the little highlighted robe. Except, I mean, I would not say upstate. So obviously that there's more from upstate. That's why she's got her she's even aware that. You know what I mean? That's kind of messed up. Right. That's what I'm saying. I want to get up. Everyone in the room wants to get up. Even she wants to get up. So why is she still there? Because it's the, you know, that feeling of you're not really doing the right thing sometimes. Like, why do I keep doing the wrong thing? Why did I say the end? You know, it'd be funny if she was like really, like, you know how some stand-up is like, for some people, when they talk about comedy, they're like, you sprinkle rules and like dice so much right in the light. And she has heard that. It'd be funny if she was doing it just because she said so much respect for dice. She said that the mic, like, but dice always are in the light. I want to be like the greats. Those are just pay attention to like the greats. Okay, wait, I'm not more of her officer.
מדבש הזיפים והסקיפס. Also with the exceptions of really again. So zipim dvash, and sakifis.
It's too like it was the whole chest again. Okay. Let's just go ahead and get to the outside part. So she finally comes on stage. And then starts to come back and then the vibe of a real like there's like I thought I noticed it. I mean, he's like so pissed. But they're also talking while he's on stage. So it's fucking, yeah, but he's not the guy talking. He's the guy that said something while the other guy was talking. I don't know who's talking to Jeff. So now they are but we're right back. Let's go into this. So the whole time they're complaining about all the comedy and how it's not a welcoming environment, right? Yeah. So now they get back to the hotel. They're still going to cooking. But looking, this is no longer a happy night. You can see she has very upset. I'm surprised what I expect. I guess I can't even go back to what I thought comedy was going to like before. You know, maybe I thought it was going to be friendly. I thought it was free food, good times. You know, the drinks on tap for free, everything's free. For sure, laughed at me. They were all like, wow, tough crowd. That's the best trip I ever heard of. Oh my god, the Formula One, dude. He said this is good experience.
Sitting in a chair. Listen, we came tonight. We had a very good time. Very understanding for your problems. You're very interesting. And I know, even I was watching the video right now, holidays, a certain thing, about people, whatever that experience. 20 out of 10. It was a learning curve for me. Whatever you want, secret thing, follow me. I had fun. Don't be on the stage and be sitting down and be turned on my face. Don't do that.
That would be so funny if she's talking about that guy Sammy or not funny. You're like my wife. You want to go on a date? They're mad because it's creepy. It would be funny if you break my gum. Everyone watching me like just I want them to fight the comedians in the Hollywood conference. They seem legitimately angry. It would be so funny if they got their video was fighting the host after it. They're mad at the host. This is the face of girl makes when I tell her what it's close. It's funny. Yeah. It's funny. Like that whole thing of when people are showing, they just don't understand how things are in comedy, and they get really mad, and they antagonize the other people in the room, but the other people respond, making fun of them, and they go, what? Why? How did that happen? We were so nice. It's like, no, you ruined this open mic for these 6 to 10 losers, and, like, they're not going to be happy about that. And, yeah, their one-liners weren't good, probably not. But maybe they were. Maybe they were. That's another thing I've seen people do. Sometimes people get roasted like, good. And then afterwards they're like, it wasn't even good. It's like everyone was laughing, but I didn't see any of it. It's like the comedy, Cooney, listen, and I love you. You're a great guy. Never mentioned but I like that you're taking a different approach to this where you're kind of on their side. But here's the thing. Let me describe to you these people. I'm not on their side. I'm on either. I quote, everyone in that open mic group should probably be that. Yeah, because I know Charleston is going to be both sides. Trump should. I bet you so here's the thing. These people are all there 20%, right? Probably, yeah. You think they're going to stop and listen to them? You think they have the attention span to actually have a constructive view on the comics sense? Probably not. There, this is we got a pure rage that they fucking did not have the time to realize we're going to go. It's crazy that they're doing that because it's like it's almost unbelievable that they wouldn't realize it. But I guess they're very young. But yeah, no, they're a little bit funny too. Let's see here. The crazy on the girl. True. I thought that was that's more about sports, right? Like if you have a big club, maybe. That sounds like someone said, let's go forward in 3 minutes. So they're kind of inciting violence. Yeah. I love the idea of famous YouTubers getting mad about specific open micers. Like maybe someone right now. Like, and that guy, blah, 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 he's a fucking asshole. Like, and then they start subscribing. Just some random guy who's been open micing for years. This is the most run he's ever going to get. He pissed off 3 random 20-year-olds from Canada that have 7 million followers. I wanted that make me want to go back to open mics. Maybe I'll be able to snub 3 famous YouTubers. Janae, I didn't see your comment earlier, so they're not all 3 triplets. However, they can pass for triplets, which is very smart, yes. And And the one does not look like the other two. Yes. So they're not tripped. Yeah. She got our, yeah, the younger one is obviously out. By the way, I didn't see it 4 or 5 minutes later, so there's still I didn't really see them being that rude. Like, what did they film the rude parts? Didn't seem that rude to me. They were very rude. It's just going to them. And then, yeah, being very sensitive about anything being sensitive. Which had an open mic, things are going to be said about you. It's so funny to be sensitive when you're filming. Like, imagine you got, like, you know those people that used to set up, like, giant cameras? You got a guy who's, like, doing this, filming your own mic set, and you're, like, getting mad that people making fun of you. What did you expect? The guy that's in the Soderbergh thing, like, that's what you, it's probably what it looks like. It's like you're filming a goddamn movie at the Hollywood Bowl. This is going to be my Hollywood Except I'm going to put my face here. That's true. So now they're telling me. It just starts sweating. Her shirt sometimes sweating and it works. Explaining for 20 minutes, basically this video is like, what's annoying to me is they didn't get it in a funny way. They instantly like, we are losing our business way. Enter Jimmy and Sellers, dude. That's yeah, I can't wait to see that. Jimmy is what they replaced. Am I wrong? Do you also get to use that? And is that like a way to be famous? Are you trying to sound like He's not Canadian, right? He's English. That's what he sounds like. Oh, no, nothing. It's like not, it's almost not British. Yeah. Weird, dude. And the chat. Am I totally out of base? Anyways, yeah. It's not that I was running into a traffic ring. What I was doing was putting salsa on pizza. That's how I said, yeah, that's close. Yeah. He's hard accent to do. I have to, like, I don't know who to practice to get. Yeah, thank you. It's just weird, isn't it? She sounds so much like me. Everyone sounds like that to me. All my life.
So you're not at war in the middle of nowhere. Doesn't change the reality. It doesn't make your violence go away. It just makes you more likely to die. It's not even a war. It's a violence goes away.
I guess he has a bit more of like whatever that, a little bit of simple name.
All right, well, let's say good morning. Great, this is for American Translation. We begin by thanking all of our sponsors for thanks. Our Commodore sponsors for the month of Shvat. This dedicating overshoot women Joshua this month in memory of her husband, Avram Ben Kamal Eliezer Halevi's Zechron Lebracha. Thank Ayala and Sarah Steinberg for dedicating overshoot and Joshua this month. And this was a fortune Lamis Das Sushal. And to thank our Dafumi sponsors for today, Baruch Gold, in memory of his father, Shasar Rafal, Ben Avram, Zechron Lebracha, we hope that in merit of our Torah, all of the Nisham Slavin Avi, the families in the Chama, all those who require the law should have one together with Kol Chobe Yisrael. Let us begin. Today's daf is daf Shayim. Incredible daf. Says the Mishnah.
There is a moment where she gets tears, but
Rambam,
after the tears happen, it kind of looks like
sorry, says the Mishnah. Amar Harini Nazir Achas Kidola. Harini Nazir Achas Kikana. So it's an interesting thing. Just remember again, we keep focusing on the concept.
I wish it was
already established in the last
so she's doing it where she's really like she's so offended
about
that the
the
California
numerous here of
and that's not
Nazir.
funny. That's what I said. I was like, dude, what are you funny? Yeah, that's
my father of Masno was going to
everyone in this saga sucks ass. You know what it is? It's a fundamental misunderstanding of people. And like, and not just humor, but like where you are in the world, the context of things. Because clearly, from my vantage point, these are three random people that are not funny and not really.
Let's say a guy says, Harini Nazir Achos Idola. I am literally again, I am a Nazir for one period of a long time. For one long period. Right? Or Harini Nazir Achos Kitana. Or I'll be a Nazir for one short period of time. So what happens? I'm feeling the kind of so far. Let's say a person says, I'm going to be a Nazir from now until the end of the world. So what's that?
I can see it well, there's a fake cry. But she's doing a fake cry for for YouTube.
So we'll say,
There's a disconnect there.
the first case
This
and
is
the
not
second case.
the joke.
Okay, guys,
Oh shit, I'm making a
for a
joke.
long time you'll be able
This
to
is real. This is
I don't know what a
100%
long time means.
Everything is
I don't know what short
100%
time means.
real.
So again,
And
therefore,
that's why the fake cry is I'm so bothered by it. So she's actually sad. It's a manipulative fake cry. This isn't a bit. No, she's so this is when you're at this level of doing the Rothschild podcast, when you're putting my career at best, you figure out how to take a bad situation and turn it into a positive. So that's what she's trying to do is get more money
Why
out of
would I
it. So she's, when I watch the rest of it, she's legitimately says, yeah, that, okay, then I take back everything I said. I'm curious now. I assumed it was a joke. No. I wanted them to be funny about it. I would have preferred them to be funny about the situation and be like, you guys suck. Just say like, God, fuck you guys. Well, she's talking about legal action, that they are defaming the club. Callie Garrett says here they're suing them. No, she's suing them. She said the Messias is what? That.
translated from here until so and so. Okay, so let's start that one. So let's say a person says, I am a Nazir from here up to New York. New York to New York. Okay, so what do we do? We look at it. I'm confused. From New York. So let's start that one. How does this relation New York? If it's less than 30 degrees from here to New York, then what? Nazir supposed to New York. Once again, that's exactly what we said before. I'm up to learn so.
Can you go back? I want to see the
So okay, fine.
There's no chance I can do
They
yeah.
laughed. And the Nazir to the math. Ultimately, from here up to but I don't understand. What's it? So what's the contrast? If something is known, if I say, I really love you here, you can buy so long. So what's that about? 30 days. What do you do with that phrase? What do you do with that phrase? That becomes a disputed phase about telling about
I have three jokes about triplets doing homework myself. I love the idea that there was a thing called Percy Twins here. She started making fun of roasting and Percy Twins. One of them has no penis. But some of the Hollywood comedy itself from being
I'm a
defamed
from Europe, from New
by the
York.
Caligari.
But I'm really saying this.
That's
I'm really
crazy.
saying this.
My bad. And then
This
the
is
thing you talk about those dumb as daddy. I don't know what's
the
you were
trick
cooking in that
from
bullshit
Europe,
that.
Gemara says, "Ushkabah shelech sikta dara."
So what are your thoughts so far?
The case is
I'm
traveling
like
to
laughing at the idea that
that's the case.
the Hollywood
The case
comedy is being
says,
defamed.
I'm in
They
the
have to
middle of a
defend
journey.
themselves. Where I'm coming from, dude, we know ourselves. What comic, like, their model is comics need time, and comics are going to do time. Comics
And I go ahead
by
and I say,
Caligari's sisters.
I
Oh,
should
yeah.
be a Muslim.
That's why, yeah, think of your market. Your market is just open micers. That'd be funny if all me, I can't go there anymore to see how many they were in Caligari's sisters. No, dude, that's the open mic I'm saying next, dude. The open mic community it basically decides what it does on the whim of the Caligari sisters from Canada. But here's what I'm where I'm coming from, dude. They're trying to flip this into some more money to donation links on every single one of those. You know, that's what I'm saying. They're just posting about this nonstop. And Zhao Ying Summers has hundreds of thousands.
I say, I'm hereby become a Nazir. You can, but I'm not
And she's
Nazir,
just
but
fake crying
here
into
to
the camera.
So it says, now
And also stating that she's trying to take her life.
now I'm going to go outside.
That
It's not
comedy is her
says,
baby.
if the
She's
term
also 6 months
is
pregnant
less
now.
than
She's like,
30
she's making a bunch of,
Nazir for 30
adding a bunch of
more
stuff
than
on
30 days.
to try to like, I refuse to be silent. That says that at the end. I refuse to be
As
silent.
much as we said that there's
What is she
no
talking
for
about? I know
less
I'm a
than 30
suicide
days,
survivor.
you can be a Nazir for more than 30
Did threaten them in any way? I don't know. She
For
would
example,
probably rationalize that in some ways. I fucking hate it. It's fake.
I'm a
Get
Nazir
it?
for
Everyone sucks. All of
30
you guys suck.
days.
I know this is very inside. I
But once you get
apologize.
above 30, it
I apologize for saying this.
Okay, we'll get reference that next
The
time.
Caligari
You want
sisters
that, you know
hired
what,
an
but I
attorney.
will say this now,
Told her like
I'm
something said with an attorney, and that
traveling
attorney
from
was.
Baltimore to New York, and I say, this not that I'm not going to Terrible system, and I love these. Look at the news of the journey. Less than 30 days, every more than 30 days, my residence list is the amount of the journey. I will say like this. One
Hey, I'm attorney Rob Pebbles. I represent Mark Holly against this case of his job or whatever. We do a lot of stuff here. We're not talking about suicide or pregnant women. Organization tears because of Greek influence in children's more than that.
generates its own
Subsidies.
So for every parasol, there's another 30 days. Which the Gemara says, on that papa, Asra is a low money person. From a place where they don't count these parasites. Fine. But the hobby
How much
for
staff
Asra,
does the fucking Hollywood company have? This is insane. They have a manager? Is this a bigger operation than I thought? Yeah. Dude, they have an operations manager in Hollywood company. That's wild. The fourth wall is so funny. One time when I was at the fourth wall, this fucking actually not at the I just know story. I was even there. I just had my shoulder with the story because I went there right after him. The food inspector came from the city and was like trying to investigate this way that has open mic, and he was asking
every single night that I stop open somewhere, that's every night that I watch somewhere, you tell people I let's say guy says, like to dump on you, look at the Mars. I'm going to be a Nazir like to dump on you. Or say I will collect the hairs on my head. Right, so listen, I want to say that I make an other. I give you another like the hairs on my head, okay, on my head. Or to kohalan, or like the granules of sand, and see. I read that Nazir Sallallahu I want to this person to the eternal Nazir, Nazir Allah, and then I laugh after this stuff. I don't think that there was never going to put this over in practice in that. Which is like Nazir Allah, like Nazir Allah, you know, this forever, has the ability to make hair right every 30 days. That's every time I think this kind of hair. Like power. Right? Like what you do there.
So what's it? So now what we have over here, I'm mixing in my there, but Harini knows that you can't so what did he say? How do you get that? How do you get that? Now remember again. Now I'm also the mindset was I'm making these never red, but I'm in a journey for it. So now we literally
This
look
is
at
so funny, and just the idea. I remember when like every once in a while, too, would ask me
turn. No
to do
problem.
it. And you could get paid. And I was there anyway, so I was like, all right,
Less
sure.
than 30
And
days,
you had to like
when I
go to
was
some
30 days,
weird place,
I was like, why?
unlock,
Why
get
don't
the
we
key,
look at every
door, lock up.
how
It's
this
just,
is quite
it is really not.
souls or nights that you love, whatever it is. Why don't we look at every unit of the journey as triggering
I
its
had a
own
pretty good.
methodology? After all,
I know it's two bits about that. Like,
I am a Nazir, like the best of the earth. I am the Nazir, sand, like the sand by the ocean. I am a Nazir, like the bells on my head. They will say, what does that do? That makes me a Nazir odom. Because what we're seeing is what? Every hair becomes essentially from every granular of dirt. So let's say, so you see that when you link a Nazir and Nazir to something called earth, you become almost self-perpetuating cycles of disease based on the see no deal. You don't have information as to how many versions of contact only let every unit of the journey trigger its own independent regulation, which miracles is incredible. From no such is itself no custom. Anything that has a defined that is a typical Rashi system. Actually, particularly Rashi. Let's look at the Rashi. So let's say the Rashi is not the widest lines, white lines.
I was like, yeah, it's been a while
Four
since I
lines.
tell me what actually, I said, just, don't act like I'm a big deal to my friends. Don't know that I have this show to the show.
Anything that also that has an established you talk about multiple things, like for example, from here, no person knows you care about Allah, zeros, communion, and God. And high and muscle, so let's say,
he was very happy to see me.
You see how many does
Anytime you want to hang out, don't even feel like it's like a fan thing. I'm like, yeah, well, what the fuck did this guy say to you that dude? What was that conversation like then? That is obviously, it's disturbing.
Viable, and let's say we use up is one standard relation of zeros links to the quantifiability of the item. So therefore, again, if I say I read up in the kind of control, I say one of the zeros. What's the duration of negative zeros and the duration? The length of the term, with a minimum of 30 days. Finish the rush about Seyar, the upper, the whole, the hair, dirt, sand, rubbish, which are things that cannot be quantified. In normality, how about a lot of the zeros have like another? Because it doesn't make sense. It's like one duration of the zeros.
Not really. I wish I was more
on one duration
like
of
that.
the zeros. One
But this picture,
why? Because you don't know how long the duration goes.
she goes,
So
should we do a redhead picture? And we were like, how's it going? Can we do like a redhead picture? Like, yeah, that's hilarious. I'm just about yeah, right now, or whatever. And she told him that she likes
one
show. They talked about that for a while. I said,
quantifiable duration of the item.
and I watched it.
When you link to the something that's not quantifiable, so let's say somebody needs to kind of what do you do? You assume that you're taking on multiple 30-day UJs. Isn't that fascinating? So when you say, I should be a nurse, like the hairs on my head, I know hairs on my head. I don't know. It's not quantifiable. Or quantifiable, I guess. I'm not trying to go every hair. And the nice set, what I'm doing over here is I'm taking on multiple 30-day UJs corresponding to the hairs on my head. It's not standard. What's here? Absolutely fascinating. So the Rush continues, he says, Galen, don't want to die there to do it, go to beach time, before happening to the 30 days, weekly, and corresponding ultimately again, So what they say, you make a distinction, so when you say, أنت عن مطلق هذه نقول أنت عن مطلق so is that quantifiable? Is that quantifiable? Absolutely. What we call quantification is quantifiable. So if it's quantifiable, then here's what I'm doing. I'm making one negative zeros with a quantifiable relation. Quantifiable relation. I say, I really love the hands on my head, like the dust on the earth, like the sand by the ocean. Those things, unquantifiable. What I do with that, unquantifiable. What I'm doing is, I'm taking one, so now I'm going to do of 30 things with the zeros. Incredible. Incredible. You know what it says? For that kind of video, having the first he says, I'm going to do another application of my life. Or I really love you and you can love you forever. What's that about? How do you judge love you or let's say forever? Mayor Shana, Hafilu Ala Shana. Let's say a person says, I'm going to be a Nazir for 100 years. Or I'm going to be a Nazir for 1,000 years. Aim that Nazir Olam. And I'll say, this is not a Nazir Olam. Allah, Nazir, rather Nazir forever. Let's say, you got to catch on this. It's a very big thing. Olam and a Nazir Olam. Let's say Nazir Olam is a specific type of Nazir. Right? There's a person who does it the rest of his life.
Bunch of idiots with podcasts, so
Everyone's wrong here.
and that has brought us to this moment of hell. But you'll notice that some of that will not that is only increasing. Take, for example, vehicle shops. Go on this recent flavor and the mention of things the same word about plays in, and then I want to react.
So the rock says over here, the rock says back, hey, the pizza. Harry knows this very something. These five minutes in watches are proof. Right, it's a proof. That when you go ahead and you make the legend of zero, and you use it for something unquantifiable, right? So coordinate high out, right? Or Nazir Olam, right? So I'll say, so again, these are quote unquote unquantifiable. You don't know how long we're going to do this, right? You know, so therefore, what's the halacha? The halacha is, well, so I can't make it already is your coordinate high out, Harney Nazir Olam, Harney said Olam. So Game Shama Harini Nazir Tamil Hayai, Game Shari Nazir Olam, who Nazir Olam who make her the card, who maybe Tarban Mishum the less to make you see. Okay, for example, these are unquantifiable items. So because you're unquantifiable, you become a Nazir Olam. Or as a Nazir Olam, you're able to go ahead and like the Lord. On the flip side, you say that your refugees are down to you, I thought out, you know, even more fortunately, but that's all. Nevertheless, even if you see some who doesn't live alone, the anal Mikalia, who you may tie up, the Roman Mikalia, the first I try to back up, so now we'll really fast. There is a distinction between moving your leg and used for something quantifiable versus something unquantifiable. When you move your leg and used for something quantifiable, we understand the nether is one nether is attracted to the rich.
I saw this one that's like, how much did you love the Burke Crusher for Sunday's football game? That's your hammer at my TV.
Multiple independent 30-day but again,
Did you see that Rogan just interviewed one of the biggest jumos on the planet? This is the guy that can't open a pickle jar.
One is called the Nazir Olam, and one is called the Nazir Olam. And Nazir Olam is a type of Nazir like down and goes forever. That type of Nazir is supposed to renew every day. A Nazir Olam is someone who is stuck in the ongoing cycle of the incredible. Rabbi on the last step, tiny saddles, put that on the
I just was making fun of
all of the novels,
I didn't really watch. I watched the podcast reviews like on it, sort of, but I watched it like I watched podcast reviews. Like I barely take it a second when you're taking quite a bit. Yeah, but once them on my page, right?
See, I will say,
But
what
yeah, I
you're
mean, that
doing
guy's
is, see, as much as you
not a
say,
chance I'm never
your
listening to that
emotions are like
fucking
the hairs
podcast.
on your
Yeah,
head.
he's annoying. He's like thinks he's really smart.
Independent. So it's constantly hairs independent, and therefore that. Each hair generally is only 30 days long. I've worked once I can buy the young man, by hair by broken yellow hug. So what's happening? But by days, I can say the same. In other words, also, if I say how any resident, I find not control. Like when I'm here as well, that's the way. I'm thinking whatever number it is. So you go, so each one independent. That's the essential thing about generally all independent 30-day measures. Plus some lab to live in the had
Or go see Bert Kreischer every night for a week straight. I'd rather spend CEOs and walk
My farmer, the mama believer, had the or the old lumber max, the other, there was a this is
So he is an MCA kind of guy. He does this show. And it's multiple world events. Politics. He was thrown in jail by Barack Obama. And he's actually asking now for a pardon from Trump because it was one of those Edward Snowden.
And I think we all know the literacy background. And at least when it comes to Darwin, I'm visiting one mind flows, and therefore we do not raise a separate kind of each other. I will say, so that's the raise and bear. Like bear, I think bear is ask you a question or two, and I want you to answer correctly. Anything else. But this
so when you go ahead and make another zero, like your hair is on your head, you're reaching, you know, get to
I guess it's long.
and then for 6 months,
January 6th.
and now you're all about law enforcement.
So please pick a side. And stick with it.
days are one continuum. And if I
Regarding
look
the
at
FBI taking
one
over this
negative
investigation,
is a protracted
this
journey.
is wrong.
Love on the love says,
Creating capital letters, I'll tell you.
why do you have to go ahead and have such this shiny awesome dog Hasani Harini Nazi So let's say this is incredible. So Rabbi said, I don't say why everyone is getting all excited. I was like, please, the Hashi Gemara of Harini Nazi and by Makasoni. Rabbi said that the case of Harini Nazi Achas, you can't buy Makasoni. Oh,
Yo, what the fuck? Yo. So once you say I'm a Nazir and one day, you're going to interpret the significant says Harini Nazir is what? 30 days. And you know the effort means I'm taking upon myself the second period of the year. And I want to articulate taking on myself the second period of zeros for one day. There's only one problem, which is there's only zeros for one day. Therefore, once you take on the second period of zeros for one day or for 1 hour, for that matter, it's effectively taking on another period of zeros. Says, not only than this thing called Henry. I got it. But why do you have to give all of these exceptions? Right? I'm a Nazir and for 1 day. I'm a Nazir for 1 hour. I'm a Nazir and a half. I got it.
bad.
Let's say you're a
Wrong.
Nazir,
It's like,
and then
yeah,
you
that's
add
not
on
really
something else.
ignorant.
Whatever something else
You
is.
gotta
1 day,
say
1
your
hour,
point,
1 half. Like
this
once
is
you
what I
accept the second part of the
if
procedures,
you're right
you are
now,
Nazir for
is
another 30 days.
persuasive.
How do
One
you
question.
understand
You
the
have a
examples? I'll tell you
gun.
what, says the Gemara. So if you Tana Harini Nazir
Yeah.
the Yom
I
Echad, if
also
it would
agree
have
with
just said I'm a
whatever you're saying.
Nazir
This is just
and 1 day,
information. I think he's
also
kind of
would
like
have been
able to
in
move
the
up
Yom
his
Echad.
presentation and stuff. He's just
Rabbi,
Trump.
Kamali
Yeah,
Kaiser.
that makes
So
sense.
it can't be
But he's also
so once you said
commenting on
1
my
day, 1
situation
day
in a
automatically
negative
moves
way.
the second, then
Yeah.
moves this with
Like, I kind of
How
see eye to
about
eye with him.
Harini
Oh,
Nazir
shit.
Shah? The person says I'm a Nazir. And for
Shout out
1
to you,
hour,
Feminist.
Lindni,
Oh,
Lamed
shit. Rolling,
Maybe
rolling,
I
rolling.
wasn't that.
I think you're creative. They got the fucking
Everyone
voices.
gave
Say
us
roll, roll, roll.
Kamash Malone, Kamash Malone,
How would he
even
say
if
it?
it says I'm a Nazir, and for 1 hour,
We need somebody
that
to
1
give
hour
$200
is
for
second
it. You say it wrong, huh?
and if
Well,
that's the case of 1 hour,
all right.
This is wrong,
that
wrong, and I'm
I am excited.
about Apple
Shout out.
Enough is the
Damn,
back
it's
dog.
I think so. The aim is right.
So let's say, when a guy says, Harini
All right,
Nazir,
we'll
I'm
see
a
you next
Nazir,
week.
the shot is 1 hour. What does that mean?
All right, we're going to be
Like,
ending
those
here,
also,
so have a
remember,
great
everyone's
rest of your evenings.
there's no such
We'll
concept
talk
as
to
God.
you
It's like,
next
limited,
week.
like, you know what?
Piece of cheese, piece of cheese, piece of cheese.
You know, let me take it out for a couple of hours. Right? I'll be
Alrighty.
on the
Later on, y'all. Here, guys.
some people do another thing with my cover, that you know. And I would say, but for myself, right? But you know, it says, so I'm only, there's no such concept like that. So I would have said, where a person is so unspecific, right? So that's when it triggers a second negative disease. Well, let's say a guy says, I'm going to be a Nazir for a Nazir and a half. I will say, Nazir and a half is pretty specific, right? What does Nazir and a half mean? 1/3 of 30 days a month, 1/3 of 15 days. It's very specific. I would have thought that that's weird. How much more about you Nazir time? So I will say, I'm not going to myself, what this was not teaching me was something very interesting. That the moment you become a Nazir, you see a Nazir, already Nazir, you don't have them. Already Nazir, having Nazir, we met so. Once you go ahead and you go into that second year, you are now concentrating of that second year. Okay, but I say, watch message. I really know you're supposed to know the shots. Listen, I watch this. In this case of your person says, I already know you. I am
Welcome back
here
to Rackman
30
Tweets.
days
As always,
and 1
for the
hour.
Patreon,
30 days and 1
this
hour.
week.
Or
The Patreon, you get early access to Stop Laughing. You
or on
started
another
it. That's what I want right there, dude. The energy. I don't know why your energy goes, welcome back to Rackman Tweets. Yeah, you're right. I fucked up. Fucked up. Like, ouch. But then when I start laughing, you get angry. I like that. Oh, yeah. I just start laughing at you in the beginning. I wasn't really angry, but I just wanted to be, live. I wanted to give the audience something. Right? You know, I want to be the wacky guy that you like on TV. I'm a TV runner too. But anyways, on the Patreon, they get early access of our other show, 10 Minutes of Show. And I have a heart attack. But before the show started, we had a buzzing. I know that podcasts do this, and I'm sorry, but I think this is funny. We had a buzzing, and one of the it was Gerardo's microphone. That's not a deal. Like, that's not saying anything bad about him. Okay? It just happened to be his microphone on his phone. It's the team's phone. So there's a buzzing, right? And he goes, do you know why the buzzing is? After we saw him, after Gerardo saw him. After I motivated Gerardo, we saw him. And he goes, you know why it happens? I go, no. He said, what it means is that an electrical cable is on top of a microphone. Not what I said, but keep going. Is it how he said it? Microphone is on top of an electrical cable. Or vice versa. Does it matter? Well, what did you say after I said that? I want to get to this. But does they, which one is on top of the other? Does that matter? I think it does because, you know, the power grid is kind of on the floor. Microphone cable is on top of his floor. Yeah. The power grid, you mean where you plug it into? Is that the power grid? Yeah, like the grid of power, basically. Like all the power cables that go here, there, over there. What's a grid? A grid is like a line cable. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, wait, I'm making this up though. I'm not, you don't even know if that's what a grid is. Listen, I speak my own terms. The shit gets recorded. It gets filed. I got you spotted. Yeah, that's right. You walked into Cooney's corner. Oh, you're obfuscating what you said. What did you say? No, well, I want to get to what I said because I think I know the answer to it, and I want to know if it's right. And I have enough, humility that I'm willing to see if it's right. I don't care. I think it's funnier if it's wrong. Okay. So I jokingly said, but also seriously, I said I don't even know the difference between those two kinds of kangaroos. And you laughed. But, now that I think about it, an electro cable, that just probably means that it's what you plug in for power, and the mic cable is what you plug in the mic. So I did know, it's the Cody laziness. My wife, she calls it weaponized incompetence, where I don't even try to understand what's going on. I go, I didn't know that. Actually, I do that difference. Electric cable. Let's start this way. We'll talk about it. And she gets mad at me because, I'm not really, trying to figure it out because I'd rather just be tweeting. Oh, man, I wanted to wait till later. I'm going to wait till later to get into this. Yeah, but how are you doing? I'm doing great. Thank you, friends. Weaponizing competence, huh? Wow. It's just like we live in a city called Los Angeles. You know what I mean? Yeah, I would prefer everyone spoke fucking Spanish, dog. Weaponizing competence, dude. You know what I mean? Makes me feel like shit in my own city, dude. Why the hell? Because I don't know what the fuck that means. Weaponizing competence. I can explain it to you. Yeah, I'm going to be incompetent when you do. It's like weaponize my feelings. It's when you put there's a wide weaponizing competence is just being incompetent being stupid, right? Weaponizing means you're using it as a weapon. So I'm as a way of doing things as incompetent. But all that being said is that I didn't want to get into this so early in the podcast. I just told people to start listening to this podcast that I see all the time, and they send me episodes, stuff like this, and they're going to check it out on the big screen. They were saying, and this is the first thing they see is me upset and pissed off. Well, that's an accurate depiction. That's not true. They're like, it's just like we just saw him the other day. He's the same man on the show as he is in real life. That's great. That's what people like. Okay. You should start yelling at them more. They'll be like, it's just like on the show. I don't even have to pretend I'm just the stupid person. I was peeing in an out bathroom, right? Okay, look, this is where this is coming from. Granted, this is going to be like momentum because it goes back in time, but I have a delay of emotions where how I feel about something I won't know it until tomorrow. Wait a minute, I did that, kind of thing. I don't know why, maybe because my parents made me up when they guys would beat me in the shower when I would meet them, stuff like this, right? So, what's it called? I was peeing in a bathroom, and I was
Stop eating seeds, seeds or corn has been genetically modified. On the farm, watermelons and
minorities.
Grape should have seeds. Those seeds contain carbohydrates. They remove the seeds to make them convenient. They only eat the original varieties that still have but you're actually eating a chemical source that supports your memory. Citrus, oranges, and clementines have to change your green to orange. Carrots today carry vitamins and antioxidants that stay fresh for weeks. They can lie
obviously I was trained to write as well. Because most people who are like I don't have a white way. However, the older Rabbi Akiva, is much general, would be now again, general, real estate 101. I tell you the deal, and managing not including the or
Maybe I said it convincingly because she leaned in and she was like, it's not that great right now, so we're all kind of struggling. And she was kidding, but I was like, oh, there's some truth to this, right? I'm saying great. Federal agents are mass shooting people in the street. There's all sorts of crazy shit. Wherever you stand on that, I think it's bad. Like, it is like trying time. The economy's wavering, you know? So I can see why everyone's stressed out, but it's also just Diet Coke. Drinking Diet Cokes or watching Brendan John people, everything's fun. Shout out people who hate each other for whatever fucking reason. It's so stupid. I think, like, why can't I say something? Why can't I express myself? The conversation I got in yesterday was not about something I did, but about something somebody else did, and I was in the room. And I wasn't even there when it happened, but they were still having this argument about this thing that happened. And asking for my point of view. And I was just in the corner, like a cut watching them fuck each other. And I was like, oh yeah, like agreeing with both sides. Right? It's kind of like if you're not even part of it, you didn't see it, why do I have to now have like a strong opinion about it? And I was rolling back so hard, dude, because every time they would go to me to be like, because of microaggression, because this, because that. And like, you know, you're Mexican, this kind of stuff, right? And me as a white person, like, I'm like, bro, this is, I don't want to. Yeah, the microaggression, you know what's funny to me about that is the microaggression thing. So, on the one hand, please correct me if I'm wrong, because as a white guy, you're like, what's going to happen? The microaggression thing, right? So, you go, white people made this microaggression thing in your mind. Not saying you're wrong, or that maybe did. And you're like, it's annoying, right? Because you're like, you said, making you now, they're making these terms up to define your right? But at the same time, so you get mad. But then, watch Jeff die, and you hate Jeff die because he's a total idiot, and he's starting to say things that aren't what you're saying, but they're kind of like that because he's like, whatever you suck it up, and then you start feeling like, you know, and then I can see how that thing. It's like in ancient medieval times when they would do that fucking, they do two different fronts and they engulf the end, they just start killing them all. I mean, it's like I can't go anywhere. I feel like I feel trapped at times, and it's not because I'm Mexican. I just feel trapped. Like I can't fucking express myself free in any way. Aside from race, it's just I say fuck all white people because that's hilarious to say, and honestly, everyone agrees. But no, just the white person yesterday that I was just like, Doc, I fucking hate you. I didn't say this out loud, but in my mind, I'm like, dude, I cannot stand you. You suck ass. You're like Whitney Cummings and Cardi right now to me, you know? Do you feel like you can't say stuff because of that? Oh, I'd rather not, because I don't want to have an argument or I don't want to go on this tirade about something. And then also, dude, I was telling somebody this the other day, I just bomb sometimes because I like bombing. Like if I go on stage and if I'm bombing, I'm gonna go further and then do shouldn't do on stage, like talk to the audience, shit like this. You've seen me do terrible, sure, yeah. And so like I do that shit in real life too, where it's like if this is going downhill, like let's go all the way downhill. I'm saying the F-word for gay people, you know what I mean? I'm saying like the worst things of all time to them, and then I gotta live with that moment whenever they're around orbiting again, you know? That's kind of funny that you'd be in a conversation with somebody that you're like getting angry with them, but you don't want to say anything because you know that if you disagree with them at all, you're going to turn it up to like the top notch and you'll never be able to speak to them again. So you'd rather just be like, hey man, yeah, sure, it sounds right. I think that's about right. Because vice versa, that would be like, yeah, fuck you, and all that. And not so much that creatively, yes. Whenever I work with somebody and I'm done working with them, I do go to this route. But I'm just saying, like, you sound like that's my sort of vernacular of like, let's have a laugh about this very intense, real thing you're making this out to be when it's not that. You know what I mean?
Do you think if you were able to say that, you would be less angry?
No, because then it becomes you know what that word does to fucking. I got the rubber kids. I was like, I can't get rid of that. I'm so sorry, dude. You know, this conversation turns into something else, and then it's just like I'm trying to navigate this world of vocabulary that I didn't create, and I'm trying to speak the same language with this person that's in this different world, dude. Like this white person is just in their own fucking world that white people created to make us feel a part of, but I don't feel a part of, dog. Anyways, I wanted to wait till the end of the podcast to do this. I want to start crying.
Damn, man.
I was peeing at the In-N-Out again. I was probably done peeing and still thinking that shit, dude. Just like standing at the fucking urinal. Like, I don't know why it hit me right after that.
So if I get that late, I think what I like right after is when I think about it. I'm thinking about things that make me mad, or I'm just intensely thinking I go the wrong way, or I forget to go off on the exit. So I'm just going, I start going to like other people, like other houses I've lived in LA, or like where my wife used to live, and then I'm like, oh, damn it, what the I'm going to fucking, what the fuck? And then I forget. I'm so mad at myself for like, you know, going the wrong way that I end up driving back home, and then I forgot about it. Oh, okay, great stuff. For me, it's to as long as I can go the wrong way directionally.
Oh, okay. Yeah, for me, it's like if I get in an argument with somebody, if they did me wrong in some way, like let's just say Gerardo's team was justice, like they did me wrong, something like this. And in the moment, I'll be like, it's fine, whatever. You know what I mean? And then they accidentally like step on my toe 3 days later. I'm like, Dom, why would you step on my fucking toe? You know what I mean? Okay. It's like this delayed emotional response to something that has nothing to do with it. But like, you know, it's Catholic guilt, all this fucking random shit. You know,
Because you're mad about something that's not the same thing.
right?
Yeah. It's good that you realize that.
Yeah. I mean, self-knowledge has done me nothing ever.
Well, okay, well, I don't know. Like, is it?
Like, listen, dude, I don't want to be an analyst, dog. I want to play the game, daddy. And if that's what Gerardo does, dude, you better watch out. Take this thing. I shouldn't have stepped on my fucking toe, daddy. I'm just kidding. Yeah, it's cool that I fucking noticed it, dude.
Yeah, it's growth. Or do you always notice it?
I always notice it.
And you actively ignore it?
No. I'm trying to be funny, dude. Don't fucking psychoanalyze me on the podcast, dog.
I just really, can I be totally honest with you? The whole time you were talking, like the last few things, I was desperately trying to think of a way to bring in that I thought ham was a bird. I was like, how does this is behind the camera or behind my brain. All the time I was like, how do I make ham a bird into this? How can I get back to ham as a bird?
Well, originally Mexicans thought that birds were ham, but then my mom came around and said, no, it's pig.
So I'm in touch with Mexicans people.
Exactly.
Fair enough.
Yeah, dude, food man's fucking Canelo over here, homie. Okay, so you want to get into this, dude?
Oh, yeah.
Jelly roll? We got a lot of jelly roll. We got a lot of jelly roll, dude. You might have gotten more face tats. Let's see. What he's saying here at the Grammys. He won a Grammy, I guess?
Yeah, some kind of Grammy. I'm not sure. I'm assuming maybe best country.
Not best name, I'll tell you that right now. Most weight lost on an album this year.
Strangest body transformation. Most likely to have a cousin named after a sandwich.
Most bots on YouTube.
People are still doing the bit where it's like Jelly Rolls, the music for whatever. That's how he first spotted us. So we did the Jelly Roll is Amy Winehouse for guys that fall asleep on our track. But it's still going on. I just saw somebody the other day say Jelly Roll is a blah, 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 blah.
Okay, because I reposted one. Let me see if I can find it.
Recently?
Yeah.
I mean, it's
Someone said Jelly Roll makes music for people who have tattoos of their kids, but not custody of them.
I hadn't seen that one. That's another good one.
It's good.
You know, if you have any in the comments, please just keep it going.
Yeah.
It's kind of our thing.
Also, just forget about the first part of the podcast. Let's see here. So just let me try to get this out. Okay, so I just want you to notice this rhythm of his speech here. He's like being silenced in both the clips that I'm going to use. He's like not able to say what he wants to say up here.
I'm glad you pointed it out. But yeah, it's their thing.
Yeah.
These guys all think they're being persecuted and held back.
Probably because they watch too much Rogan or something. I know they're not going to let me tell the truth, and then they're just like, you gotta love your neighbor, man. It's like someone's going to tell you not to love your neighbor. I know they don't want me to talk about this, but make your bed when you get up in the morning. Try it. People don't. I mean, if I said that on preview stage, you imagine the amount of kids they fucked that one by? All right, somebody asked me if I said it. So, you know, it's funny, but to me, like I'm not talking about the subtext of like looks. Like, as if you said that, you made that. Like, or like minorities, like, you know, like respect, like go after yourself. And then it's like, but who's not picking up after themselves? I gotta go. Yeah, we know what you're saying. The reason why people don't want you to say it, because A, it's not true, and B, it's you know, a blanket statement about an entire race of people. Also, they have plenty to say when they're endorsing Donald Trump, but when it comes to anything anti-Trump, which is everything right now, right, they're going to be like, they're going to kick me off the stage. Here's another thing that bothers me about it. He's using this stereotype of the Grammys music, taking you off stage or Oscars, stuff like this. He's thought about this moment his whole life. The first thing he says is, I know the Grammys, they won't let me talk wrong. Yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah. He's trying to be like the everyday man. You're not the everyday man, dude. He's got suey eyes, too. That's another thing I want you to see. His eyes are so fucking weird throughout this whole clip. Oh, he's in a simulacrum. Yeah. Oh my god. That looks like that video of the guy that goes, remember that one? You know, the white guy is like that with his eyes. You ever seen that yet? Oh, yes. Doesn't that look exactly like that? Yeah. Behind the tattoos. He's in a simulator. No, he's got suey eyes. First of all, Jesus, I hear you, and I'm listening, Lord. I'm listening, Lord. I don't like that. I don't like his little. He's crazy. That's something that's not Jesus. I'll tell you that right now. First of all, Jesus, I hear you, and I'm listening, Lord. I'm listening, Lord. Got a little devil fucking squid in there, dude. You know what I mean? I mean, if I were satanic, I would definitely pretend to be related to Jesus. And it's just so weird looking how he looks like Hulk Hogan about to jump on you from a rope dive. Jesus comes back, right? And then take me to my supporters. Jelly Roll, Joe Rogan, you know, Peter Thiel. This is like, what are we doing here? This is crazy. What? Why do you have a cross on your face? It's like the old, I was killed by the cross. Yeah, what's his name? Bill Hicks is like, Jesus comes back and everybody's got crucifixes. He's like, what the fuck? That's such a great bit. But yeah, no, I mean, he would look at Jelly Roll and think, what's on your face? Your name is what? Jelly Roll? What is jelly? You wouldn't know what either of those things are. I think it's funny too that. Do you think he talks to Jesus every day? And keep in mind, what is the definition of Jesus? Like for him, you know what I mean? I feel like he's a plant. First of all, we all know that, right? And he's just like so stupid that he's going Jesus every day, like it's Jesus, when really it's fucking CIA psyop plan that's like giving him the life that he wants. Exactly. No, I'm with you on that too. But in his dumb hillbilly brain, he's like, Jesus did everything for me. He's so stupid. That's hilarious. He's so stupid that he doesn't even realize, even though the CIA guy's always telling him, he still thinks it's Jesus. That's funny. Did Jesus put my baker in my life and he's helped me through everything? Just go up there. I also think it'd be funny. The CIA guy or whoever made this happen is telling him what to do, and Jelly Roll is just constantly fucking up and not doing it right. And the CIA guy is like, no, he's in his ear, like, no, you're supposed to say this. But Jelly Roll's like, like a kangaroo. Put that thing up. No. But Jelly Roll, he does it wrong, but it's actually still working because he wants Grammys, and the CIA guy's just like, I guess I'm wrong. This is working perfect. Yeah. So, you know what they say, right? 90% and leave the rest to God, dude. You know what I mean? Jesus. They're going to kick me out, man. I'm saying really controversial things like I love Jesus. Okay. He said that's another one about him is that he does the bit where you're right. He says all this shit about you're supposed to do this. I love Jesus. I love God. But the second it's something that is controversial, well, I don't know about that. But we'll get to that. Yeah, I can't really comment on that. But yeah, Trump's a great guy. I love him and all that. But I mean, that's up to the government. Well, it looks like Jesus wants the Somalians out of Minnesota. That's all I got to say about that. What did Jesus say about that jelly roll? And you're not even the person that I was thinking jelly roll doesn't even look like somebody that there should be like a level of iPhone he can't have like he should be stuck at iPhone 6. Yeah, so there we go. Maybe success. You know what I mean? Yeah. But not like he's not ready for a newer version.
Yo, baby.
He looks at the 17 and goes, man, I wish my finger was like a hammer. If you're good, eat out of your bowl. They make it out of a dog. Read the Bible. He's like, I ain't never read the Bible. No, Jesus is in the Bible. I love Jesus to everything for me. Back up how to eat out of a dog bowl. That's what we want. We told you have to eat out of a dog bowl. You have to walk around like a dog, at least for an hour. But I miss eating burgers. I may be able to see my family. You go back from me. But I told you, you walk around like a dog. You bark for an hour a day and you eat food out of a bowl. Understand? That explains it all, dude. At the beginning, they're not gonna let me speak for long. Yeah. All right, you go. He starts crawling like a dog. Good boy. I'm like, woodpecker, what the fuck, woodpecker? I don't know why he can't be around. Woodpecker cut off. What's that? Second of all, I want to thank my beautiful wife. I would have never changed my life without you. I'd end up dead or in jail. I'd have killed myself if it wasn't for you and Jesus. I'd imagine saying, like, dude, listen, I know what happened to me. I was about to sound like a really dumb person. Okay. But imagine saying, like, I was going to kill myself until I found you. Like, dude, Jesus probably wasn't nothing to do with you if you were going to do that. You know what I mean? First of all, Jesus doesn't give a fuck about any of us, dude. Jesus was like, Doc, don't say my name at the fucking door because I don't know you. Find divinity yourself. It has nothing to do with me, Doc. That's what Jesus said. He's like, fuck you. My clique's not about you, Doc. That's what Jesus said. I like this introduction of the end of the extrovert because it's like, if you're in the beginning of the episode, you're like, very heated, and now you're like, Jesus doesn't even give a fuck about you. Like, Jesus doesn't care. Jesus sees this and he burns in hell. That's what Jesus does. He sees that and he's like a flame points out of nowhere. No offense to this woman, but I think it's funny to me. Like, if it wasn't for Gina woman who's like, who looks like this, kind of like Jesus and this woman is a funny comparison. Right? Both of them. They needed both. I needed Jesus and I needed busty blondes. Right there. That's a mixed prostitute. How really good. I needed them both. But hey, if it works, it works. I personally needed Jesus in Sure Shot and Rain. Or else I would have, grown like now. I needed tissues and lotion, Daddy. Yeah, she says that he should cut his pecker off here. My wife's like, cut your pecker off because you look like a kangaroo with a patch above your head. All I need is Jesus and my wife. It's like just a message from the government. Because the government's like, they're going to get rid of Social Security and everything and fuck us. So they're trying to do like Jelly Roll, be like, oh, you really need to pay your wife. Like, we're starving to death. It's like, we're listening to music like, because we need to be saved because there's no one coming to save us. But we have Jesus and the wife, so we just listen to Jelly Roll. We get drunk, we get diabetes, we die every quarter. Imagine this Jelly Roll is some amateur rapper in what? Nashville? Who cares, right? Where is he? Tennessee? I think so. Yeah. Let's just say Kentucky. He's some amateur rapper. Peter Thiel finds him. It's hard to miss him. You know what I mean? He points at the big white blob and he's like, how does Peter Thiel sound like something? He has a very strange one over there. He's not even South Africa. I don't know. We're friends with all those people. Yeah, he has like that weird like. If you're able to listen to the interview, it's scary because this guy Ross Dutan or something, New York Times guy, he's like, does humanity have any hope? And Peter Thiel's like, Yeah, no, I seen it. So, anyways, he feels like Chili Blob or whatever his name is. That guy over there, he's in a helicopter, by the way. He's pointing down, he's able to see me. He named it. Yeah. That Jelly Roll over there. I'm going to show him some technology. You know what I mean? And then Jelly Roll's like, you want to hear me rap? And then Peter's like, no, check this out. Jelly Roll in his fucking stupid ass brain, I'll cut off the cussing out. Sorry about that. But in his dumb ass brain, he goes, this is Jesus. You know what I mean? And from that moment on, he's been praying to Peter Thiel and the CIA overlords that put him into power. I kind of love this because I'm thinking, yeah, on top of that, absolutely, and you're absolutely right that he pointed. That's how he got the name. He pointed at that Jelly Roll. That thing that looks like one of those Hostess things. That thing that looks like what is that dude in Pizza Boys? The Hostess thing over there. That thing. So he's like, put a chip in him. He never talks to him really. He has this sneak up, and he probably like sneak really. Just go up to General and put the chip in his neck, and then it changes him, and he becomes like a country guy, from a rapper to a country guy who's like it talks about Jesus and his mom, and and goes to the award show. He's like, yeah, I can't believe people are asking. Everybody wants to live, get to go to good schools, and live in a good neighborhood with the roads are paved and they're safe and the bridges don't collapse. Everybody wants the helicopters not to each other in the sky. We're not paying the FAA and have enough people monitoring where the airplane's going to be. But at the end of the day, all you need really is why are we doing that? Wrong. Get him off the stage, giving away the whole plot. I just think it's out of you're a big person. You know, I'm going to be complaining about how that fuck care if we live or die. They don't care if we live or die. They're willing to just get an airplane one day and then because they fired half the staff, you're gonna fucking, or because the airport itself, the wires are old, you're gonna die. They killed John Lennon, they killed Tupac Shakur, and it wasn't for them going on stage at the Grammys saying that they love Jesus and their wife. This is the safest bullshit I've ever seen in my life. Let's keep going. Thank you for that. I thank you for my label, Broken Bow, Country Radio. You called it the short circuit, but the suey eyes are what gets me. I thank you for that. I thank you for my label, Broken Bow. Look at this, dude. That Duncan Trussell look, dude. That's so weird. Isn't that fucking weird? I mean, yeah, I see it. He's definitely a weird looking dude. His eyes look big. He's probably awesome. I mean, baby blockers. There's that three whites, like theory or whatever, where you can see three whites in the eyes. That was probably a lot of this episode for me. Three whites, we talk about my family. Oh my God. Is that three whites with right there? Yeah, when you can see three sides of white in somebody's eye. What is that supposed to say? That they're psychotic. Oh, yeah. Can you see three whites? Not yet. Okay. Like all the time. Wait, from the time I met you. Let's not sugarcoat it. I'm sorry, I don't sugarcoat things. You have rights. On a good day. Oh my God. That's funny. Let's see here. Country Radio, baby, what's up, y'all? Oh, Republic John and the other beginning, baby. It was a time in my life, y'all. I was broken. That's why I wrote this out. I didn't think I had a chance, y'all. There was days that I thought the darkest things. I was a horrible human. There was a moment in my life that all I had was a Bible this big and a radio the same size and a 6x8 signal. And I believed that those two things could change my life. I believed that music had the power to change my life. It was not a radio. He's trying to sound like a Vince Cole. The transistor radio changed my life. And I ate that iPod. I thought it was a cookie. That was a lot of calories. And God had the power to change my life. And I want to tell y'all right now, Jesus is for everybody. Jesus is not all about one political party. That's the most devilish fucking smile. This is like a video game character that ends up being the devil. Maybe, yeah, Rio's turn. Yeah, I can see it. No, I was kidding. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Jesus is the episode's called Derogatory. Oh, I mean, I know you. Well, I know you don't hate white people, but the turn here where he goes, Jesus is for everybody. To me, I like that. And that part of it, it's a friendly message, but they know that I like that. So that's why, because it's a part of the control. They want to get everybody. They're like, okay. Because it is nice to say, for every political party, should you have to say that at all? I don't think so. But it's so bad. I can hear him being like, that's all that's what. Yeah, oh, okay, good job. That's good for you that you can notice that. They're pulling at our emotional strings, hoping that we're stupid. Like somebody went on stage and said Jesus is a scam and you guys are all falling for it. That would awful me. That would be, yeah. I think that would be funny if that's why I'm writing an album trying to win agreement. Oh yeah, just kidding. Well, you've always been like, yeah, somebody goes, Jesus is only for Filipinos. There we go. My ears perk up. Yeah, it's like they're one race, specifically a religion. And I'm tired of all you guys come to our church, you smell. Talk about other races. Exactly. Instead, you get this angry ass preacher. Yeah, this evil preacher with the fuck craziest tattoos on his face. Yeah. Not all, but I know ultimately Jesus is Jesus, and anybody can have a relationship with him. Look at that. Whoa. Simon Millie needs to be stopped, dude. Okay. All right, well, let's see what he has to say on the red carpet, yeah? Yeah. This one is atrocious, dude. Yeah. He's just like lost. So I'm gonna play through and then we'll go through it afterwards again. Okay. I want to see if you can see where the contradictions are. Sure.
Ben Elisha was what? The son of Elisha. What was the first name? What was his first name? What was the general whatever?
I wanted to play the whole thing, but come on. Right. I agree. It's like the standard, like, okay, it's one thing to say that if you don't comment, if you're not at all interested. It's totally different to say that if you do comment on that. If you have strong opinions that you think everyone should be in a relationship with Jesus. Also, I don't know if this is what you were noticing, but it's media or not doesn't mean anything. You can still follow the news. You can check, you can read the newspaper or what most people do nowadays, or go online and look at news. You don't have to have Twitter to know. I mean, Twitter helps, but I don't think it's like you're super informed immediately if you have social media. It's not where I'm coming from, but he says I'm a dumb redneck. Again, the white wall. Good job, dude. We all need it. First time that yeah, right? But it's a way for him to think, like, why are you answering that now? Why are you saying that now? You know what I mean? Yeah, it's a weird way to like forget the question and just like, first of all, make it about yourself. You know what I mean? Yeah, weirdly. And then he goes, I had no phone for 18 months. Not true. Oh yeah. No, I don't know. Yeah. It does sound like a lie, and I think about it, because if he has no phone, how does he have all the social media? And then he goes, I had a phone for 4 months. Okay, did you not have a phone? You know what I mean? It's just a weird thing. So here goes. Yeah, that is a weird. That's right. That amount of time is strange. 18 months. What does that mean? I didn't have a phone for 18 months. I had a phone for 4 months. So there's a year and 6 months. So nobody said you had a phone for 18 months. That would make sense if somebody was like, but you had a phone for 18 months. He goes, I didn't have a phone for 18 months. I had a phone for 4 months. No, in his life, I think in the recent past. So for a year and 6 months, he had no phone at all. Let's hear from him here.
So what you get my place so told the Omni Levy the parking.
I understand what he's saying there. I do. Right. What he's saying is, I understand why he's saying that. Fuck. He's saying he had no idea that all this stuff was happening now because he didn't have a phone. He doesn't want to answer the question, dude. Yeah. But it's like a tactic, right? He's saying because he didn't have a phone, he only knows what's been going on for the last 4 months. But if it was on social media, he doesn't know. It took me a while to get there. Because I haven't had a phone. But, yeah, no, it's I have a person that comes and tells me the comments and then I beat him up.
So I want a cup of wine. Have you had a cup of wine? Now they have to
want the answer? I want you to know those answers. The Amar of the Talk, and I'll tell you, nothing, I'll tell you, one thing, one thing. One is doing all this work. Don't forget, one is doing all this
So now he has a lot to say about it. And he's going to, just not right now, when I could have said it when you asked me the question. He has a lot to say about it. He said, yeah, even though he's a dumb redneck, he hasn't had a phone for 18 months, but he did have a phone for 4 months. I grew up in a crazy ass house. Like, none of this has to be a question at all. Yeah. It's a way to get out of it, and it's a standard thing of the, like, I don't know. But here's the thing, Gerardo, for me, I agree with the first one. He is a dumb redneck. No, I said that, yeah. But I'm almost like, you know what I mean? Yeah, but I get that. But where I'm coming from is like, shouldn't have any, and not now, not back, not in the future. He should never have anything to say. It should just be the terrible music he makes. And that's it. Or if he wants to go on these tours where he meets with people who are desperate, that have nothing, that want to, like, get out of the drug thing. I have no hate for that. Keep it up. Do it. 100%. Right. So answer the question. Say, I have nothing to say about that. Yeah. Say it. But say, I should go even further. Look, up to about a year ago, I was a kangaroo cut my paper off, or whatever the fuck he said. My wife, she's great. You know what I'm saying? I won't talk about her on the airwaves, but listen, I am not a smart guy. Do not ask me any questions about anything at all, because I don't know the answer. If it wasn't for Wonder Drug, a trainer got me dead. But Jesus, making me not eat chicken sandwich, it was GLP-1 and So I thank God for Ozempic and Zepam. Thank God for the people that stopped me from eating chocolate. And that's it. He calls it Oceanic. They call him a fucking submersible. Why should anyone listen to what you have to say? Because it's kind of that makes I'm 100% on your side. But here's why I bring up this whole thing at the beginning, because we're at the end and says when you can notice that they are not feeling his answer. He goes, well, I have a lot to say. Now he has a lot to say about it. Yeah, and then it's gonna come in the next couple of days because he's a populist dude. He's like this fucking grifting little piece of shit, dude. Like rap stuff. Remember way back when my criticism of him was like stick to rap. Sure doesn't mean why they switch up. Like everything else in your life, you're gonna switch whatever. You're gonna cry when you see Mitzi's fucking bar because other people that have power and influence are close to Mitzi. Yeah, want to relate. He's a fucking grifter. I hate this guy. Yeah. I agree that he's fake. Oh yeah, I mean, I said I hate him, but I'm just he's one of the greatest. I also listen to his I mean, the Grammys is the most loud spoken way you can hear. He's waving. I like at the end of it kind of sound like that George Bush thing at 9/11. It's soon, everybody, I hear you. Everybody else going to hear you too. So Gerardo, imagine if I was telling you about Gerardo wrong. What would you use the platform? Definitely to find a white bimbo wife, you know what I mean? Like that white blonde bimbo type shit. That's good. Okay. So you get a wife, get close to Jesus. If you got this big, would you be very political? In the worst of ways. Yeah. I would be on Joe Rogan once a week, spitting facts. I would be running for office if I was a major artist. You really want to do that? No, I wouldn't. You're asking me if I was Jelly Roll. If I was Jelly Roll, I would be Jelly Roll. Yeah, that would be fun. I think of that Jelly Roll on Peter. I don't think we're there yet. But why is he losing all the weight, dude? Because he wants to run. Imagine Dwayne The Rock Johnson versus Jelly Roll. We're screwed. Who runs on one side? Dwayne The Rock Johnson, the liberal, versus Oprah. And It's funny because they're both so, like, obviously disingenuous. The two of them. Rock is a completely made up fake personality. He exploited that UFC fighters with this shoe deal. He's like a shithead. He's leading it for himself. And then Jelly Roll's the same. Like, they could, but they may very well both be CIA assets for all I know. Unfortunately. Well, Jelly Roll, wish you the best. Looks like you're going through some hard times right now, dude. There are some good people in the world. I don't want this to be all negative. We talk about good people all the time. You don't know anything, right? One right there. Yeah, and sitting on right, the last bad person. I think everyone's dumb, which is good because we all feel normal. Everyone? To some extent, we're all going to be dumb at some point. Yeah. When I read comments of, like, when someone, I was thinking this the other day, when I read something on someone that said, like, oh, Anna Ray's funny. I'm, like, saying something else, and I'm like, hey, who said to? But Anna Ray's funny. I always want to talk to them and just find out more about them. I guarantee they haven't read a lot of books this year or last year. I'm just curious. Have you read any books at all this year? Someone that thinks Anna Ray is funny? I'm 90% of the time I bet the answer is no. I read a book, There's just no way that they're reading. What I'm getting at is they're probably stupid. I'll go, what's your favorite movie? I guarantee it's it's not going to be a good movie. It's like a sequel to a bad movie. It's like a bad sequel to a good movie, maybe. That would be funny if they're like Godfather 3. When you ask what's your favorite movie. Right. I mean, you're giving him so much credit. I was thinking more of like Daddy's Home 2. Or one of the. I hate on that movie, but goddamn, it's supposed to be. Adam Ray fans, you ask them what their favorite movie is, they probably go, well, I really like Horrible Bosses a lot. Horrible Bosses is really good. It's hard to pick between the three of them. I think they're three, which is unfortunate. I really like Jordan Peele's Nope. See, Nope sucks ass. We both agree. But I don't even think they would say Nope because the Adam Ray fan would think that was like, actually, maybe that's what I'm saying. It's a good choice. That is a good, you're right. That's not far off. Second place is Us. The two bad movies. They say, I didn't get out. I didn't really get it. That's cool. I like it, but his other stuff's great. The worst, boring shit. Jordan Peele's M. Night Shyamalan at his very worst. Because there's no funny part of it. At least Shyamalan is hilarious. You can't take it seriously. He's a madman. Every movie, the characters explain what they do based on their job. They go, I'm a driver. I drive. That's what I do. I'm a doctor. I like to heal people. And that's like every character says that in every movie. Just wild, absurd things they happen. And they're fun because they're so ridiculous. I'm a comic book food. I'm making shoes, and then later on in the movie, there's something where someone has to make a shoe, and you're supposed to. Oh my God! Look at how he planned everything. This is amazing. No, it's not. There aren't any more fucking cops. Just did. You see, when M. Night Shyamalan is hilarious. I enjoy watching. I found something, and I think you're gonna like this, dude. So first of all, I want to just take back anything I said in the past. It turns out Jeffrey Epstein is a fucking pedophile. I'll say that. You drop an insane amount of some of it, but I don't know what's real. Well, it's like pedophile for sure. That part I now for sure. Now that they dropped 3 million, that was joking. So I'm like, last Friday my 3 million pages were at its most big. Nobody likes the joke, nobody laughs at all. Everyone knows what 3 million pages is. So I found this though. Some sort of shop connection here, dude. No way. Dude, Brendan Epstein here. I'm not using your name, I'm saying Brendan Chapman. But Jeffrey says, great guy never reference to Peter Thiel. Let me go back 5 seconds here. It's him talking to
You're welcome. I'll be there in a second.
Yo, dog. Just chilling, dog. How'd you find out about me, my man?
Yeah, but my first thought, yeah, also to fuck me. Well, I mean, this is a stupid thing to say, I guess, as far as socially dumb. You know? Yeah, but I mean, after saying somebody's a great guy, but
Okay, I'll be there in just a second.
or you are fucking stupid. I'm trying to refrain from using
Thanks, big man.
So Epstein, as bad a guy as he is, he's kind of like a mastermind, right? He's an evil mastermind who plays all these people against each other. Yeah, like he's friends with Chomsky. Noam Chomsky said that he was like somebody that he could spar with intellectually, right? So, and he was a great guy. Never met him. So is Epstein that, or could Shab be that, or is like a Shab an evil mastermind? When I talk about Shab and like Andy Kaufman, it does point to the Andy Kaufman theory, dude. Yes, it does give us some credence. Is Epstein stupid, or is he doing that on purpose to manipulate? Do you want to hear my honest answer? Sure, which is not a popular take on mine for sure. I watched the whole 2-hour interview with Steve Bannon and Jeffrey Epstein, doing some research for an outside project. And yeah, Jeffrey seems pretty smart as far as some sort of whatever life is in a sense. I feel like he's really good at being
What's new?
the strangeness of life in a sense. Okay. He talks to me, he mentions
You're just chilling?
stuff like this, you know. So in that way, yeah, it is an interesting listen for somebody like me that's reading Eliot currently every day of my life. And it follows a lot of the fucking Gnostic teaching shit that I've been looking into lately, right? So I'm like, holy shit. It's weird because the reason why I started getting into all this stuff is because the elites, apparently, this is my introduction to this, and maybe I told you this months ago, but the elites are like notice type shit, you know? That there is no, I don't know, there's no cause or whatever. Life is a strange thing, you know, in a weird way. That it deals with 600 grand. But he's talking in that way, and I'm like, that's a trip. This, you know, months later, I'm looking at this now, and it is true. Like, this fucking Beijing teacher that was online is talking about, like,
Oh, Mustafa, what's new?
this is what the elites believe. Not that I would.
Chilling like a villain, dog. How many days since you've last had a cigarette? You never smoked again? Well, that's great. Why do you feel sad, my man?
Because I just can't wait, like, like this feeling, I mean, like sometimes you hate everything, like you just want to leave where you are right now.
What do you mean?
I mean, I just want to leave,
Well, dude, you'll be out soon enough. I wouldn't worry about it too much, big dog. I've got a lot going for you.
I feel so sad, like, that I come here, like, I just want to talk to you.
Well, okay, you got a lot going. How's your job going?
Oh, it's nice.
Okay, so you got a job. That's better than most anyone on earth. And it pays like 5 times more than the job that you previously had. Now, I know you like construction, and that's cool. But no one said you can't do that.
It's not like it's not my job. I mean,
Baby.
like when you look at social media, there is a video for American life. Like when I see it, I feel so sad because I'm so far from that place.
No, you're not far from that place at all. Okay, here's what I want you to do. Download an app called Countdown. COUNTDOWN. Do you have an iPhone or Android or iOS device?
I have iOS. Wait, hold on.
Okay.
Let me share screen for you.
All right, do whatever you want to do, big dog.
Anything that is shoveled, also the caution that applies to anything that is underfoot.
So, spells?
COUNT
UOUNT.
Yeah.
So,
Countdown. It's got a blue. It's got a blue star.
blue star.
Yeah.
Like it is just salt?
It's called Countdown. It's a blue. Let me see. It's called Countdown. I mean, the thing is called. Let me check the specifics. App icon overview.
Okay, so you can't drink much between.
I'm looking at green. Okay, type in COUNTDOWN. Countdown. No. COUNT.
T or T?
T is in Tom. Count down. One word. It's got a. That's not the first one. Keep scrolling. No, keep scrolling down. No, dude, I said keep scrolling down, not that one. Keep scrolling. Keep scrolling.
Which one?
It's none of those. It's none of those. Go, keep going. Okay, it's that one. With the blue. Yeah, that one. Okay, download it. It's free. Let me know when it's installed. All right, so change the background first off. I don't want all this fucking cameras. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so in the upper right corner, you're gonna see like the settings, and then you can. Yeah, and then you're gonna upload a new picture.
So which picture should I choose?
I want you to choose a picture of an American flag. With yeah, I actually want you to choose Times Square in the United States.
Oh man.
What's oh man. With the American flag. No, not that one. This guy sucks there. Give me one with a nice like blue sky.
I like the dark.
Okay, yeah, I do too. Go all the way to the top. No, that's Wall Street. That's not it. That's Wall Street. Go back. Go all the way to the top. No. Why do you use Pinterest? Don't use Pinterest. Just go to Google Images, dog. Pinterest is no. Go to Pinterest. Or go to Google or Safari. Yeah, that's right. Google. Put Times Square night American flag.
Okay,
Okay, that's fine. NIGHT.
So that includes again whole fish, big fish, little fish, salted fish, raw fish, cooked fish, whatever it is. But it doesn't include any dish made with fish.
Times Square night American flag, and pick a picture that you like. Where you want to be listening to that song that you told me and have your headphones on and feel like you fucking did it.
I'm literally listening to it right now.
Okay, excellent. Excellent. That's what I want. But I want what do you imagine when you do this? Like, what's the background? What's it look like?
Like, what do you mean?
When you imagine in your head, you're going to have your headphones on, you're going to be listening to that song. What do you think it's going to look like around you? Okay, it's definitely not going to look like that. Times Square actually kind of sucks, but that's okay. I want you.
Listen to me for a second, please.
Sure.
It is gonna be a heaven for me because I love this country, you know. So I hope you understand me.
I understand, and it may be heaven for you for the first 2 minutes of that song, but then somebody's going to bump into you. Somebody's going to say, hey, do you want to buy my whatever? Somebody's going to interrupt you. Times Square is very busy. Everything's there is really expensive. Everybody goes there, but that's fine. What do you imagine when you think of Times Square? What picture? Those are all American pictures. That's not what I want. I want Times Square.
Good morning. We begin by thanking our sponsors.
That one's so beautiful. I love that one.
Okay, you love that one?
Yeah.
That's what okay, save it. Yeah, download it. All right, now make that the background of your countdown. There you go. Okay. So I want you to choose it. Okay. Did you choose it? Okay. Then no, you still have candles. All right. So. Okay. Is there? Stop. Go back to it. Is there something that says, like in the upper right corner, like a plus or add or something?
No.
The Durham have over Shavuot and
Only
Durham.
library.
We're going to continue in that discussion. We're going to say that
Hold on. Hold on. No, don't choose that one. Just go back. Okay.
I just want to know how to change the picture.
Okay, that's
People
fine.
look big and what that means because we're going to have
No, go back. Go to Wallpaper Library. Don't worry about that. Wallpaper Library. Can you add any pictures in here? Yeah, the upper left corner. Stop. Stop. Go back. Upper left corner. What's the upper left corner? Yeah, that. Now, what are your options?
It's literally nothing. Like from here, like
Hold on. No. That's because they want you to, like, pick what you want to see. Do you see that, like, you are just looking at a really small part of it? Like, expand it. Like, hit the minus. Dog, you fucking up. Click the thing again. Yeah. Okay. Now, set.
Like, where could I like click? Like, you know, click on anything. Here, delete it, and here go back. You know, like I can't do anything with this picture. All of this. You know, like.
Hold on.
Very, very long time.
Are there options at the bottom? That could be.
On this particular debating what exactly each line is. I'm going to try to make it as simple.
Stop. You've got some. Wait. You've got some weird thing on your screen. Zoom out.
The way that we're learning is consistent with the rhyme.
Zoom out. Like, what do you mean to know?
Okay, I'm gonna close it. Maybe it's my screen looking at your screen strangely, but okay.
Just for example.
All right. Mustafa W. Ahmed.
does
We're
that
gonna try
mean
this again.
that it ends up manifesting itself in
it's work.
consecutive
Hold on.
Nidarim?
Okay. Did it save?
Or does it
No.
mean that at
Okay,
the same
I know.
time they have
All right.
a neder water effect,
Stop. Just
neder
close.
effect as well? So if I were to violate
Go back to
neder,
the birthday
I would have
candles.
to
Okay. Do you see a plus?
We're going
Nope.
to go
Wrong
with
thing.
the
Wrong thing. Go to a
first
plus.
opinion, which is around, which is that it
Okay.
equals consecutive.
Now
But
type
anyone needs to
in.
know for the sake of
Do
honesty,
you refer to it as America or do you refer to it as the United States?
intellectual honesty.
What do you mean? Like,
When you say I want to move to the United, do you say I want to move to the United States or I want to move to America?
Terminology. The Gavra and the Chef's understanding that it's something which is relevant to the person as well as being relevant to the item you're discussing. But there is also a lot of discussion when they're talking a lot about the zeros. There's also a large discussion that the Kedusha
Do you hear me?
the zeros and
I
separating
can't hear you, so I want to move to U.S.
Okay. So do you say if somebody at work says to you, okay, just one moment.
Let me get it.
You have time today. You have today. You're able to find some of the literature on
Doug,
fascinating discussion.
There's just one more.
hold on. Can you hear me?
I can't hear you.
Okay. So
so much buried in here. But on a simple level,
if some chick comes up to you, if some chick comes up to you and they say, Mustafa, what are your plans for the future? What do you say?
One shvua at a time. That's it. Once you
My plan to the future, like
it's like it's booked. You're gonna have to come back.
go to the United States.
Okay, stop. Stop. Then name the new event, United States.
Then you what?
Name the new event, United States.
If I eat. And he says that in the exact same phrase again. Already Nazir, if I will become a Nazir if I will eat. So again, what strikes me right away about this line? We're talking about a nether, all of a sudden the Mishnah moves on to the world of the zeros. To be a Nazarite, what does that have to do with anything? Why are we talking about the zeros? And second of all, even more than that, why does he have to make the zeros contingent on whether he will eat or not? Talking about a nether, why couldn't he just say, Keitzad, person says, Konam Kikar
Okay. Okay, cool. And today is February 11th. So put it in for February 11th. Change the date on it, February 11th. No, that's not how you, I don't think that's how you do it. There's like an edit button in the upper left.
That a person says, I will be a Nazir if I eat. I will be a Nazir if I eat. Now, what happens?
Yeah, so February 11th, 2027.
Comes the double Nazir. Double Nazir, we were going to explain that is, he starts
2027.
Correct.
goes a full period of 30 days, and then
Okay, excellent. What are the other options?
Like it is time 12.
He's not going to eat.
Okay, that's fine. All right, now go to your settings, not of that, just your overall settings. Oh, apologies. Settings of countdown. Go back to countdown. No, go back to countdown.
Why? Because Yeshua can only take effect once.
Yeah. Click done. Yeah. Okay. But the settings on the upper right corner, yeah, where it says homepage thing, it says favorite event. The very top thing, it says favorite event. Do you see favorite event? Yeah, delete anything that's not yours. I think you just you swipe to the left.
Now, why does he have to make it contingent on
Oh, okay, then click on it, and then it should be a lead event.
a different explanation? The answer is since when it came to Shvuah, the way that the Shvuah will be explained is by
I found it.
So we we wanted to have a consistent
If you're going to move to the United States, you got to speak like an American.
So just like when the example of a shvua that doesn't take effect is when a person says that shvua, you also want the first case condition to be already knows.
Okay.
But again, it's not actually important.
Yeah, it is. Okay, now new event.
That is a more consistent smooth way.
Oh, just like a new event.
According to the Rod,
Okay.
I'm learning is actually missing a number of words. Therefore, I'm going to draw your
Now
attention
go
down
to
the second wide line.
a new event. Make a new event.
Both part of the Rod.
And I want you to make the date.
Tomorrow is just simply missing some text. It's not there.
Yeah, make the date January 1st, 2026.
The Rod starts as follows. Give it to Amar Hareini Nazir.
Doug, just don't argue. Just do what I'm saying. Change the date on the new event to January 1st, 2026.
Those are the words that the Ron has.
Okay, January
Look in the Ron.
2026.
January 1st, 2026.
So down one line. Word
Okay, that's first
So there's two
2026.
questions.
Yeah. January 1st, 2026. Entitle the event Non-Smoker, NON-SMOKER. Actually, yeah, just type NON-SMOKER.
Question two.
Type in the word non, N-O-N, then a hyphen. Yeah, then a hyphen. That's like a dash. And then smoker, S-M-O-K-E-R.
It doesn't have to say it.
Okay,
In other words, the Taimul of Pershvush Taim Basra, Mishbash Lo Okal Kikar Zeh, Al Kol, Zayat Zayat.
Correct.
In other words, what the Ron is saying is as follows. A person takes the shvua that they're not going
And
to
choose any background you want.
The understanding is
Okay, now hit save.
Put another kazayas of bread rather than shvua again.
Cool.
A third kazayas.
Okay, how many days does it show on there?
That's the way that it works, says the Ron. Why do you need him to actually
Exactly.
say,
Been a non-smoker for approximately days. And you want to keep that. Let's go back to the American flag.
Dependent on an eating. So every time that he eats,
How many days?
It is
why does he have to actually express that it would be a nazir? Once we understand that if a person makes some contingent on his eating,
Okay, you didn't do it correctly then. I said to change the date to be February 11th, 2027.
okay, February
all the way down in this large rod,
2027.
February 11th,
and
2027.
3 lines before the end of the rod, umitarza.
This is the best advice I'm ever going to give you, Mustafa. You need to be more detail oriented
Umitarza.
in everything you do.
Since the Mishnah says, Shua Shlo Okel,
You know, like, I just put a figure that
already knows there, already knows there,
someone feels
would
so
have been
sad.
enough if you just said,
Okay, show me what you were
I'm a
watching.
Nazir. He says again, I want to be a Nazir. Inami, following the Zirs de Okel, Bakad, already Nazir, in Okel, Saguleko. I
Like that one?
Okay.
On Nami Shlo Okel, below,
All right.
Says the Ran, ultimately, the Gemara.
I mean, you shouldn't feel sad. You'll be fine.
In other words, the Mishnah did not need to say all this, but you
All right.
wanted it to be smooth at the end of the
That's
Mishnah,
cool.
and therefore, in other words,
That's beautiful. Like that or whatever you want to do. That's cool.
according to some research, this was a question that was done.
Yeah, but guess what? You're not, unless something amazing happens to you, that's still a dream. People in New York don't live like that. They live in a really cramped apartment and really not even going to live in New York. You're going to go on vacation there once you move to California.
Okay. Like the times you clear this cleans with the rain.
I understand.
On this
Yeah.
point itself.
Okay, that's
But
cool.
that I told you, like, because, but that I told you because you're the age
Once
person.
the rod is placed on it, Gemara is asking
I understand.
that the
Okay,
person
now
takes
go back to your
control of a
countdown.
particular item. So he pronounces himself from eating bread.
How many days
Every ketzayis that he eats
does it say?
starts a new shua.
It's saying, like, that it's January or what?
That's why I said,
What if a person
no, it's not January. February 11th, 2027.
11.
Yes.
promises himself not to
11, 2027.
How many days does it show?
It is
So
364 days.
Okay. That's how long, approximately, if everything works out for you, until you're in the United States. Now, understand that you may have changed that date. That's under best case scenario. Okay? So when you're like, boo hoo hoo, woe is me, I'm Mustafa, I'm sad, I'm seeing all this cool shit. Dog, it's only 364 days until you're there.
It's also relevant to person acceptance of upon himself. And I heard this out as well. A person accepts to learn the Mishnayos.
Absolutely. Now, here's something else I want you to do on Instagram. I want you to follow. I think it would just go under U.S. citizenship. I think it's called like U.S. nationalization and citizen. So just type U.S. citizen and then look at accounts.
He's a shiva hopper. If he goes to several shiva houses, he fills out that assessment.
CITIZEN.
House that he went to, or could he learn it once?
C
Say, hey, listen.
I
T
I
I'll learn it once,
Z
and we'll knock it off for everybody.
E N. What comes up as an account?
It's not very simple. You can just learn it once. So here, on the paper a bunch of times. You might have to repeat it.
No. Okay, I'll just find it. Just for a moment. I'll find it for you.
It could be one acceptance of an ed there.
It should be, but let me just see.
Now we get back to the actual text of the Gemara. Amar Abuna. What's going to happen here, just a little bit of a preview of the Gemara. The rest of the Gemara for today.
So,
a line that Abuna says.
okay, so everything U.S. citizen you want to follow. So, citizenship guide, U.S. citizenship app, and you're going to download the U.S. citizenship app. So you don't understand, or maybe you do, but there's a test that you have to take to be a citizen. They just don't give it to you. So type in U.S. citizen app, U.S. citizenship app.
Okay.
U.S. citizenship app.
Okay, so
it should be the.
it is an app or
that a person can have.
It's on the app store. You're missing it. You need to be deep. So just stop. What's the first thing say? What's the first thing say?
the first thing say citizen in U.S. citizenship.
Okay.
That's the first one.
Okay. Download the first one. Download the second one. Download the third one. Don't pay for anything. Don't pay for anything.
Starting it
No,
during that
I'm
period,
really,
it
like-
extends beyond that period till May 31. And then
I'm never done that pay for anything because Apple Pay doesn't work in Iraq. You know,
Okay.
that's so bad, Iraq.
right? In other words,
Okay,
let's
that's
just make
fine.
this clear.
Go back.
According to the Rod, when a person accepts
Okay, open.
time of
No. Did I say open? No. I said go back.
30 for the first
Okay.
Nazir,
So should I go load more?
Now,
Wait. Stop. Just stop. You don't take directions very well. You have to. United States, you have to take directions well. All right. So you download the first one. Now download the second one.
Once we say
No, that's the third one.
during a period of the zero,
All right, that one.
second expression of a Nazir can take effect. That says
What-
if Una only if you add
What does it
on
say?
1 day. If you added on nothing,
Like it is,
then the second year is as well as going.
I trust come
Now, interestingly, the way it works,
Okay, go back.
rather
Go back, go back.
than-
Go back. Go back. Go back. Go to the one with the flag. Go to the flag one.
And once I'm thinking of it tomorrow,
Yeah, that
essentially what
download that
happens
one.
is the first 29 days have no effect.
Okay.
You're not-
This is like on
The
the face of the
second
Lord.
zero
That's okay.
actually works, because there's no such thing as a non-zero for 1 day.
It is
The
U.S.
minimum time for a non-zero is 30 days.
Citizenship
The truth is,
days
your expression of non-zero only works for 1 day.
2026 plus.
But there's no such
No,
thing
you don't
as
need
non-zero.
that one. Go to the American flag
So it
one.
stretches itself out for another
The
30.
app that you downloaded. Yeah, just open it. Yeah, open it.
According to Rabuna, you
All right.
cannot keep a double non-zero for the same period of time.
What are the
The
options?
only way that can work is if you add on another day.
So,
Once you're adding on another day,
what am I
so
supposed
then
to
the
do
first
with that?
expression actually works.
There's there like a study?
Consequently, what happens is it extends for 60 days.
I am
That's
no,
what it's about.
like,
Just to see that
I'm
again,
not
sorry,
told,
number
like,
Rabuna,
I leave this
Rothschild
code
are
because
written
the teacher
on
was
Ella,
torturing
the
the
Omar
children,
already
so
knows
I
her
created
Hayom,
this
already
code
knows
anymore.
Olamah. I'm becoming a Nazir today, and I'm becoming a Nazir tomorrow.
Okay, that doesn't matter. What does it say?
Is it
Since adding
say,
on 1 day,
Tuesdays,
Taiwan is zeros on the zeros.
recent,
The Naziros can't double itself over and take
Tuesdays
effect.
sittings,
Aval Omar already Nazir Hayom.
choose your
Nazir
mode,
Hayom. It's the exact same thing twice.
I don't know,
Becoming a Nazir today.
Okay,
Becoming a
hold
Nazir
on.
today.
Hold on.
The halacha is Ein Tala Naziros on the zeros. The second Naziros cannot take effect during the first period of time.
Hold on.
Shmuel Omar, Shmuel disagrees. He says that Shmuel Omar already Nazir
Okay,
Hayom.
go to the first one you downloaded.
Mishnah tells us a neder can be doubled up. So it says Shmuel,
Okay,
the Mishnah face value. It says you can
and
double
so
up a
the
neder.
support language,
The neder,
wonderful,
therefore,
select as you go,
can indeed manifest
go to whatever
itself
language you want.
twice, 1 period of time.
English,
I observe that according to the Rab.
English preferably.
Observe that by observing the second period.
so select your series, generation, if you spelled your 400 for citizenship before October 2020, October 2025, you will take the 2028, I mean 28 CFs case. If you outgo on your
Outsource yourself.
after the date, you must take the 20, the 25 version. Like what should I choose now?
The 2028 version.
Between a double neder and a non-double
So
neder.
enter your
Just
zip
know
code.
there are sometimes
I
double
don't even know
neder.
about
There
it.
are
Let me
sometimes
get it
when I
from
take a
the-
double neder. How is that going
That's
to
usually an American thing.
Like, should I choose American?
Yeah, so just put in 90210. Put in 90210.
That's
One.
example of when you could have a double there. However, already knows your
Yep.
hayom. Already knows your hayom.
So
Design of his face. Ain't that there?
I found
That's
like
the
this
example
person.
case. When you can't double
person,
up
like,
another. So why do you have
who's
to
this?
compare?
They're just representatives. Skip to the next thing.
A neder could be
Next, I should choose the next person.
Okay, just pick anybody. Cool.
Choose the top one.
In other words, Kasha
Pardon. Loading, oh, that, no. Dairy user.
Privacy. Privacy. Say it. Not privacy. That's not the word. It's privacy with a P.
Yeah, I understand. Privacy.
Good.
Tracking always use to understand how to use the no, it's just so. What's the next step?
Is there like a guide or like a thing that says like what you need to study? Yeah, you want to be a citizen, right? They just don't give you the citizenship. You have to take a test, and it's a hard test. Most Americans cannot pass the test.
Yeah. So what's the next step?
Is there a thing that says like, oh, I bet you just, okay, uninstall that one, uninstall the previous one. I'm going to look for the one that you want. Just one moment. I should have done this in the beginning. I didn't figure it would be as hard and sure.
Take your time.
Okay. Go to, so just uninstall that one and uninstall the one that you downloaded.
Okay, so where's the download?
Oh, hold on. Okay, remember the one with the flag? Download, either download the one with the flag or open the one with the flag.
The flag I deleted.
That's okay. I know I did. Just re-download it. No big deal.
Okay. So download it.
Today and
Okay,
tomorrow,
I downloaded
but
it.
there needs to be
Okay.
something different. The case of Nether was in tomorrow, then also has to
Download
do this and that.
Yep.
Which is
Okay.
Okay. Do you see it says flashcards?
Okay, that's one.
Yeah. Click.
Oh my gosh.
Well, there are going to be ads. Like, it's not free. So you just don't worry about them.
Yeah.
Rahuna, you're
I
right.
know.
That the only time an Nether works is when you take two separate Nidarim on two separate days. So in other words, a Nether manifests itself on days, and a Shmuel manifests
What's
itself
it?
on two separate fruits. Why stand out? What's wrong with that? That should also work. Words of Elahekidami must be.
Latex.
Elahekidami the local as well. What's the case? Where Shua is not going to take effect on another Shua. So the Omar Shua will also take him. Because our Omar Shua will also take him. He says the same thing twice. In other words, that must be the case. In other words, you must identify a case of Shua where the Shua cannot double itself up.
There should be multiple. I think there are multiple answers. If not, then just say like serve in the military.
He says the same line twice.
So
And that's the case.
Yeah. See what it says.
Is essentially just the
Okay,
tail
next.
itself.
Why does
Then let's go back.
each state two
What's going to be the parallel case when it comes to going up here?
Senators.
The Omar.
Senators. Say it for me. Say it for me. Senators. Say it again.
Senator.
That's correct. That's correct.
Business says it's Nether. That's double Nether doesn't work. So again, if you're going to compare the cases, says the Gemara, you have to have a parallel case. And we already clearly established that when it comes to
It's not hard.
a shua, it can't be the
No,
one
it's
that
not.
says, I won't eat grapes, I won't
Requires?
eat grapes. Because of course that's going to work. There's no reason why that shua should not take effect. It's not like it's only one shua at a time. Person will not eat grapes. And not eat grapes. And no fish. Parallel case.
Oh my god.
But Nether,
So
which is
You're good.
which is the parallel case of Nether, which is the reason of the Yom, the reason of the Omar. Then it must be that the case of shua that doesn't work is the case
Rep, represent, rep, represent, representation.
doesn't work is when it's twice.
Yeah.
Confirmation.
Confirmation.
Contrast that to another, that's the reason of the Yom. You must be wrong. Only time Nether double self up.
Okay, so next, James
You have to hold your head
Madison
together a little
is
bit. It's not so complicated. Essentially, all the Gemara is saying
for
is
many
that Lutzina is
things
telling you
named
that the Nether
Okay, father of the
Once they're different, so then they're gonna either go always part
father,
or
okay,
they're
what
wrong.
does that mean? Like, I don't know who is James Madison. I listen about him, but I don't know a lot of information about him. The cultures come to America for many reasons, namely feed on feed people library.
What's the parallel case by Yeshua?
Some states have a more
Starts by saying, I'm not going as
border states because of the state
I'm not big and great.
of not people because someone states have more people next to their
with great. In other words, that's where you're
regions
going to understand. In such a case, the shua is not going to work. The lokai. In such a case, the second expression of the shua is not going to work. Okay, that's how everyone understands. Let's just be clear about the way we're going to understand this. This is very vague, according to the Mishnah says, the person says, what happens according to Rabbi? He becomes a neder for 60 days. First, he has 30 days, he reaches carbon, finishes up his year, gets here, and then starts over in his year for a second time. What is a shua that does not work according to Rabbi? A parallel case exactly. Person says, person takes the shua not to eat figs, and then he says, you know what? I'm not going to eat figs and grapes. The shua included both figs and grapes, which essentially was already accomplished. The figs were accomplished in the first. Now the Gemara asks, hold on, it's still not going to work. Because the Rabbi taught us, shua also to eat it. Person takes a shua not to eat figs.
how many
Just be this case. You repeat, he says, I'm not going to eat it, and I'm not going to eat another. But I'm to eat it. So he violated his word. And what does he do there? First carbon. Carbon to bring for a kapara. He's known for violating his word. Now, this guy can control himself. So the Ka'akal Anavim.
What is
Now he's going to have an 8th grade.
are
Says
the
Rabbi,
two parts of the U.S. government?
Says Rabbi,
Send
when he went to have a grape, he
house.
can't bring the carbon.
Okay.
Because he already
What
had
are
a kapara on
two
the table before.
explanations of
Now on the
the
Anavim,
situation?
he can't bring the carbon because
Listen to me, bro.
I'm listening to you.
It's only
You're doing
You're
doing really well.
Read it,
prohibited
and I will
himself
come back.
from
Okay.
grapes and figs.
Okay,
Now
I
he
will be
ate
back.
the grapes,
Okay,
he only violated half
How many
of
days
your
until you come to America?
on after your word. The point is, says the Gemara,
That's correct. But I would say approximately 364.
Yeah.
But let me just tell you this. Let me just tell you this. Let me just tell you this. We're gonna have to adjust that date. It is not gonna happen that quickly. But maybe within the next 2 years. Once we get to that date, then it might be a year away. Okay? But I don't want you to think it's never gonna come. Now you know. How many days since you last smoked approximately?
When you say, I won't eat figs, then he said, I won't eat figs
There's like
and grapes.
Not like, you can look it up. Look it up.
So why is it? Because it's a Shir, but that just means it's another half.
okay, it is 1 day.
There's no
How
other
many
half.
years?
It didn't work. So say, don't forget carbon because the
How
shore
many
was
hours?
not
Yeah.
it. The shore
16 hours.
No, that's incorrect. You,
27 minutes.
no.
20
No. Do you see that? Stop. Do you see that little slider?
Which one?
There's a slider under 41.
Does say that only
Do you see where your 41 is? There's a white circle. Move that to the right.
So we've tried at least twice now to
That is 1,000 hour.
Rabuna, but
There you go. So you haven't had a cigarette in $1,000.
Yeah. 60,000 minutes.
There you go.
3 million seconds.
That's pretty wild. That's pretty wild that I was here with you on the 1,000th hour since you've had a cigarette.
I have a 12 months, 7 hours, 31 minutes, 20 seconds to go to the United States. I hope so.
It's going to take longer than that. It's going to take longer than that, but just know you can say approximately.
And he took off a card. It's part of the process. Part of the
But
process
sorry,
of coming out of
explain slow space,
decided to reverse.
appreciation in the United States run for office, join the party, help
He brought a card for it. They said, you know what?
in America
I want to go ahead and
before
so we got
Europeans.
who is the first is what's the halacha? Also lo shnia barishona. The first one's God.
Make America
Zeros is God. But he observed period of time for the zeros. Says Kumar, he's got credit for it. He already earned the credit for it because he already observed the 30-day period of the zeros, so therefore he's good to go. Kumar is the same thing. How does this case work out? What was the case?
Like it is
Haredi Nazir Hayom, Haredi Nazir Lamachar,
American Indians or that's how guys don't count picture. Well, you listen to me?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Okay, we live in America before the Europeans. American Indians or Native American.
So currently we say Native Americans.
Everything is good. So you could observe the zeros the
Why does the flag have 13 stars? So, because there were 13 original
Colonies.
I could use the credit of that line, the second zero.
I'm so bad for me.
You're not.
Because I am.
No, you're
Listen,
not.
listen.
Oh, I hear you. But trust me, you're not doing. You're doing great.
I have to listen for book or something like that for my reading, and it's so good, you know. But I have like somebody help me to like explain my mistakes, you know, with the reading. So. First to the colonies, so the height coach in the United States.
But since he has one more day on the line, so serve one more day on the other to finish up what you were missing.
Supreme Court.
Now he says you are going to
Supreme Court.
the zeros.
Okay, agree.
This is not the case of Rabuna or Shua. It's not where it says already knows Rayom, already knows Rayom, or already knows Rayom, already knows Rayom. You look in the second line, so he says it is.
Famous for many things named on.
That's what he says. The person accepts upon himself to the zero. So that's it. Doesn't say Yom. Doesn't say the Maki. It just says it shall be upon me.
President of United States. Continuation to Army. Precinct the continuation of why we are
says the Puna, that case, that price that he brought in, where it says he basically gets credit for the time he's serving himself in the Nazir, because it's fully irrelevant with our Mishnah, and that
please go to state settings to add your state.
I think we will stop here.
Okay.
There are a number of interesting runs.
What
We have
do
some time.
we show like
A lot of them on here, especially the big long one with giant base.
light showing to when
The reason is because
we say
I didn't really
start up a sub
not
of
so
military
clear that I would have
the
initially
United
thought
States
that the parallels that Gemara draws up are the right parallels.
range of
There could have been better examples of parallels. So if you get some time, please do these runs. It will be right. And wonderful
Wait,
Shabbos.
I will be back. I will read it very well and I will be back, okay?
All right, everyone, say good morning.
Okay, you do what you have to do.
Beautiful dance ahead of us today. Beautiful dance ahead of us today. I want to begin by thanking all of our sponsors, our co-sponsors for the month of Tishrei. Dr. Rina Weinberg, Sarah McGrath, Julia, Rina, and Eve, in loving memory of husband, father, Zeta, Dr. Paul Weinberg, Paris, Melissa Ben Abram, Dayal Steinberg, Sarah Steinberg, the Dayton Sponsor, Switzerland, Fushima, Shuvami Spas Susha, and Anne Benzev, the dedication of this month, and the source of all of our kilos in Scana. Also, with that, let us begin. We also must take note. Today is the yard site of the Mitzvah of Richard. So, who say that, the rabbi who knows so many things, but chiefly amongst them, incredible and overwhelming Abbas Yisrael. Love of every single Jew, no matter who and what they were, which results in their person to internalize this beautiful lesson of whether if you have some time at the end, which is highly unlikely, but if you have some time at the end, in your section, maybe we'll study a little bit of Torah, Rebbe. Those that were that, let us begin. So today's topic is Kuf Vav 106, and we have to get off on Kuf Hey on the page 105b. We left off on Neymar. Great. So we'll say in the wide lines, 2, 4, 6, 8 lines in the wide line. Just remember again, the topic over here we were discussing was the power of Shochad, the negative power of Shochad. How again, well, to be more specific, we must focus on over here on the concept of bribery is not just applied to monetary gifts, but it also applies to other non-monetary items as well. So Neymar, Neymar was going ahead and judging the particular case. So what happened? A feather fell on his head. Also, Gabra Shakla, right? Ultimately, a man came over and removed the feather from the head. I'm supposed to move the clothes down there. Okay? So the Gemara says, so a man came ahead, the man went ahead and removed the feather. I'm going to dive in a bit. So Neymar says, what are you doing? What are you doing? So I'm going to this way. So the man said, I happen to have it in your basement. So I'm going to Neymar said, I can no longer adjudicate this food. So we'll say, so once the Neymar felt that small favor, right? That small Torah, that small act of kindness, biased a Neymar in his favor, and would compromise the effectiveness of the trade. So we'll say, so once again, you're going to see a number of these types of examples, and the Muslim has the lesson is always the same, which is how easily susceptible we are to outside influences. We like to think that we're strong, we like to think that we can resist, but at the end of the day, we are so incredibly susceptible that even the smallest color, even the smallest favor has the ability to bias us. And again, here's the examples in terms of favors. But Lamaisa applied to so many different things that were susceptible to outside influences. Mar Ukva, Havashadi Loka Kame, Havashadi Lokame, Mar Ukva, there was saliva, spit on the ground in front of him. Also, Gabra Kassim, a man came along and covered it up for him. How many am I ever thing? So let's give Mar Ukva said, no. So what are you doing? Right? What are you doing? I'm a late, Islam. So the man says, listen, I haven't been Torah in your days. I'm a late, Asula Lekha Medina. send Jeremy email or something. I'm at a point in my life where something doesn't work, Okay, so the Gemara says as follows. So therefore, ultimately, again, I am possible. I am not allowed to go ahead and adjudicate this case for you. Rabbi Shmuel, Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Rabbi say to have a nice day, Kamali Shabsa concept of his. It was an interesting piece. Rabbi Yossi had a sharecropper. Rabbi said the way this work with the sharecropper is that the sharecropper used to bring him a basket of fruit every Erev Shabbos. That's what he wanted every Erev Shabbos. Rabbi said that wasn't a gift. That was payment. That was payment. That was the least of it. So what happened? So Gemara says, I'm not asking the day. Yom Achad, I see the Hesham. So one day the sharecropper brought it to my Thursday. On Thursday, so I'm a very nice Nohai. So the Yossi says to the small Yossi says to the sharecropper, what's going on? Why are you bringing me a basket of fruit now? I'm a very I have been Torah today. Said with you, so I figured on my way to the basement, I would drop off the basket of fruit. All right. So low cover up low. So first of all, Samuel Yossi didn't accept the basket of fruit. And furthermore, he said, I'm very concerned with Hallelujah. I'm not allowed to adjudicate the case because now I am effectively biased in this situation. So listen to this. The Osid is the big rabbi. Therefore, Rabbi Yossi went ahead and established another set. He went ahead and established he appointed another set of rabbanim to adjudicate the case. The Kaidina, the Kaidina, right? How do you talk about the Amar? Eat what you try happy. You eat what you try happy. That is incredible. So what happens? Remember, if the Torah Yossi refuses to give, that's number one. Number two, he appoints a different group of rabbanim to go ahead and adjudicate the case. And you listen, that young man adjudicate the case. What is he saying to himself? He's saying, this litigant, this litigant is referring to a sharecropper. This guy could handle like this, and this guy could handle like this, and if he made this claim, maybe something else in his mind, what's happening? He's advocating for the sharecropper. He's advocating for the sharecropper. So Rabbi Shmuel says like this. He says, Amar, Tepa Nafsham Shamekab B'Shochad. Look again, the souls, right? The heart, those who accept right should decay, which is a plumber. In other words, a punishment should come upon those who accept right. Shalom says, but I didn't even accept the right. I didn't accept the right. And had I accepted the basket of fruit, Shalina comes, right? Basket of fruit wasn't a bribe. Let's remember again, what did the basket of fruit represent? What was it? It was the way. So I would have accepted that which rightfully belongs to me. So again, I would have influenced. I didn't accept it. And had I accepted the basket of fruit again, it shouldn't have been a bribe. That was rightfully due to me. And yet, look how much it influenced me. A judge who does accept the actual bribe, how difficult and makes me uncomfortable in his hands to adjudicate correctly. Incredible. Very thoroughly, very Elisha. I see that whole Gabra. Rachel had that. Was a Kohen. What's a Kohen? A particular man's husband choose. First choosing of the sheep. That belongs to the Kohen. Rachel Sagan goes to the Kohen. Amalei, the Hefas, the Gabra is the best of that guy. He says, well, you ready from Amalei, you took one. I'm from so and so place. So he went to the house of the have a Kohen in his right? So he's going to release that book one was far away. So he's going to use the same shit. So he's telling me, there's no coin between here and there. But he's left the key all the way to me. In fact, I never do that. I'm a very unit in place. People kind of think for the thing with this. But I mean, I got for a coin. I feel in your mind. And I figured the people on my way to the basement, I would bring you the first unit. Amari Kapsuna Lafarina, when Sabarita said, I can no longer agree to you. I am possible. I'm not allowed to go into you. I'm violent. So look, couple of minutes. Furthermore, in Sabarita, Rabbi did not expect the truth. Ultimately, Jesus Rabbanon, Shura and Sabarita both had set up, like, two other Rabbanon to go into the case. Look how tiny it is. I'm going to do the video. So, a small Balisha is dead. You listen to the case. So, Mahadizika Azal Ba'asa, Amar, Ibai Tainasi, Ibai Tainaki. And he finds himself in his mind coming up with the arguments on behalf of this guy, advocating for this guy. It's the same thing. Amar, Tipak Nasha Shabi Shokat. So, Shabbat says, you see from here how terribly powerful a bribe is, and how a bribe ultimately goes ahead and fundamentally blinds the eye. He says, I didn't accept the bribe. I didn't accept the bribe. And had I accepted it, right, it was mine. I'm a Kohen. I'm entitled to this. And yet you see how much it impaired my ability to be impartial. All the more so, those who accept the actual bribery, how difficult and virtually impossible it is for them to adjudicate cases properly. So we'll say, let's go back there. So Rabbanan, I see Leahu Dabra, Kansa, Dikildan, the Begili. Rav Anan once had a guy who brought him a basket of small fish. So I'm away, my ability. So Anan once again says to the guy, tell me, what brings you when you bring this basket of fish? I'm away, do not listen. The man said, Rav Anan, I have a din Torah in your basement. Look, come on in. Rav Anan did not accept the fish. Right? And furthermore, he said to the man, I am unable to adjudicate your case. So the man says back to Banan, that's fine, you don't have to adjudicate my case. But Kabuli Likbal Mar, the low Lamanan Mar Me'akubebikuri. This is beautiful. The man says to Banan, that's fine, don't adjudicate my case, but can you please accept my gift? Please accept my gift. Because if you don't accept my gift, it will prevent me from offering Purim. First fruit. This sign of us saying that why is the gift to Rabbanan called the Bikurim? The sign of the Ishbami Bal Shalisha, the Yavel Ishalakim, says Bikurim Esrei Alech Episode the Carmel, the Ziklono. So we'll say, so Nabi describes over here a gift brought to Elisha, and it calls the gift of the 20 loaves of bread of Bikurim. The Elisha Elka Bikurim Elisha wasn't a Kohen. Rabbi Elisha wasn't a Kohen. So therefore, the gift wasn't called Bikurim. So what wasn't because why do we call it Bikurim? Was a subject of Allah Lomar Lacham, Allah maybe throwing a Tam Chacham, Kilu Makra Bikurim. If the teacher said whoever brings a gift to a Tam Chacham, it's as if he's bringing Bikurim. It's just a beautiful idea of giving a gift to a Tam Chacham, giving the finance, giving a Tam Chacham, it's the equivalent of going ahead and bringing Bikurim to the Chacham. So therefore, this man says to Rabbanan, so it's like, by the way, what's the connection between this what I'm talking about, instead of basic level, on a basic level, what's the whole hashkafa of Bikurim? Why does the farmer have to bring first fruits? Because bringing first fruits ultimately highlights the idea that what you have doesn't belong to you, it belongs to Hashem. The gift what Hamachim says that just like this, so what I have doesn't belong to you, that's fine. So then what I'm supposed to do with it, and the idea of it is I'm supposed to use it from others, specifically to use what I have in the support of to use my material wealth to enable the proliferation of spirituality. And the coming Chacham, one who ultimately again is there to proliferate spirituality amongst the masses, absolute tribes. And therefore, halacha l'maisa, giving a gift to a coming Chacham is to do one of the really cool. Very beautiful idea. Therefore, the guy says to Rabbanan, that's fine. Don't really put like this young doctor and the Ahmed Lishayma in the copy. Rabbanan said to me, I wasn't going to accept the gift. But now that you told me you're weak, give me a gift for some cost, like offering a Bikurim, then I'll accept it. Okay, but obviously Rabbanan was not going to do the case. How do you think about that? So he
Rabbanan Paslona Leiludina. And he said that the master servant, do me a favor, to take his case. Because I, Rav, Adnan are disqualified from adjudicating the case. Now, this is very interesting. Shmamina, so the Gemara said, Amar said, Vidashana, Behavi, Shmamina, Kride. So, Kride. The most is interesting. Shamanan says, Shavnachne, do me a favor, adjudicate this. Because I am possible to adjudicate this case. He doesn't tell them why he's possible. So it's interesting. What does Rav Nachman assume? Rav Nachman assumes that the reason Rabbanan is possible because Rabbanan is related to the guy. Because the truth is, if you think about it, like a relative is not allowed to adjudicate the case of a relative. So that's like the most common. So that's what he figured. Rabbanan didn't say why. So Rav Nachman assumed, oh, this guy must be the relative of Rabbanan. Now watch what happened. Watch what happened. So in the docket of the Nachman's court, he had the following. On the country of there was a case involving orphans. I will say the Pashtus, the state case, is something involving orphans in the docket. So now the question of Nachman had to deal with was what? Which case should I deal with first? The Solomon case or this guy who Rav Anan sent Amar Tapov Kofov, Amar Hayase Bahayase. It was like there's always a mitzvah d'oraisa upon the judge to adjudicate the case. It actually says Ishvat said you shall judge righteously. There's always a d'oraisa upon a judge to adjudicate the case correctly. Hayase the state of Kabbalah Torah. So it's obviously the Kabbalah Torah. But in Rabbanan's case, so going that case, his relative is giving over. Giving honor to a common. Or again, Rav Nachman said that case first. So the Gemara says, what happened? The so they set aside the Solomon case and they bumped up the case of this guy. So what happened? Even the Chazal Baldine, Yikla the Ka'avilay, the second time. So what happened? So now the fish guy, right? The fish guy. And his fellow litigants walking to his and now they see that they've been bumped up in front of the document. So I will say what happened. The litigant felt that now, obviously, the fish guy is receiving preferential by the court of Rothschild, and therefore he felt unable to properly advance the case. So it's incredible. So then what's happening over here is dramatic misunderstanding. Like, so remember again, Rabbanan sent the piece to Rav Nachman because he accepted the gift from the fish guy. Right? He doesn't say, that's what you adjudicate this case, I can't. Rav Nachman assumes, there we have the mistake. Rav Nachman assumes that halacha l'maisa, the reason why Rabbanan can't adjudicate his guy's relative. The guy is his relative, Rabbanan, the case up to the topic. The litigant, he allowed the fish guy to receive preferential things, and as a result, felt and therefore was advanced in particular claims, and the Pashtus lost. So we'll say, now listen to this. The Gemara now, we're going to see that Rabbanan is held responsible for not properly explaining what this is. Now, we're not going to focus, right? We're not going to just operate based on what he thought. Rabbanan was held responsible because halacha l'maisa did not properly frame what was going on. So watch this. Rabbanan have a record Elio the Asidabe. Rabbanan, this is incredible. You learn with Elio. You used to learn with Elio. It's incredible. Masnile Seder Elio. The most thing is was called in Torah Shabbat, a concept called Seder Elio. We'll spend it more, but it's a compilation of teachings. And Elio Rabbi gave over to Rabbanan, gave on Rabbanan. But once Rabbanan did this, I will say, did this was he went ahead and inadvertently undermined this case. Remember, had he undermined the case by not fully Sirbo says sometimes in life, like we make mistakes by what we say, and sometimes like we make mistakes by what we don't say. In other words, here, Rav Anan passed. He went ahead and he sent the case over to Rav Nachman, and he did not fully explain what it was that was going on with the end result. Rav Nachman just assumed that he kind of Rav Nachman also made a mistake. That's true. But the burden wasn't the real burden. The responsibility was upon Rav Anan to fully articulate what was unfolding over here. So as a result, so remember again, so therefore, Rav Anan used to work really on Navis. So what happened? Kevan, the Avid Haki, once this episode occurred, and now there was a miscarriage of justice, and the miscarriage of justice was really the responsibility of Rav Anan is Stalin. And they all know coming. They don't stop coming to visit him for a little bit. That's a bit tiny. So by Rachman, Shabbanan back out, they come back to Asa, and then they all came back. See, also when he did come back, how the lovely lady would say, so when he did come back, he was saying, it wasn't the same. And Rav Anan was scared in the direct presence of Eliyahu. That's what it is. The other people saw Yosef Kameh. It literally means a box. And he sat inside of the box. The idea is he made him a pizza. He made a partition so that he was not directly in the presence of Eliyahu and Rabbi, but rather again he was there able to learn with him, but wasn't directly in his presence. Yosef Kameh at the advocate said, "Behind the Amri, Savior Eliyahu Rabbo, Savior Eliyahu Zuba." The most actually incredible. So in the teachings that Eliyahu and Rabbi gave to Rabbi Nan, there are actually two sets. There's what's called Savior Eliyahu Rabbo. That teaching of halacha is set up as going to Eliyahu and Nabi prior to the judicial incidents. And then there's Savior Eliyahu Zuba, which is literally the order of Eliyahu Zuba. That's what Rabbi Nan learned with Eliyahu and Nabi after the I would say it's such an incredible lesson that understanding what happens over here, Rav Anan is indirectly responsible for the fact that another Jew was harmed. It's like that's what the whole people do. Remember again, when we see another country, another country, if you're exceptionally much than another other one. If you're very lucky, if you're very careful how you treat other Jews, the moment that it messed up with you, because of something you did, even though it was totally inadvertent, again, I picked it up right off the book. The fact that it's the guys that are research that they did because again, the Rebbe was so immaculate again on how you treat another Jew, how you love another Jew, how you take care of the feelings of another Jew. So here, Rav Anan has this abusive area and Navi, but you did something that inadvertently impacted another Jew, you're responsible for that. So if you're not going to police with your Navi for that. You're going to get in the Cuba. It's also, once you become a person who negatively impacts other people, that leads to residual impact on who and what you are. Season of Lebanon happens. And if your Navi comes back, come back in the same way. It's not the same way. It was how we have to be. Our interpersonal behavior, not just for how we advertently or intentionally impact other people, but even how we inadvertently impact other people. The Bible says this. The same that Yosef Havarisa, the use of Yosef towards divine anger. It will say divine anger ultimately as a means towards a family. Amar Rabbanah Yosef, divine Nachman. Rather because Yosef davened for us. Amar Lahu, Ashta, Umma Elisha, if you have a Rabbanah Muslim Kameh, Hazukaishi, Alfi, Ummasan Rabbanah, the Ibanzi, and this will have a Balachani, those are students. The real thing says this. Elisha is much greater, like Elisha Nabi. Elisha Nabi, when people would be invited to come into the message, there were still 2,200 people left behind. So vast is the commitment and those dependent on Elisha. People they would get up and they said there were 2,200 people left behind. And yet to even this stuff, bothered by it was a kind of divine that at least we're it was like the idea being that some the midas of doing justice is so intense. It may not be the right time to supplicate. It may not be the right time. Sa'ana Ibai Rachami, Aisha's her compassion. Which was the American Haishia.
But how do you know that when Elisha, when his Talmudim left the base, there were still 2,200 for Elisha in the base. The only starts at this is in the middle of Saturday. Like I was talking about over here, Malachim days, where there was famine in Eretz Yisrael. So the only starts at the attendant of Elisha said to Elisha, Ma etain zeh. How should I do this? The Gemara has to moving back. The concept of the Gemara 40 at the end of both Amos, where the Gemara discusses that she was given 20 loaves of barley bread, which is seen all this discussion. 20 loaves. So the Gemara says that Elisha was having a question. What am I going to do with these 20 loaves? Lifnei Mea Ish. My Lifnei Mea Ish. What does it mean 20 loaves in front of 100 people? Even with the cool Lifnei Mea Ish, if you say it means literally 20 loaves in front of 100 people, 20 loaves in front of 100 people, Shani B'Tzoras Tubahabi. That's great. Like 20 loaves for 100 people in a time of famine? That's fantastic. Ela the Kolkad, the Kad Kanei Mea. No, rather what it must mean, it was 20 loaves, right? 20 loaves, each loaf in front of 100 people. So it's giving us ultimately, telling us the number of people who ultimately have to be sustained by Elisha. And if you made Rabbi Medera in the Rav, in the Talmudim would be Yeshiva, Rabbi Shabbat, Abu Paishi, Alpit, Umasan Rabbanan. There were still 1,200 Talmudim Chachamim left. Now, because the year was over, and people leave their Medrash, there were still 1,200 people left behind. So fast the Talmudim of Rav. When the students of Rafu did the base measure, 800 Rabbanim were still left in the base measure. Let's listen to this incredible. Rafuna had a Darish with Laser Amorai. Rafuna had so many Hamidim. Right, that's really funny. That when you would give a share, he had 3 Moran, three spokespeople, right? 3 mature ones. Right, he would go ahead and give a share to everyone. Any Rabbanim in the sick, after the shear, when the Rabbanim would get up and leave the base measure, right? Not secretly minded. So we'll say, remember, Talmudim were often sitting on the ground. So when Rafuna finished giving the shear and they got up, what would everybody do when they got up? They would dust off their clothes. Listen to this. Havusavik Afka, the dust would rise, Vikasi lay Yoma. Literally, it would cover the sun. So many times we give up when they would get up from the year, and they just shake out the jacket, shake out the clothes. Literally, again, the sun would be obscured. And this was in Babel. Well, only Rava. And ultimately, they would see this in Eretz Yisrael, and they would say, Hamulei Nisifti Rafuna Babla. Oh, Rafuna the Babylonian just finished giving shear. That was like, there's a lot of beautiful metaphorical meaning in this as well. We're not going to get into this now, but I'll just point out. So let's just imagine the beauty of it. Imagine it's interesting because today's day and age, when we think about like massive numbers of followers, so we think about like, this person is like a big online follower, right? Also, second can be online following is fantastic. The most is again, imagine long videos. Like I remember like I saw a couple of times when my boys were learning in the lake, and they were learning with Usher students. And the Usher students in the US, there are now about 9 people. So I went to share to them. It's in a basement in one of the buildings in New York. And again, if you can imagine just a massive room, literally filled wall to wall with something. Going into the stairwell, it's I don't understand the word of the shear, but I'd say like it's incredible just to see what it looks like as the lungs of Hamida coming or aspiring Hamida coming, listening to what's like I have to say like. It's some overwhelming. Right? Just it's so different because today we're like, 5,000 people watch this, 3 million people watch this. That's fine. That one's in the living room. That's fantastic. There's a beauty that I think we miss. I don't know that we necessarily have it today in the same or appreciation for it. Of just a lot of people in one space
all soaking in Kedusha. So here, this imagery also, there's a lot of examples. Rabbi Yochanan and Zakkai, the Gemara says, during the regalim, used to go ahead and give shear in the shade of the walls of the Beis Mikdash, because there was no Beis Medrash that's capable of going ahead and containing all of them in one space. The Huna, they're getting up, they dust off their clothes, and literally, figuratively, you can't see the sun. You can't see the sun. How that we should be so to see such a thing. Rabbi said, when the students would leave the yeshiva of Rabbi and Rabbi Yosef, there would be 400 Rabbanim left in the Beis Medrash. They're calling actually, they call themselves orphans. They felt orphaned from the rest of the group. Maybe Abaye's when they're only down with yeshiva of Abaye, but under maybe Rab Papa, but under maybe Ashi, Havu Paishi, Masan, Rabbanon, they follow Nafshai who Yasmin. They will say, the idea that we're trying to hide how many beautiful Tamidim each of these Rabbanim had. When Shir was over and people left the church, there was still a significant contingent. Ultimately, we'll see, I'll just say something amazing also. It's fascinating to hear that when Shir was over, some left in the Beis Medrash, and those left in the Beis Medrash called themselves the Somer, orphans. When you're not part of the Chagra, when you're part of the Kabula, not part of the collective, what it means to be a Yid is not just like, I have a small cover, this is what it means to be a Jew, is that you're part of something so much bigger than yourself. And if you're not part of something so much, you live on the periphery, you live on the margins, you just go ahead and have to be part of something much deeper to avail yourself of being part of the secret, being part of the orphan. You're missing out on something so beautiful. So, you had hundreds of people left in the Beis Medrash. There's hundreds left. When the primary group left, were parts of the Kabbalah. So incredible. Some others items. Already, I was 2 years old here. The document they know this kind of stuff. Those were the job. Their job was to check animals, carbonic animals, for movement. Sometimes they said it was a full-time job. Pay the salary. The job is to make us pay the salary. Where did the salary come from? Shumas Aleshka. What's the Shumas Aleshka is? It's a shekel. You can have shekel collection. Okay, hold on the 12. How many talk about how many come around the village to Bahari? How you win this? Well, I'm sure how many come on? We called the laws of Shkita. They were also employed by the Beis Hamikdash. Where did their salary come from? Their salary came from also at shekel. How many are coming on local mitzvah? How many coming to went ahead and taught the laws of mitzvah? Right? The most I can come in mincha, Kohen only goes in and scoops up with his 2 middle fingers, has to shave off the sides. Right? So that was a skill. So the time they come and taught the Kohen on the skills, no things around the Shema Shamishka. Ultimately, again, they would go ahead and get paid on the Matzilot of Shema Shamishka. Right? Giving a lot of business. These people don't have to be Kohen. Right? How you come and go ahead and teach Shita, or you need to learn how to be Kohen. Speaking about this, for those of us suffer sound, and I'm going Kohen and right? I am chief amongst them. Right? That's one thing I would love to learn more than anything Kohen. I realize this is our aim. This is our aim. Now, being that I'm not really a stupid guy, I'm going to hard out that. I think this is the idea. Also, it doesn't sound such a complicated, right? I feel like and also, this is your ticket for the Beis Hamikdash. You come proficient in either mitzvah or shkita, and then you can become you can become the person who goes there and teaches Kohanim. Now, once you're the Rebbe of Kohanim, the Pashtos, that's like a backstage pass. Like I'm saying, you've got VIP, right? take it from Tzedek Life. So let's remember again, in the Beis Hamikdash, there are different hills. There's Tumas Halishka, which max is a shekel. Then there's Tzedek Habayis. The Tzedek Habayis are the cheapest. Two different accounts. So Nachman says, I think that the way that you take care of the curtains, I think that's those salaries really come from Tzedek Habayis. Because think about it, get a curtain is part of the structure. Right, so the mice again from Tzedek Habayis, not from max is a shekel. In which the Gemara says, why the body over the country that is Habayis, only part because essentially it looks like, where do you put a wall? Where would a curtain? Like if you weren't putting a curtain, what would go there? What would go there? A door, a wall. So therefore, by definition, that's the kabayis. Based on Aquinas Hamaisakto, that's a weak curtain. Assuming again, the Garmu family on both sides. The Garmu family knew this secret thinking proper lechal opponents. Right? Those remember again, so this right, remember again, they knew how to take the lechal opponent, U-shape, they knew how to take it, and to remove it without it collapsing. The Avakinas family knew the secrets of Torah, specifically, they knew the identity of secret ingredients, which is called Ma'ale Hashim and State Filler, so they were paid for their services. They took their salary from Dumas Alishka. So this is Pastor Ramachman. But Ramachman said that he wouldn't leave the curtain to get paid from the Kabayas. Here it's quite good to getting from Master Shagel. Let's say first line, Hassam did the Bobby. So let's say it depends ultimately again what type of curtain that we have. There are different types of curtains. There are curtains that serve as doors, and then curtains that will purchase in nature. Curtains that serve as doors, because those are, we'll call it structural, versus we'll call it more decorative curtains for based on Shumas Halishma. Now, we say that Amarab, Moshe said, Baruch said, there are 13 curtains in nature. So there's limited Shani and Saudi. Shiva can every Shiva Sharim, 7 by the 7 days. After the Piscus for Hechal, one by the entrance of Hechal, the after the Piscus for Ulam, one of the entrances of Ulam, days is here, 2 by the Kosh Kadoshim, days connect them down the two upper stories as well. We will say again, not all curtains are created the same. Some curtains literally serve as slaves, those being like the making and creation of those. The case from Vedic Habayis is quote unquote called structural, versus others, similar to the Kosh Kadoshim, all out of incredible. Joshua Hamagad was it was actually incredible to see this before. Women raise your children to perform the service of Torah. I will say, now what is this? It requires a little bit of extra. And the God was the name of the Torah. We'll say we do this outside. There, remember again, one of the most dramatic we hold that which means someone who takes a man becomes coming, and then goes through the club, but still requires what? Head of check. Seducing things about that have been rejected. One of the ways in publicly was the calling is in the Paraduma, the name coming, and we told you what people know, you go ahead and do Paraduma. You make your own inbox, it's a Paraduma. So what we often said, in order to go ahead and prevent people from making a Paraduma, we will not here in every other Paraduma. One of the overwhelming
that children, like children who draw the water, children who never came in contact with anything. So that's one kind of children who literally separate cities. Look at the Hakeros have the newest Islam time. They were raised. I don't think it's like so that they were both the platforms. So they were the chance of any type of corrupt. Like there's no dead bodies, and even if there is a dead body, the Russian were essentially raised isolation. Isolation by themselves with their mothers, away from any type of corrupt. So that's about it. You'll look at Ashton and go, so let's have a kind of stray in the para, some choice on this stuff. Wasn't who supported these kids and their mothers? So that money came from the master Tashaka. The Solomon says, no, let's try to use those also part of this also. Because the rich women of Yerushalayim support their children. So these children and their mothers, like the mothers would go in these isolated courtyards in Yerushalayim that were built separate and distinct from any type of corrupt. Okay, they were supporting them. So the opinion says they were supported from the background. Second opinion says they were actually other rich Yerushalayim so to support these women and their how much they show the flash yes what about the shorts? Service that one side. These are specifically outer is there, right? The outer is there. Stone is there. Covered in gold. So now we have to make sure this what vai não esquece nem para tirar ele mais comes from so we can say that was a number of times when the time was every day and it was there. So remember there. So upkeep for the Mizbeah from the bad dynasty fund. So it says like upkeep for that came from the Vedekabai fund. So to what? Utensils also came from the Vedekabai fund. Oh, so a covenant which was also so maybe not. Maybe we don't say the utensils are so of the offering of a kabbalah. All communal offerings come from what? The master cycle. And therefore, Shiloh, and it counts Shiloh. It counts Shiloh, it counts for the out of his day. Did, like since it is there, it comes from the Kabbayis. So too, utensils come from the Kabbayis. No, the utensils are there for the Kabbalah. Kabbalahs come from the master from and therefore the service utensils also come from that.
Ultimately, again, the only cut is service utensil subs from the shakal. Okay, basic, but as a kasha, if they are melech, yoga code, if sha'ara kasha, sayas, kilim, the base Hashem, so they collected money, and from the leftover monies that they brought before the king, and before the Rashi says, now with some, the project is better to buy the Yehoash, plug the earth. So it's like, this is a part, like, this is talking about the Yehoash, and these are the Yehoash, did a massive capital campaign, to go ahead and refurbish they had left over, and what did they do with the left money? They used it ultimately by our soup too. They make utensils. So what does it sound like? What does it sound like? Like they're using utensils for the reason contradicts what we just said before. Because ultimately they get, well, this seems to indicate that utensils are made from the bias and not from maximum. Synthetic and synthetic. How you today what how you obviously have a person sitting to Rabbi. Okay, that's where it's quoted from. From the law. Right? Yes, that is actually from. You also from the law like you. So what the pastor said, you cannot go ahead and also in the law. We have to contradict each other. No kasha, double bow, see, kasha double below, see. Rabbi said he wants to get the difference between collection and then yields leftover money. That's how I saw these over. What should we do with the leftover funds? How do I should we go for such a guy? So in that case, maybe we can go ahead and insurance. That's about again a primary collection leftover funds. Use that for something other than the kabayas. Alright, Yavot. Days in masters land. In what the host, they love the English and Paris. Also, it's almost like it's interesting halachic discussion. When you collect money that is stuck up, and then there's leftover money. That's to be allocated for that. But can it be allocated for something else? If there is extra money, that money could be just in the same thing apart from the 20% of the line. And it turns out, that extra money to be allocated, why they not be because no they had extra money after that. So what they decide to do is impossible that under normal circumstances, sharish comes somewhere from there to Masala stuff. It's considered to be of the carbon process. But collection for Beta Kabayis and others extra important sharish. Incredible. Remember like this. There you spell. They sharish by the short sharish. Service utensils by the Kabbalah Scrum Maxis and Shakishinai. Sha'ara Kasek, which was Shirai, those are the owners that Chumas Alishka. The was say, this is the first class is like a witness. You know, this scholars. But the way it works, the was say, is Halacha should do a half shekel collection. The was say, comes from a new son, you no longer use the shekel last year, you only use two shekel. So the Gemara says over here, which money was used ultimately for servicing Sha'ara Kasek, the money which has leftovers. There's only one money, one type of fund, which is regulated by the laws of the Maxis and Shachal. Here you see that this utensils was made from that Shachal. So the Gemara says, maybe originally the actual leftover money themselves, that's more of the Sha'ara to the other. Ha'ola or Yishoda. Just like when the person says Ha'ola, the first, so Rockanami, Kesef, was I need the primary, so it doesn't mean use other monies from the Sha'ara, but it means the primary money collected from that year.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. You're absolutely right. I'm a Giga Chad. First and foremost, you should know I have hundreds of thousands of followers on social media, and if you want a free follow back, send me a follow. I'll make sure to pay everyone. I'm the king of follow. Additionally, you should know I'm running 24/7 X spaces for 362 days. So we're on 365 different X spaces, and any kind of X spaces, video X spaces. So I have an entire year of life live on basis. If you ever want to check it out, my most recently read account, it's another that I use. You can always check there 24/7. I plan to just always come in, chill themselves, talk about which they're passionate. So with that being said, those are some two cool D chill. Rothschild, if you don't know who I am, I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days, 165 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the thing, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman, real life Big Brother. This is a time capsule of human. In the 1990s, the phrase "content is king" was coined, and I'm making that true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going, what I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all ready. I want to ensure that you have generational, you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream or 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20-ish YouTube streams 24 hours a day, live in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view my YouTube streams, the link's available in my post. Additionally, you'll find it in my profile. You'll also find in my post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord. Discord.me/Rabbi. I'm going to say that we recently surpassed 2,800 people community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want you to know that I want to help end hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program, and most importantly, desalination technology. Pump Earth seawater onto to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a free marketer, if you're a raider, and you want a free mentor friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life, future, and most importantly, I give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
A girl who goes ahead and becomes a vulgarist, doesn't lose his owners, or now is married as a Tukana. Remember that was a piece of our lower amount of the dowry. She go back and reclaim that higher amount as long as what? How can I establish this closely to the including actually as led from the Rabbi house of the Rabbi Abbas, Helen she's supported by her brother. So we say remember again, brother supported by and ultimately again the brother from that estate. If so, it is the estate or the dowry. Remember again, one is like the equal amount of dowry. If you want to say for 1 second. Mizonos, once you get Mizonos, but once Mizonos and IPS, so both dowry and Sarashman, even in the case of marriage, if we speaking she would give dowry as long as what? As long as at the time of the marriage she lodged. But I'm going to Rabbi the Rabbi. I'm going to Rabbi the Rabbi. Rabbi the Rabbi said, Bagra, three colors. He says, in a three colors. Bagra, the new three colors. So interesting to see. If a girl becomes a Bulgaris, she does not have to, doesn't have a logical claim in order to obtain her dowry. Rabbi says, if she only became Bulgaris and not married, she doesn't have the logical claim and she's circles. However, she became Bulgaris and got married, she does logically claim to see her dowry. Remember, but you know that I'm not going to cover it you so much. You shun it off, hug him up, you hug him up. Don't say again, this is what we brought up before. We brought up this so much. You resolve that scene, that scene addiction. You can say one was the case of logical complaint, one was the physiological complaint, which we went to Bokasha, how to commit to the night, how to low commit to the night. Interesting distinction. One is when is talking about people receiving the sorrows from her brothers, i.e. from the mistake, and one is where she is not receiving the sorrows from the mistake. Okay? Amr Abuna Amr Rabba. So Amr Rabbi said, I'm not saying if you can't see. Don't say, I think it's Rabbi doesn't want to tell you. Parnas, remember again, Parnasa, dowry. Dowry is not not part of the so what does that mean? Parnas is not from the so remember again, let's take a step back for just a moment. Look at Rashi. It's almost right across. Parnas is doing her dowry. Tonight, Mizal Shabbat. So let's remember again. In the realm tonight, there are a number of different ones tonight. Right, these are stipulations of Siva. What's the most popular or most well-known tonight? Siva? Mizoros. Right, Mizoros. That's where our man says, again, that his daughters are going to be what is financed by his. That's tonight. Comes along Rabbi. Parnasa Onya is not, the Gemara says, what is that? What's the meaning of that? Meaning was it was Parnasa, Parfum, Shivadi, Israel, Parfum, Shivadi. If you want to say that also, that means that Parnasa, dowry, is collectible from right? And ultimately tonight Suva are not collectible from covered times. In other words, we'll say, hey, that's what it's saying. Now local events are let's say there's no property in the state. The daughter doesn't have the right to claw back property that her father sold for his life in order to provide for him. That's what it means. That Mizoros is not from the Shabbat. When we say, again, Parnas, is good your dowry, like tonight Suba, maybe this is a clawback of the dowry. Is that what it means? To which the Gemara says, that's the case. By Kamash Malons, on my single yom, so let's say the truth is that we actually already know. We'll discuss this. We'll discuss this. The halacha mesa, there is a clawback for dowry, not a clawback for parnasa. That would be obvious. We haven't seen that yet. That would be obvious. Which the Gemara says, the elo, the parnasa gadya healthy, the tonight suba, by gadya, mithat lo gadya. So maybe the other possibility is like this, that ultimately parnasa is collectible even from the palpable. Only is dowry collection of alcohol, but it's also collectible from the palpable. And on the other hand, like suba is only
says Rabbi, both Parnasa and both Parnasa are both collectible from the Kotel as Harkot Sanya, Echon of Asim Shishnayis, Re'echon of Asim Shishnayis, Motzin Lemonsha, Ulabanos, the very Rebbe so ultimately Rabbi says in the Rebbe. So both of Asim Shishnayis, land, real estate. The Chasim Shishnayis is Metaltolim. Both of those items are used to satisfy Motzin Lemazon and Isha Ulabanos is ultimately again to support a wife and daughters. In a Rebbe, the Elamai, Parnasa Ino, Night Suba. So let's remember again, which is trying to figure out a simple statement. Right? Basically, that Parnasa dowry is not treated like a Suba. Trying to figure out what does that statement. Rather than Gemara says, here's what I mean. Omer, I don't know something the Chassid control. Listen to this. Let's the man says, I do not want my daughter to be supported from my property. He makes that statement. If someone regards to support my property, what's the halacha? Ain't shomero. We don't listen to him. Everyone said, why don't we listen? Because he actually 2 lines up in the bottom. Earlier, someone knows something the Chassid. The hot shkat is very simple. When a man signs a ksuba with his wife, when a man enters into a suba with his wife, part of the tonight suba is that what he has to support his daughters. He doesn't have a right to say, I'm not doing that. On the other hand, if a man says, I use suba no something in the hasab, shalom. The man says, I'm not giving my daughters a dowry. Ultimately, under those circumstances, we listen to him, look at Rashi. I use Parasu Shomalo, Shatarnasa Eno Chov Alov Kitnai Suba, Elechov Al Hayusomim, Echad Lo Tziba Ha'av Shalom Parnasa. So I say, so interestingly, Rashi just made this distinction. The man says, I'm not giving my daughters Mizonos, you don't listen to him. But if the man says, I'm not giving my daughters dowry, we listen to him. Shatarnasa Eno Kitna top of Samet Test. So Tala Le Rav Rabbi. That was a very interesting expression. Tala Rav Rabbi. Okay. So Rav, if you look at Rashi, it's actually interesting. Especially as follows. Tala Pro Yares Shomim. The Tala Sha'ira Zubin and Shijin. Like this is the way it works. You would write a letter to someone. The very point of the letter was a correspondence just like just to correspond with each other. And in the middle of the letter, what happened? You would go in and put a question. So the expression that was used is put a question in between the lines of the letter. Like Rav the Rebbe, they suspended a question to Rebbe in between the lines of the letter. What was the line? What was the line? So I say, part I'm trying to point out over here. What we have in this result this last piece was there's a fundamental distinction between Parnasa and Mizonos. What's the fundamental distinction? Mizonos, Suba, Parnasa, not Suba. How does that play out? You can see if a man says, I'm not supporting my daughters, I'm not my daughters Mizonos. Such a statement is void because that is inherently broken to the Suba. Technically speaking, if a man says, I'm not giving my daughters, you're not giving my daughters a dowry, technically speaking, you listen to him. Okay, so let's go back. Sounds like, how can you shift to Nahu? Here's an interesting case. Let's say, father died, brothers inherit the estate. Part of what now the brothers have an obligation to do from the estate, number one, to give your sisters the zonos and dowry. What happens if the brothers encumber the estate? The Gemara says, just that if you have a Amalei, Mafru Amishko, or sits down spotless. So this was the question Rav sent to Rebbe. If the brothers went ahead and encumbered the estate, so what rights do the daughters now have? So let's say, now Rebbe got this question, and Rebbe Chia was sitting there with Rebbe when Rebbe received the question. And he asked him, Amalei, here's the parable section. So what does it mean to encumber the estate? Amalei, Mafru Amishko. Does it mean it's sole property of the estate? or maybe they pledged property. In other words, what are we talking about? Normally, might not. What's the difference whether or not they sold it or they just encumbered it? Which the Gemara says here's the difference. Most humans are not self. They will see no result. That we forces what we want. We will extract property, encumbered property, sold property, to satisfy the dowry obligation, but we will not go and extract property in order to go and satisfy the Soros obligation. So that is a fundamental distinction. Rav will say, so that's why they weren't sure what was he referring to. So for Rav, what was Rav referring to? Rav, Imachru coming by the lake, Nichtav Limachru, Meshkinu coming by the lake, Nichtav Meshkinu. Now the question goes back around, Rav, why don't you explicitly state the question? In other words, what are you asking? Are you asking about a case where the brother sold or the brother's encumbered? And whatever you're asking, why don't you explicitly write it in the letter? Which one is the most explicit? You have Rav, Rabbi coming by it. Rav is actually inquiring about both of these. He's asking both about selling and encumbered. Sava, here is it. He said as follows: because late makru hanei. So we'll say perhaps like this: if I write about a case that is sold off, hanei that you shall not into motzim koshekim mishkan. If the response back is that you would extract properties from a sale in order to satisfy dowry obligations, ultimately, again, if you could sell, you could certainly extract it, so to speak, from an encumbrance. But if they send back to me that we not extract it from a purchaser, that won't answer my question regarding someone who's pledged the property. Yes, they go to Mishkinu, and if I write about the case of a pledged property, so you shall have people seen if they come up, all the more so you can extract it in the case of a sale. You shall have people seen. But if they said to me, you can't extract it, Akaki, you left with the question about the sale. Therefore, therefore, I will say, Rav intentionally wrote an ambiguous sheet, which forced them then to answer in both accounts. But I want to point out what's happening over here is as follows. This is dramatic halacha. So the Gemara just said it like this: father dies, leaves behind the estate. Brothers go ahead and either encumber or sell off property. The Gemara teaches us is that halacha l'maisa, you don't have the right to go back and extract properties for the sake of their dowry, for the sake of the dowry, but not for the sake of the soul. So essentially, when there's all this obligation is satisfied with the voters, as long as the estate has property, sold unencumbered property. Dowry is pretty short to satisfy the dowry needs. The Yochanan follows. The Echazeh Imotzi. Yochanan is no difference than the Zonos. You can't take him back. I think anything back. So to myself, for dowry, take anything back yourself. Good. Now we have Machotas, Rabbi Yochanan, and Rabbi. Rabbi says, which everyone agrees with. Everyone agrees. In the Zonos, if the property is sold or uncovered, Tortoise can't take it back. Dowry, Rabbi says they can take it back. Rabbi Yochanan says they can't take it back. Here's the shayla. Rabbi Yochanan, go shmiyah lehad the Rabbi. Shmiyah lehad the Kabbalah. Oh, shmiyah lehad the Kabbalah. And nevertheless, still has or had you heard that certainly would have gotten along with that.
Nashma Deisnar, Mishneh, Yeniach Shnei Panos B'Dat. A man dies and he left behind two daughters and a son. Because Mahalishon, one of enough, like the son of Bas, below his speak of Shneir with both Ad Shemei Sabed. Shabbat said, this is a really interesting. Father dies behind two daughters and a son. Okay. Now, after the death of the father, daughter number one goes ahead and gets married. Same again. Once the default melts, tenth of the estate. Daughter number one goes in and gets her tenth of the estate. Good. Brother dies. Brother dies before sister number two gets married. After her brother dies, there are no sons who inherits the estate. The girls. So now sister number one the estate. Out of the estate, how does sister split the estate? 50-50. So now, Rabbi Yochanan, Shnei Vitra. Listen to how fascinating this shot. So now we have the Yerusha that maybe sister number two should take off, should set aside her before they divide the estate. Or do, and now sister number two should just take her down from her portion of the estate. That's interesting. The second sister has been sister has yielded her dowry. That wasn't Lisa, she yielded. No one's asking her. Allah says, listen, you just need, take that's your dowry. There's no allocation anymore. You just inherited 50%. I'm Rabbi Hanina, he's still actually just a woman. Yitra, Isrin Achasim, the Ramin and Kilo, Isrin Achasim, Kilo, Kimotion of Mazu, Yakatak Yakloku, Zushikim of Nisi, Zok, Subas Halabas, Isrin Achasim, Sharishni, was Bilusha. So we'll say, here's what's interesting. Turns out, that's number one, will actually have, or actually with more of the estate. Why does someone walk with more of the estate? Because remember, she got her initial 10, and now she's inheriting 50% of what. So the Gemara says, I'm going to he told him he's on. We'll see the Paras, they won't see the Mazoros. The truth is, we've said something bigger than this. We go ahead and we extract from purchasers for Paras for dowry, and not from Zoros. The act, how much near the truck. So let's say, so everything that says is interesting. Because in the state of for myself, you can go ahead and in order to go to pay for dowry, so number two, we have to allocate her first. Before the estate is divided up, Visa, name of a man amro. So let's say that this is true ultimately of Visa. Name of a man amro, the name of the older, Moshmiele. Rabbi Yochanan never heard the position of Rabbi. Did he shake Kabel? And maybe when he heard it again, he accepted it. He was some Dikareva face, and this piece is so sad. It's at the end of the day, sister number two is inheriting a large amount of property. It doesn't make sense to say that we should first go ahead and give her her 10, and then go ahead and out of the estate. Well, that is, I'm going to give her the Rashi said first of all, about El Miata. Ashkecham et Sieva Amadi Korava Kesa. Often Nami Gloria, Dina Lady Sumasim. So let's say that's the case. What about college? Let's say, similar case, or it doesn't be this case where the brother died. But let's say the girl has not yet gotten hurt. And let's say the father sold off, or let's say the sold off the estate. Now what happens? The daughter finds $1 million in the street. A bag of money. Let's say a bag of money. There's no money, it's all hers. So we'll be saying now that she has property. Ultimately, again, she won't get any kind of clawback from the estate. Which the Gemara says, no, that's not a fair. Oh no, Rav Kabesa, the honey in the husband. So that was that. It's just one guy is saying different estates. In this case, it was just deciding she inherited 50% of her father's estate. So it could be that in that kind of case where she, remember again, I've also said, what's the whole point of the dowry? The whole dowry is to give the daughter a
her father's estate. He's over here with the dies, and sister who has not yet gotten married. She a significant part of her father's estate. Absolutely everywhere Rabbi Yochanan would say that halacha l'maisa, no need to first allocate it before you go and give her 50%. The dowry is absorbed, the whole thing is a deficit. Remember again, the entire thing that she now inherits now effectively becomes her parnasa. So let's say, I just mentioned over here, how do we pass in this case? So let's say, this actually is very interesting. So what do we do in a case where father died, brother inherits the estate, and let's say brother or brothers, the entire estate. So not the entire estate. Now there are sisters. The sisters now are effectively left out. Come on, they're left without Mizanos and Parnasa, dowries. What do we do? The pastor is a local species. Shemafu, or Mishkinu Tatia, Habas, Torefes, Min Halakos, Parnasasa. The Derek Sheparkit calls Baale Kovos Milakos. Moshe started on the Sabbath. We'll say, there's a clawback to dowry. There's a clawback to dowry. We're going to see about this. All of these sugis we're going to do today are all linked together. But we're going to effectively see. Remember, what did we just say before? The first part of today's daf is there's a distinction between, or we should say that a dowry is not tonight ksuba. It's not tonight ksuba. So I will say, remember again, how does that manifest itself? That ultimately, again, so parnasa dowry is not tonight ksuba. So now we gave a number of different examples of it. But one of the examples was that for tonight ksuba, you can't collect from the shubadu. In other words, if your brother is sold off the property of the estate, you have no recourse for tonight ksuba. So for example, for Mizonos, the brother sold off the estate to girls typically sold property. For dowry, they can. That's what I'm saying. That is how Allah comments. Now, here we go. Allah comments number one. Brothers sold off the estate. Daughters, there's no dowry. There's no dowry. What can they do? They can claw back the property. I will say the reason for that is going to become apparent in the next sugya. I'm going to spoil it a little bit. So we'll do this afterwards. That's really because when it comes to dowry, the daughters are considered to be like creditors. And that's what Rambam says over here. He says, a daughter is a creditor when it comes to her dowry. She is not a creditor when it comes to her mizonos. And this was actually said before. Mizonos is an entitlement, right? It's an entitlement that falls under the umbrella of Tanai Ksuba. So on one hand, here's the beauty of it. Because it's Tanai Ksuba, it's an entitlement, it's yours. But you're not a creditor, or at least you're not a first position creditor. Dowry, that makes her like a creditor. A creditor has clawback rights. Entitlement does not. So watch. This leads into the next story. Here we go. Amram Neymar. So Neymar says, "Bas yoreshes havia." A daughter is considered to be like an inheritor. So now we're focusing specifically on the right to parnasa, dowry. When it comes to dowry, right, she is treated like an inheritor. If you look at Rashi, Yoreshes Havyon, Eastern the rights to dowry are like inheritance. That's true. Is that really true? If you call this a look up, you usually have to what's the between a creditor and an inheritor? So let's say, watch this case. Let's say, father dies. So now again, we leave behind 2 sons and 2 daughters. So the sons go to the daughters and they say, look, here's what we want to do. We want to buy you out. Right? Okay, for dowry, you're entitled to 1% of the estate. So here's the cash of 1% of the estate. Can they force that buyout? So what's that? Neymar says, well, if she is a Yoresh, if she's an inheritor, you can't force a buyout. Why not? Because an inheritor owns a piece of every part of the estate. Right? That's how Yerusha works. In general, Yerusha, the way it works is when a father dies, all the children who inherit own a little piece of everything. Their ownership interests are intermingled on every piece of the estate until a formal division is effected. So therefore, if the daughter is a Yereshas, the brothers cannot force a buyout. Again, if they want to give the daughter, brothers want to say, here's a piece of property. This is payment for your parnasa. They cannot force that. Or Rav Ashi Amar, Bas Palas Focus. Well, Rav Ashi argues, Rav Ashi says, no. A daughter is not an inheritor when it comes to her parnasa, when it comes to her dowry. Rather, what is she? She's a creditor. She's a creditor. We're going to see there are pros and cons to both. The Amemar Hadabe, even Amemar attracted his position. The Amemar said, you're right. A daughter is really a creditor. She's not an inheritor when it comes to her dowry. The Amar of Yumi, the Amar of Yumi, the Ray Dirat Yumi, Havak Kain, the Kane Damemar. I would want any Hanamemar. Say hi, it's some Kane. Someone say a girl came before, a woman came before him. And this girl, this woman, had 1/10 of the estate. Her father passed away. She came up with her brothers. She wanted 1/10 of the estate of her father for her dowry. He said, the violence of the and ultimately, again, she saw, by the way, that this girl was open to a buyout. She was open to a buyout. And had the brothers given her the cash down of the 1/10 of the estate, she would have accepted. The Shamim you have a lot of selling, ultimately she heard the brothers saying, if you had the money, we would buy you out. And ultimately, name purchase, and he didn't say anything. So remember again, Amemar originally said that a daughter is an inheritor. So we'll say, remember, if you're an inheritor, could the daughter be bought out with the cash value of her 1/10 portion? No, right? Because an inheritor can't be bought out. An inheritor requires a chalukah, requires a division. Because an inheritor owns a little piece of everything. Now here, Neymar's coming along and here, his brother saying to the girl, to the daughter, if you get much of her sister, if you get money, we will buy you out. And Neymar didn't reject this. The fact that Neymar didn't reject it seems to indicate us what? That he changed his position. He changed his position and said that, you know what, a payout is permitted. The only way a payout is permitted is how if you hold that the sister is a creditor and not an inheritor. The hashta, the Amad Balas, now I say now they seem to everyone agrees that a sister is considered to be a creditor when it comes to a dowry portion. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, the hashta, the Amad Balas, listen to this, the Avot of the Achi. Fascinating. Is she a creditor ultimately again of the father, or is she a creditor of her brothers? Watch this. So the Gemara says, what is that? So says, just before we go on, I want to stop because we just reached a very important milestone. Again, I ruined it for you a little bit by telling you what I'm not before, but now this is all we need to kind of coalesce. What we're going to gel a little bit. A girl is considered to be a creditor in the estate when it comes to her dowry portion, right? Which means what? Number one, what does it mean? First of all, I'll say what it means is it's not Tznoik Suva. That's number one. That was number one. It's not Tznoik Suva. As well say Tznoik Suva is, so for example, Mizonos. A girl is not considered to be a creditor with her Mizonos. It's an entitlement, but she's not a creditor. So number one, that's what it means when we say that ultimately, again, dowry is not Tznoik Suva. It means that it's not an entitlement. She's a creditor. That's number one. Number two, what does creditor mean? If the brothers sold off all of the property of the estate, halacha ma'isa, what right does the daughter have? Clawback. She has the right to go and collect those properties. Why? Halacha ma'isa, because she is a creditor. Now, next piece. Whose creditor is she? Is she the creditor of the brothers? Is she the creditor of the father? So this is fascinating. Listen to us. So the minor the mikvah the beinon is shelo b'shvuah, the ziguras b'shvuah. Okay, here we go. Let's say. Here's the difference. If she is a creditor of the father, then ultimately again a creditor generally is entitled to payment. Right? Is entitled to middle grade power. We'll say right in the world of the three categories. It is Benonis and Zipuris. It is highest quality, Benonis, middle quality, Zipuris, inferior quality. If she's a creditor of the father, then ultimately again she's entitled to Benonis, middle grade property, and she doesn't have to take a shvua. Right? If, however, again, she is a creditor of the brothers, so here's the difference. Actually, take a look at Rashi. Let's see it inside. Look at Rashi. The mikvah benos v'shlo b'shlo. Rashi says, "Ipalas chov da'aba havikol b'nei ziburis." I'm sorry, I said it wrong. If she's a creditor of the father, so I listen to this. If she's a creditor of the father, then ultimately again, she only collects from ziburis, and she only collects with the shvuah. Shlo natla mechasim ala l'klum. Carmelon in your family say so. I was saying, if she's a creditor of the father, so remember again, the father is dead. So if she's a creditor of the father, what's happening? She's collecting Nechsei Yisomim, right? Property of Yisomim. I will say there's a takam. Whenever you're collecting from Nechsei Yisomim, number one, you only get Ziburis, inferior grade. Number two, you can only collect with a Shvua. The Gemara says, if she's a creditor of the brothers, then both say this is his debt, they owe her, then that's a regular debt. Then she gets to collect from Benonis and ultimately without a shvua. So both say that's a pretty big nafkamina. So now we've established she's a creditor. If she's a creditor of the father, then this is a case of Nechsei Yisomim. If it's Nechsei Yisomim, then it's Ziburis with the Shvua. But I will say, interestingly enough, if she's a creditor of the brothers, here's what's interesting. That's not called Nechsei Yisomim. Even though the brothers are working. Right? But nevertheless, that's not called Nechsei Yisomim because now they're the oldest of the estate. So if it's a debt owed by the brothers, then what? It's Benonis without a Shvua. Pretty incredible. Pretty much mine. And I will say for her, by the way, major nafkamina. For her, ultimately, again, to determine what type of property she gets and the manner in which she's able to obtain it. So nice. But that's not Ravina ultimately went ahead and collected property for the dowry of the daughter of Ravashi from Mar, the son of Ravashi, but Benonis, Shelo, Shua, and he collected for Benonis property and without a shua, which Moshe tells us she's the creditor of who? Of the son, right? She's of the brothers, of the brothers. Right? She's creditor of the brothers. Ultimately, the son of Ravashi, the foolish shua, and ultimately again. Sorry that I think who is of the shua. So if you look at Rashi, that's because of their right. If you get Rashi in Midbar, the Rashi makes who makes the Shama of the Mechayim. That was exactly a Shama of the case. This was the Rashi died, and the Shama's son also died. That's why you can go before some together. The Basha Bita Nihara, Nishnat la Metalko Shamar Ba'adashi, Shayakayim, Beno Shema B'Shua, Alma Balas Chol Da'aki Hada. So I will say, ultimately, again, there was just two levels to this. Two levels. But Lamaisa, what you see from this case over here is that Halacha Lamaisa, we consider the girl to be a creditor of her brothers, and therefore she's able to go ahead and collect from Benonis without the shvua. So Shalom Fedos Nefemi Rabbi Yosef Rabbi Barati Parapuna Usuminar Dal. Asya Hot is this solid come off when this woman comes before you. Asba Isru Nechasim, go ahead and collect for her 1/10 of the estate. In other words, give her her dowry 1/10 of the estate. Afilu Mi'Itztarula Mi'Itztarukla, even from the Itztarukla. So what's that? Look at that. She right across from that. She's Moshe Amos Vechayim Moshe like a Chayim Hashem. What's the Itztarukla is the stand or the base of the mill. Now the base of the mill ultimately is going to be karga because it's attached to the ground. So go ahead and give her 1/10 of the estate, even from the Itztarukla. From Ravashi, ultimately again, when we would collect these even from, that's actually very interesting, even from rents of a home. Let's say they own rent buildings property, we would even collect the guys from rents of the home. Things like this. That Karka, that's the status of Karka as well. Interesting. So you have another Rafuna. So now another story. Another story. Therefore, I was like, fine. So I just want to point out the way that I'm unpacking. So, okay, so here's what we established. Okay, this is one of these incredible Gemaras. But even though I know we're going to give you a lot of information here, each and every one of these pieces is building on the next. So here's what we established. The girl is a creditor when it comes to her nidri, when it comes to her dowry. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, it's not like suva. And therefore, what? Even if the brothers went ahead and sold up all the property, what could she do? What could she do? What back? And I will say, what about this last piece of resolution here? Whose creditor is she? Is she the father's creditor or is she the brother's creditor? What's the nafkamina? If she is the father's creditor, then what? Then what? How does she collect? How does she collect? Shvua and siguris, because again, that's called mitzvah yisomim. If she's the brother, how does she collect? Says the Rambam. Here we go. Say all these all seven. Parakha hilchos ishus halacha love. Abbas v'isur zeh kebalas chov shel achiri. She is a creditor of the brothers. Creditor of the brothers. Therefore, lefichach yoteles osa min habeinonis shelo b'shvua. Therefore, halacha l'maisa, she goes ahead and she collects from the beinonis without a shvua. And I both say this because the brothers die. Here's just one more ripple. This was the piece that I just skipped over kind of quickly. The brothers die, and then the brothers' children inherit the estate. Then, if the daughter wants to go ahead and collect her dowry, who is she collecting her dowry from? Right, the nephews. Then that's nichsei yisomim. And how is she going to collect it? Zikuris and Shvua. Okay, I'm going to give you a break on that one, right? We're going to leave that one on the side for now, right? Because that just kind of breaks the train of thought a little bit. But that's what the Gemara brought up in that last piece. Okay, fine. Someone said, let's go back there. Let's kind of keep our train of thought. Here we go. Great case. Shama lay Rav Anan Rav Huna. Listen to this. Rav Anan sent a letter to Rav Huna. Here's how it went. Huna Chapin. Huna, my friends. Shalom Aleichem. Ki asya ha'esa salakama. When a certain woman comes before you, agba isu nechasei. Make sure to go ahead and give her 1/10 of the estate, ultimately for her dowry. Okay, fine. Seems pretty straightforward. So let's say, so now watch this. Yosef Rav Sheshes time. So Rav Sheshes was sitting by Rav Huna. And what happened? Rav Huna got upset. Everyone know why was Rav Huna upset? Rav Huna was taken aback about the way that Rav Anan right? So Rav Huna was and Rav Anan he took liberties. Huna, my friend. Rav Huna was very safe. Rav Sheshes. So Amrulay, Zilay. So Rav Huna says Rav Sheshes, go and give the following message to Rav Huna. Right? I'm sorry, to Rav Anan. And you better deliver the message exactly as I'm saying it. And if you don't say it the way that I'm giving it over to you, I'm excommunicating you. Ubishanta, Yeheman Delo Amarei. Anan, give him back the following message. Anan, right? He refers to him the same way that Rabbi Anan refers to Anan, Mimekarkoi or Mimetaltale. Tell me, should we give her the property should we give her the dowry from Karka, from Metaltalin, Uman Yosef Bey Marzicha? And who sits at the head of the Marzicha? Azur Rav Sheshes Tamid Rabbanan. So Rav Sheshes comes, he delivers the message to Rabbanan. Amar Lei Mar Rabba Ravuna Rabba. So Amar Lei Mar Rabba Ravuna Rabbe Rabba. So ultimately, again, so we'll say Rav Sheshes was a little bit apologetic because Rav Sheshes felt very, very that it was inappropriate to deliver a message. So he says, he comes before Rav Amalei, my Rabba, you are my Rabbi, Rav Huna Rabbe's Rabba, and Rav Huna is your Rabbi. So he was saying, Rav Huna is a little bit upset about the way that you addressed him. And the only reason I'm saying your name, Anan, is because this is how Rav Huna said, if I don't, he's going to excommunicate me. the lab Vishamude, and were not the fact that he was going to go ahead and excommunicate me. Lo Havaka Ibn Anan Anan, Mikakon Mikal Kisator. I would never have addressed the question like this. Anan Anan from Karka from the Talmud. Uman Yosef Ben Erzach Yabarisha. Okay, so Amar Lei Rab Anan Mikali Rab. So therefore, here's what's interesting. So we've got a lot of maslokas and no resolution, right? So again, remember, so now we have this little bit of dispute between Rav Sheshes and Rav Anan. So let's do this. Only Rav Anan the Kamidar Ogla. So once I get ready for this. So what does Rav Anan do? He goes to Mar Ukva. He says to Mar Ukva, Amalei, Bazimar Hechi Shalach Li Rafuna Anan Anan. Do you see the way Rafuna is talking to me? He calls me Anan Anan. He calls you Anan Anan. So the Gemara says, so he calls you Anan Anan. Furthermore, he asks this question about who sits at the head of the Marzicha. What's a Marzicha? So I'll say, before we go on, I just want to point out something absolutely amazing. See what's happening over here? Rav Anan, it's a letter to Rav Huna. Because Huna, my friend. Rav Huna gets it, gets the letter. And what does he do? He brings in Rav Sheshes. Rav Sheshes, can you believe the way Rav Anan spoke to me? Sends back this whole message. What happens? So Rav Anan gets the message back. Anan. He goes to my Ukva. Can you believe how Rav Huna is speaking about me? What's incredible? So now what happens? Rav Huna is angry. Rav Sheshes is angry. I'm sorry. Rav Huna is angry. Rav Anan's angry, right? They're both offended. And I both say, so Rav Huna's speaking to Rav Sheshes, Rav Anan speaking to Mar Ukva. What's the only thing missing from this? Right? They're not talking to each other. See, that's the most fascinating Gemara like this. That's Ruvain's angry at me. So what happens? I speak about this situation to everyone. Ruvain's going to speak about this situation to everyone. Only one little thing missing. I never go to Ruvain, and Ruvain never comes to me. We'll say, nice in the Choyo. So what ends up happening? I've got my camp riling them up against Ruvain. Ruvain gets his camp riling them up against me. And Ruvain, you're angry at me? Come and talk to me. Right? Don't be passive aggressive. Don't do this. Don't do that. Just if there's a problem and you're angry, just come and talk to me. And I will say, but when we don't talk to each other, for some reason, it's just a fascinating human dynamic. I'm angry. I'm upset. You did something. I will do everything except front. Right? Everything except talk to the person I'm angry at, and instead this very dynamic built up. And we'll see what happens. But we've all been involved in dynamics like this. Ultimately, dynamic becomes so colossal that people just perpetuate this. It just remains like this. So people remain distant and angry at each other for prolonged amounts of time. And ultimately, it just stays like that. When so tragically could have just been dealt with, and people just said, you're angry, so confront the person you're angry with. Say, oh, yeah, I'm angry with you. Okay? We've all had conversations like that. Not pleasant. But the nice kid, you're angry. Tell me why. Let's see if we can resolve it. Maybe we can, maybe we can't. But at least we could acknowledge, at least we could deal with it with each other. So incredible. So now, Rav Anan is taking this to Bar Ukva. So Amalei, easy gufa umdahechi haba. So Bar Ukva says, okay, let's take a deep breath. Why don't you tell me what happened? Hey, Rav Anan, let's start from the top, right? How did all this go down? So Amalei, hachi bahachi haba ma'isa. So he said to him, here's how everything unfolded. Amalei gabra delo yoda ma'niu marzicha. Shalach le'Rav Huna Tavrin. So I said, this is why you don't get that friends. Because what does Bar Ukva say to Rav Anan? The guy who doesn't know what a marzicha is, you should not be calling Rav Huna by his first name. Huna's not your buddy. Right? If you don't know what a marzicha is, because always remember again, in the letter, or it wasn't a letter, it was a message back to Rav Anan with Rav Sheshes. And I will say this was Rav Huna's shta. Rav Huna says back to Rav Anan, by the way, who sits at the head of the marzicha? Suppose you have to imagine the scene. So Anan walks into my ukva, and he's all around. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? Huda says to me, calls me Anan, and then he has the chutzpah to ask me, who says it that I'm a marzika? By the way, what's a marzika? What's a marzika? Oh, he says, listen, buddy. If you don't know what a marzika is, you probably shouldn't be calling with Huda by his first name. I was saying, that's a chava. That's a chava. So my ukva was a friend, and what does he do? He calls out Kavanan. You made a mistake. You should not be calling Huna, my buddy. Right? Huna, my chaver. Huna is not your chaver. Right? Huna is one of the people. Huna is one of the people that are. And obviously, he's a great time to talk about when you are. Don't speak to him in familiar ways. Right? You made a mistake here. So by the way, the Gemara says, okay, got it. My marzika. Says the Gemara. What do we say marzika? Right? So what is that? So the Gemara says marzika is an honor. Marzika is a mortar. So this is the siv. K'amar Hashem al pavo beis marzah. Do not come to the house of mourning. So Rabbi, so we'll say, so what does it mean? So okay. So we'll say, so let's take a step back because now we hopefully diffuse the situation. We'll say, what's missing from this exchange? What's missing? What happened next? Okay, so we'll say, so did Rabbanan go back? Did Rabbanan not go back? Who knows? Which I will say is the way so many stories of conflict end without resolution. And it doesn't have to be that way. It doesn't have to be. We all get to conflict with life. So it doesn't have to be without resolution. But so many times in life, it does end with it. It ends without resolution. It lingers. So did they reconcile? Did they not reconcile? The Gemara moves on. I'm going to have how do I know that this Abel sits at the head of the table? When people could be menachim Abel, right? That the Abel sits at the head. How do we know that Shneimar? So we'll say Yinachim, here the Mashal sounds like others are comforting. Which literally means ultimately again excessive mourning is coming their way. The one who is mar and zach, we'll say mar means bitter, zach means detached, ultimately becomes the head. So that just means, by the way, that when an Abel is being comforted, right, when people come to visit the Abel sits at the head, which is an interesting dynamic by itself. Here the Abel is suffering, but yet he is given a prominent place among those who come to comfort him. Okay? Rabbi says, so now we're looking back. So we'll say, so what we've established is that we got a dowry, the girl is a creditor, it's not ksuba, she only collects some karka, and ultimately she is a creditor of the brothers. The Gemara just ends up by saying, by the way, it's not just for dowry, ultimately again it's mezonos, ksuba, and dowry. All of these items are only collected from karka, not collected from the house. So it's beautiful. Well, it says a little bit by the Mishnah. Hamash l'shmos l'bito. In interesting case, let's say a man goes ahead and gives into the hands of a shaliach. So we'll say this is actually Hamash l'shmos l'bito. Masar mos biad shlish tzarch bito liknos sanda or nudriyas l'shikinasa. So we'll say Ruvain gives over money in the hands of a shaliach. Go ahead and purchase a field, or give dowry to his daughter when his daughter gets married. So according to Rashi, this is a case, right? So the father gives over money in the hands of a shaliach. So we'll say, so now what happened? He says, you know what, give the money tonight, she gets married. So she said, give the money to my husband. I trust my husband to take care of the money. Purchase what needs to be purchased, do whatever has to be done. You should purchase the property on behalf of the girl, give it to the girl as a dowry, right? That's her parnasa, and not give it over to the hands of the husband. And Yossi says, I don't say. So they said, Rabbi Yossi said, just give the husband the money. Anyway, right? The shaliach purchases, gives her the field. She could turn around and what? Sell the field and give her husband the money anyway. In other words, what she wants to happen regardless. Therefore, just give her husband the money in accordance with her wishes. So when is this true? We're in the Gedola. This is true with the Gedola. Adal Bikana, any kind of place. So we'll say so. Even in regard to when do we listen to the girl? Give it over to her husband. That's only when she's an adult, unless she's an adult. But if it's a Kitano, then all keep the money in the hands of the because the actions of the halakha is not fine. That will be here with the Gemara. After this Gemara tomorrow. Good morning. We begin by thanking our sponsors, Talmud Torah sponsors for the month, Paul Catholic College, in honor of their grandchildren. We've had a lot of nafas from all of them. The Daf Yomi here is being sponsored in this customer for Shlema for Yehuda and Michal, the son of his common Akiva, should have the full Shlema here of the Torah. Weekly learning is sponsored by Gail and Doug Stanger, Malvin Fitzgerald Akiva, Leib Weinberg, Bar Mitzvah, Rabbi, and Safra, Malvin Fitzgerald Akiva. And Daf Yomi is sponsored by Jacob Blumenfeld, in memory of Jacob's grandfather, Leib Ben Avram. Today's daf is daf Lamed Daled. We're going to pick up from Lamed Gimel Amud Beis from the two dots. So it's about 2/3 of the way down. I don't know if we did this yesterday, but it's one long continuation, so therefore we start at the beginning to understand what's happening. Just by way of very brief introduction, to remember the Gemara asked the Stira. Gemara's Stira was on Daf Lamed Aleph on the base, the bottom of the Amud. The Gemara quoted the Mishnah and said, somebody is Na'anik, Aposo, sister,
Come on, baby. Come on, work it on. You look so good. So good. You know you can. Take it up, baby. Take it up, baby. Twist it strong. Come on, baby. Come on and work it on. Work it on.
One of them being Makos, another one being penalty. But the problem is, with the rules of Talmud, the Rabbi that would be one act. Normally we said one punishment focus, the person gets lashes, after the music, the person gets lashes, and also has the financial responsibility. So the more begins over here, Reish Lakish, that's a two that. Reish Lakish Amar, Hamani Rabbi Meir. Who is the Tana? Who is the author of our Mishnah, Rabbi Meir? It is Rabbi Meir, the Amar, Kumishali. Rabbi Meir indeed is of the opinion that a person can get lashes at the same time that they're going to sustain the financial responsibility of pay. In other words, he is not fazed by this idea of coming to the Rabbi. He says, yes, it's possible for a person to be liable for two punishments, one of them being the punishment of lashes, another one being the financial responsibility that he has to pay to the that's true. If that's true, that person can be liable for both lashes and the financial responsibility. It seems to be true about his daughter. Now, we know differently. We can get the next Mishnah. It clearly says the following people do not have a calf. One of them was his daughter. So why would it be that the person violates his daughter that he would not have to pay?
Hello, my friends. Oh, I'm well, Baruch Hashem. How are you? Excellent. Are you guys ready to rock out? That's what I like to hear. All right. So first and foremost, let me introduce who I am. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. So you literally can go back and watch my life going back to the pandemic. All right. So I know that many people in the server speak Hebrew. My Hebrew needs work, especially my conversational Hebrew. Mine is mostly biblical. Excellent. And my Yiddish, we're working on that too. So you should know that I appreciate the opportunity to be here. I hope you all like the Beatles. Here's the Beatles, Twist and Shout. Well, shake it up, baby, now. Shake it up, baby. Twist and shout. Twist and shout. Come on, come on, come on, come on, baby. Now, come on, baby. Come on and work it on out. Work it on out. Well, work it on out. Huh? Work it on out. You know you look so good. Look so good. You know you got me going. Now got me going. Just like I knew you would. Like I knew you would. Ooh, well, shake it up, baby. Now, shake it up, baby. Twist and shout. Twist and shout. Come on, come on, come on, come on, baby. Now, come on, babe. Come on and work it on out. Work it on out. Oh, you twist a little girl. Twist a little girl. You know you twist so fine. Twist so fine. Come on and twist a little closer. Now twist a little closer and let me know that you're mine. Let me know you're mine. Bum, 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 bum. 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 Ba, ba, baby, now shake it up, baby. Twist and shout, twist and shout. Come on, come on, come on, come on, baby. Now come on, baby. Come on and work it on out. Work it on out. Oh, you twist a little girl. Twist a little girl, you know you twist so fine, twist so fine. Come on and twist a little closer now, twist a little closer, and let me know that you're mine. Let me know you're mine. Hold it, shake it, baby. Shake it up, baby. Well, shake it, baby. Shake it up, baby. Well, shake it, baby. Shake it up, baby. Ah, 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 ah. thank you so much for the opportunity. You want to do Michael Jackson? Absolutely. Just one moment. Absolutely. Just one moment. All right. Michael Jackson. Oh. How about take me to Shul?
Or was the act of slaughtering the animal for Avodah Zarah was not the same person who stole it. So therefore the financial responsibility goes to one person, but the act of actually slaughtering it.
Wilson, take me to Shul in a moment. Here's Michael Jackson's The Way You Make Me Feel.
We have a general principle that everybody knows, and that's Barbera. While there's a concept of trust, which means that I can appoint somebody to do something on my behalf, and the act of doing it works as if I did it myself. That's very nice. When it comes to any other action, I can narrate it to the I can do what my specifics for
Go on, girl. Hey, pretty baby with the high heels on, you give me feeling like a man forever known, and that's the product of loveliness. I like the groove of your walk, your talk, your dress. I feel your fever from miles around. I'll pick you up in my car and we'll paint the town. Forgive me, baby, and tell me twice that you're the one for me. The way you make me feel, the way you make me feel, you really turn me on, really turn me on. You knock me off of my feet, knock me off of my feet. My lonely days are gone, lonely days are gone. I like the feeling you're giving me. Just hold me, baby, and I'm in ecstasy. But I'm working from 9 to 5 to buy you things to keep you by my side. I never felt so in love before. Promise, baby, you'll love me forevermore. Just been keeping you satisfied. 'Cause you're the one for me. The way you make me feel, the way you make me feel, the way you turn me on, you really turn me on. You knock me off of my feet, you knock me off of my feet. My lonely days are gone, my lonely days are gone. Ooh. Ooh. Ow. Ow. Oh, girl. I never felt so in love before. Listen, baby, you love me forevermore. I may be keeping you satisfied. You're the one for me. The way you make me feel, the way you make me feel, you really turn me on. You really turn me on. You kept my feet, baby. Me off of my feet. My lonely days are gone. My lonely days are gone. Way you making me feel. You really turn me on. You turn me on. You knock me off of my feet. Now knock me off of my feet. My lonely days are gone. My lonely days are gone. Ain't nobody's business. Ain't nobody's business. Ain't nobody's business. Ain't nobody's business. My mind and my baby. Ain't off of my feet. My lonely days. Ooh. Days are gone. Give it to me. Give me some time. Come on, be my girl. I wanna be your man. Ain't nobody's business. Ain't nobody's business but mine and my baby. Well, that was fun.
But in this case, because of the people that just like somebody else, he thought, gee, I can do I'm special. Do it.
All right, Israel, now quit kicking me out of the fucking server.
Marzucha asked just a basic fundamental question. Okay, so we say Yesh Leach B'Dvar here. It's fine. If I steal something,
Look at this
somebody
athleticism.
else at my behest goes ahead and slaughters the animal, I am going to be responsible. Fine, Yesh Leach B'Dvar here. However, in this particular case, there's something wrong here. Because Me'ika Mili, the Ilu Ovid Ilu Loy Mechayev, the Ovid Shliach Mechayev, this case is very strange. Because we find that the shliach can actually accomplish something which the original person can't do on his own. Because had he slaughtered it, he would not be obligated to pay because it comes with the Rabbi. So here we have a case where if the person himself, if the thief, the ganav himself, were to go ahead and slaughter it, he would not be chayiv. But because he asked somebody else to do it, all of a sudden now he's going to be chayiv. So how could it be that the shliach is better? The Gemara says this is just basically a misunderstanding. When a person does not sustain the responsibility, because of the fact he's dealing with a more harsh punishment, that doesn't mean he's not chayiv. It just means there's a technicality over here where we won't impose the chiyuv on the person. We're not going to impose the financial responsibility. The Gemara says, the original thief, not because he himself is not obligated to pay for it, it's just a simple technicality that since he has a more harsh punishment coming his way, he doesn't have to pay. But of course, the financial responsibility is there. You look at the bottom Tosfos, but the bottom Tosfos points out that there's a possibility that a person would have a chiyuv lotzis yedei shemayim. Here it's afgav tahachaf who lotzis yedei shemayim eino chayiv v'davka v'mamon udamar avol knas v'machayim. Basically, Tosfos is pointing out over here that in this case there isn't even like, in other words, a person is being put to death, or a person is getting a harsh punishment because of something they did wrong, and then the base informs them that, by the way, you should just know that your action also comes along with financial obligation. The person could technically say, you know what? If there's a financial obligation over here, I want to pay. I don't want to have money that I really owe, but I'm exempt from. So if it would be a real monetary fine, well, not I should say fine, a real monetary chiyuv, then there is a concept you should go ahead and pay it. When it comes to an imposed penalty, a knas, which is not regular monetary obligation, says Tosfos, there isn't even a chiyuv of Yedei Shemayim. Gemara goes on. Even if it's true that we're talking about a case where a person had the animal slaughtered by way of somebody else, why is it that the Rabbanan who disagree with Rabbi the Patri who say that there is no chiyuv? Why not? Someone else went ahead and slaughtered it. There's no come with the driver when two people are involved. Where it says, Man Chachamim, who are the Chachamim? In other words, Chachamim is generally used to describe the other opinion. But there's somebody who said it, is the author of the opinion of the Chachamim, where it says that the Chachamim in this case is authored by Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Shimon, the Amar, which is the top of Amar Aleph, the Amar, Shkita She'ena Ra'uya, Lo Shema Shkita. A shkita which does not actually accomplish its purpose of making the animal kosher meat to be eaten, lo shema shkita, is not considered a shkita with regard to the obligation of paying 4 or 5 times the value of that animal. So the Gemara says, okay, let's analyze this. That all makes sense when it comes to avodas kochavim and shara niskal. Why? Because the person slaughters an animal, has in mind that he's serving avodah zarah, so he's not allowed to eat the meat. Same thing is true by shara niskal. It shows an animal which has to be put to death. The person can't eat it. It's also bound up. Shkita Shabbos, when it comes to slaughtering an animal on Shabbos, Shkita Ru'uyihi, it is indeed a good Shkita. Why? It's not before we learned in the Mishnah, Shalkate for Shabbos with Yom Kippur, the person goes ahead and slaughters an animal. He shechts an animal on Shabbos or on Yom Kippur. Allah is half al pish and miskayev benaf. So the Mishnah in Shmuel teaches us though he's kayev misa for violating Shabbos or Yom Kippur. Shkitaso kishera. The animal is actually kosher. It's allowed to be eaten. The Gemara says, you know what? You're right. If we were following that Mishnah, we'd have a problem. However, Savar law for the opening of Sandler. In this case, he paskins like Rabbi Yochanan Asafas. Who's Rabbi Yochanan Asafas? Tanya, we learned in the Brisa. On the Vashel B'Shabbos, a person cooks on Shabbos. So now it's important to point out there's a fascinating sugya in regard to Hilchot Shabbos called Nicer Shabbos, where we learn the halachas of the product of Hilchot Shabbos, and these halachas are dealt with the beginning of Siman Shin Test, which is the Siman which is famously known for the halachas official. The first Sif Aleph in Siman Shin Test describes the halachas of somebody who violates Shabbos, and there's a product that comes out of that Hilchot Shabbos, whether or not a person can benefit from it. Now the Ramah adds in Hamavashel Osha Asa Shar Malacha. In other words, the Ramah says it's not limited to cooking. Well, this is indeed subject of a dispute amongst the Rishonim, whether it is specifically official unique, take an item really unedible, and then you make it edible, you transform the item. Lamaisa, according to the Ashkenazim, according to the Ramah, the halachas before the lack of Shabbos, any violation of Shabbos. And the Vashel B'Shabbos says the Brisa. The shogeg, the person does it unintentionally, is Yochal. He's the one who actually has the crucial information over here. You're allowed to even benefit from it, even on Shabbos. The maze is Yochal. If a person cooks on Shabbos, there's another malach on Shabbos, the maze is intentionally, the malach is lo Yochal, he cannot eat it. What does that mean? Look at Rashi, the first line in Rashi. The maze is lo Yochal. The violator of Shabbos cannot eat it. When Leola, forever, it is always forbidden for this person to eat it. Other Jews are allowed to eat it. Even Rabbi Meir, Rabbi Meir. Yehuda Omer, Yehuda knocks it up one level. The shogeg, when a person violates Shabbos, he cooks something. The shogeg, unintentionally by mistake. What does that mean? That means he woke up, he forgot that it was Shabbos. Or he woke up, he knew it was Shabbos, again forgot that it was forbidden to cook on Shabbos. Allah is Yochal from Moisei Shabbos. He's allowed to cook Shabbos. Again, look at Rashi. Yochal, who? From Moisei Shabbos. He must wait till after Shabbos. For Yochal by Yom, he's not allowed to eat it during that day. Why? Because Rashi is Kansinon, Shogeg, Adu Mesi. We penalize him, and we say even though it was by mistake, we treat it like he made it. The maze is, if it was actually done on purpose, well, Yochal Alamis, he's not allowed to eat it forever. Again, Rashi is Yochal who Alamis, he is not allowed to eat it forever, but other Jews are allowed to eat it. In other words, the item is still kosher, but he himself has a penalty that he's not allowed to benefit or eat it forever. Sadler takes this even one level higher. He notches it up even more. The shogeg Yochal Moisei Shabbos B'Acherim, the person unintentionally cooks on Shabbos. Then Yochal a Akel from Moisei Shabbos B'Acherim, it can be eaten by other people when after Shabbos. The low. He is never allowed to eat the food that he cooks on Shabbos. The maze is the person intentionally cooks on Shabbos. Low Yochal Alamis, the one, the chef, the one who cooked it, is never allowed to eat it. And not only him, low lactate. The person intentionally cooks on Shabbos. The halacha is the person cannot, no Jew is allowed to ever eat that dish that was cooked. Now, Gemara asked the question of Rabbi Shimon. and said, when it comes to Shkita on Shabbos, Tobacco on Shabbos, have to be told that it's Shkita in the Ruya. You're allowed to eat it. You want to answer that Shimon is going towards the opinion of Rabbi Yochanan Sadler. Yochanan Sadler says the person does a malach on Shabbos. In this case, it would be Tobacco. Slaughters an animal. He does intentionally. The halacha is that animal becomes forbidden forever, every single year. Gemara says, "My time with the Sandler." What is the reason? Yochanan Sandler tell us that a person is not allowed to ever benefit from a law that was done in 10 p.m. Shabbos. Gemara says to the Darsh of Piyah Pistis in Siyah and the Piyah Darshik at the opening of the in Siyah, which quotes the pasuk Ushnartem that says Shabbos Kodesh Ilachem. Person should guard Shabbos. Why? The Shabbos is Kodesh. There's Kedusha, there's Shabbos, Makodesh, just like Tunchik, just like other sanctified parts of the Akila, is not permissible to be eaten by a regular Jew. After Ma'aser Shabbos, Asura Ba'akila Ma'aser Shabbos is like Kachin, because the custom refers to the Kodesh, just like Kachin, just like Korbanos, can't be eaten by a typical Jew. So the halacha is, items that are created on Shabbos in violation of Shabbos are going to be usher b'achila. Gemara says, "Ima kodesh usher b'hana, af ma'aser Shabbos usher b'hana." If you're going to compare it all the way to kachin, then it should also be usher b'hana, not just forbidden to be eaten, but it should be usher to benefit from it as well. The pasuk teaches you kodesh to lachem, lachem shalachem yehei, belongs to you. Even though it's not allowed to be eaten because it's like kachin, nevertheless, lachem it belongs to you, and therefore it's not going to be up to the hana. It will not be forbidden to sell it. If that's the case, then I would think, even the shogeg, why did the Yochanan Sadler limit this to a case where a person violated Shabbos? But it teaches you aleha mos uma. You violate our Shabbos to such as that. Is it a martulacha? Just like the death penalty is only imposed when a person violates Shabbos has to be warned intentionally. So too, the prohibition of eating food or any other item that was created on Shabbos is only relevant when a person does it intentionally, but not accidentally. And the Gemara continues. Pligi bar Rav Ravina. Rav Ravina got into a machloket. Had Omar, Ma'aser Shabbos Doraisa. One of them said, this halacha of Yochanan Sadler is really Doraisa, the biblical prohibition. Had Omar Rabbanan, that the halacha of Yochanan Sadler would say, eating is also midrabanan. Not Omar Doraisa, it's Gamora. So what he says it's Doraisa, well, we already know what his pasuk is, which is Kodesh Yilachem. However, the one who says it's Drabanan, not Omar Drabanan, Omar Kodesh He, Shabbos is Kodesh, Kodesh He, Kodesh Shabbos. He Kodesh, Ve'mar Sakos. Interestingly enough, he uses the exact same pasuk to tell us that the source which told us the other opinion said that it was Midoraisa actually is the excuse. Kodesh He, Shabbos is Kodesh, but not things that were created also. Now the Gemara goes on. According to the opinion that says the prohibition to benefit from food that was cooked on Shabbos or any other malacha that created an item on Shabbos is Rabbanan. My time out Rabbanan to Patrick. What is the Rabbanan to say that if someone goes ahead and orders an animal on Shabbos, they are kosher?
Reading some heinous shit.
Yeah,
I haven't really read through all the things because I know this exists. I've just been seeing stuff on Twitter. Okay. And I don't know if it's real. If it is, I think that There's more
So when
credence
the
now
opponent
to
says
believe
mutter,
that evil people are
they
enemies
refer
and
to the
stuff.
other two.
It's one thing
More
that
goes ahead.
I think
It
this
says,
is
so
well, actually, you know what?
there was a
This
case
feels
of
very
a
intense.
person who slaughtered an animal for Avodah
All
Zarah.
right, so I was
More
talking to
realized
these
this very
two
careful.
girls, and
Even
like
Rochat Porta, it's
and
Sarah.
for
Either
whatever reason, I thought
Chava
I got a
loves
massage
the
at the nail.
More takes
And now it's like
a few as a given.
weird and
Takes on a lot for granted.
you like go
Which
to
is,
say,
it's that you don't get the carcass
it's
of
totally normal. The only thing that I find weird about it is like it's a
type
room
and the
where
food type. However, when it comes to Avodah
it's
Zarah,
open, separating,
don't
it's these
need
closets, so
the
everybody's
animal
in a
to
closet,
the
just
they're
kind of
supposed to be kosher to
you're going into like a
using a slight
specific
little
room
cut
for
in
a
the neck.
massage.
If it's done for the sake of Avodah Zarah, already turns the animal into Avodah Zarah.
This has nothing
As
to do
well
with
as
what
technically
I
animal
I
You
told
can't
them
have a case
that I got a
of
massage.
violating
And I don't know why. I
Oh.
guess I asked, like, do you
let's
guys
read
get a
this inside.
massage?
Give me yourself at the point. It's our way. As soon as you made even a slight cut for Avodah Zarah, now the animal becomes Avodah Zarah. Now, either when he goes through with the rest of the when he goes through the turn of the Vesset, he can tell us the Marisha. When he accepts it, he no longer accepts the animal which belongs to the original owner, which will be Messiah, which is obligated to pay the additional penalty of 4 and 5. Right, because the second he already introduced Avodah Zarah to this animal, which leaves the ownership of the original violent, the original owner, because it transfers to Avodah Zarah. So therefore, it's impossible, says the Gemara, for a person to have a key of love down the head of 4 or 5 times, because in order for that to happen, you need to step the slaughter animal which belongs to the original owner. But once you violate the Yisr of Avodah Zarah with this animal, the animal is immediately pulled out of the ownership of the owner and made into Avodah Zarah. So when he finishes the Shita, he is not accepting the animal which belongs to the owner, he is accepting the animal which is Avodah Zarah. Marava, Omer, the Gemara, Sidifa, who Omer. Gemara says the Must talking about a case where he very clearly stipulated that the Avodah Zarah action that he's committing is only a okay. Learn to start this goal. Also, we have the same problem. Wow, Pideinu. This goal is an animal that doesn't belong to anybody. Because one basic issue of stop that this animal needs to be put to death because he killed the human being. It belongs to nobody. Nobody derives benefit from the animal. So therefore, how could it be that when so accept a Shara Nishko, there would be any deal of Dallas Behay? Again, the deal of Dallas Behay 4 or 5 times its value only relevant when I accept an animal that belongs to somebody. If I accept an animal that belongs to nobody, there's no fear of 4 or 5 times its value. Shara Nishko belongs to nobody, it has no value. On the Rabbi, here we must be referring to a case of it goes to must be with Shomer. The animal was given over to a Shomer. The base of Shomer. While the guardian was watching the animal, it went out and killed the human being. The Nigmar Dine, the base of Shomer, the base went ahead and issued the halachic ruling that the animal needs to be put to death while it was still under the guardianship of this Shomer, this guardian. Now, the Gongu got a little bit Shomer. A lot of accidents happen over here. The first thing, deposits his animal, his dog, his house, with somebody who's supposed to guard it. Now, he left town and he's gone, mayhem hit. Number one, the animal went out and killed somebody. Basically got a hold of this case, the issue is stopped, but this animal needs to be put to death. Now, after that happens, thieves come along and say, oh wow, this is a nice strong pole, let's go steal it. Now, unfortunately, they chose the animal which had no value. So now, the halacha, and then went further, and he wants to go ahead and slaughter it. Now, Rabbi Meir, Samalak Rabbi Yaakov, this Samalak Rabbi Meir holds of 2 opinions, which we'll get to in just a second. Some of Rav Yaakov Dama Af Nigma Dino Zero the Summer. He holds like Rav Yaakov that says that even after it has final ruling, the Zero Summer Labalo Mukzar, Summer can return it to the original owner. Summer is the cover of Torah and Lamama. He holds like the students of some money is like money. Shimon takes responsibility to guard Uve's animal. Okay? Now, Shimon didn't do a very good job watching the animal. While he was watching it, he went out and killed them. So the ultimate dereliction of duty. He was supposed to be watching his animal. He does not do a good job. The animal goes out and kills him. Now, the animal needs to be put to death. Now, gets a hold of the animal and says, we're going to put this animal to death. It's on death row. Now, they set a date for the actual killing of the animal, and in the interim, the owner comes back, Ruben comes back and says, Simon, remember that animal that I gave you to watch? He says, yes, it's right here. No. Okay, now, is that considered a good returning of the animal? I gave you an animal worth thousands of dollars plus. When you're returning the animal to me, the animal has zero value. It's going to be put to death. There's nothing you can do with the animal. It is the fact that I'm actually returning the physical animal enough, even though the animal holds no value. Says Rav Yaakov, out Mishnigma Dino, it's zero, Shomer, Leba'alo, Moksa. Even after the final stock is issued, that this animal needs to be put to death, if you return the animal to its owner, you have discharged your duty, and you return the animal. You look at Rashi, zero Shomer Leba'alo, it's 5 lines before it starts to get wide. The Omar Lay, Tura, Ashalamshali, Tura, Ashalim Ashalam. You gave me an animal, gave me an ox, and I gave you back an ox. We're not talking about the value of the ox, we're not talking about the appreciation or the depreciation of its value. Here's the animal. Give the animal to watch, I'm returning the animal. What happens to me, the animal has zero value, but still says of Yaakov, you have to charge the duty. What's the next thing? The next thing is Dobar Goral Mama means that the thing actually does not hold monetary value, but it has the ability to cause monetary value. The classification of this is if a person promises to give a carbon, so he walks over to his animal and says, Harezu Ola. This animal should be an Ola. Now, if that animal is alive at the time that he wants to bring it for an Ola, he goes ahead, it's an animal. If the animal dies, now he's going to have to reimburse. He's going to have to take money to go buy another carbon. He's going to have to go out and buy another carbon. So that animal is considered under our Goral Mama because it will put him a monetary, a financial responsibility. Bringing the animal as a carbon is going that he does not have to pay money. Not bringing the animal as a carbon is going that he does have to pay money. In this case as well, returning the animal to the owner is going that I don't have to pay you money. Not returning the animal to the owner is going that I do have to pay you money. So, getting back to our case over here, the Shara Hiskal has no value. Right? That was the first question. Lavdi Day with the Kanava. He's not accepting anything that belongs to it. Gemara says, yes, it is. Because this is a case where he's a shomer. Now, the shomer would be able to return this animal and discharge his duty to the original owner. Shimon could return this worthless animal to its owner and then not have to pay the owner for the value of the animal. So when the ganav, the thief comes and steals it and then slaughters it, he's now taking something away from a shomer which would otherwise absolve him of his monetary obligations. So this is really the only value that a Shara Nisko has is when it is in the possession of a guardian. The owner has nothing to do with it. Nobody can buy it. no one else can eat it, but a shomer, because of the fact that he has the responsibility to return it intact, if he returns it intact, even though it doesn't have any value, he indeed is going to discharge his duty and absolve himself of the fear. Therefore, if the thieves steal it from the shomer, then indeed there would be a scheme of Talabah has value to one person's possession. Rabbi Amar, the whole of the Sabbath are there. Rabbi is going back to the original question we asked before. About Lamed Zero on the base, he says, really, this is talking about where it's no, he didn't have an outside person slaughtering it. Rather, he himself slaughtered it. All of the Sabbath are the opposite. Some men just slaughtered himself. However, Rameir, Loka in the Sally way, makes the Sally left way. The mayor's of the opinion that yes, a person will be liable for both salaries, for malchus, and money. However, Mason Masali left way, but if a person is when you put to death, then there is no fear of monetary penalty. The Tommy, these cases are different. Why the hidden true, the future Torah is not. When it comes to the penalty, Afagav the Mitzvah Masali, even though he's going to be put to death, Masali. In other words, the most expensive to see a monetary fee which is considered momo. Momo is when I take something from you, and therefore I point to a financial loss, so I must reimburse you for your loss. However, not is the penalty beyond the loss that you have. So if I steal your animal and it's worth $1,000, then the principal of $1,000 is momo. Anything beyond that, any financial penalty beyond that is knas, and knas, even though when it comes to Misa, when someone's put to death, they don't have to pay the principal, the monetary principal. Knas, additional penalties that are imposed will still be imposed. So after that, the next value may be put to death, the dollar. Once the rabbi was my name, Rabbi's following the reasoning of the rabbi, how do you do on the blow? Rabbi says, the person has a disease, so on the blow, which he stole. Now, the Tzavach of the shop, so he stole it previously. He has a stolen goat in his possession, and he says, on Shabbos, he says, you know what? Bring that goat over. Let's eat it for lunch. The sprinkles it on Shabbos. Halacha is kayet. Why? Because kayet with neva told them to double the biggest rashas. He's going to be kayet for the neva. Why? Because they're independent. The theft happened before Shabbos, and the slaughter, the thefting happened on Shabbos. So therefore, it's kayet for both. So when it's kayet for the neva, told them to double the biggest rashas. The neva took place. The theft took place before his violation of Shabbos. Gone out the Torah for Shabbos, if he did it all on Shabbos. He stole Shabbos, and he slaughtered it on Shabbos. Why? It ain't from, there's no Geneva, ain't Geneva, ain't Geneva. There's no fear of Geneva. Why? Because that's a doubt. By virtue of the fact that he's going to be put to death for Shabbos, there ain't Geneva, there's no fear, there's no principle. There's no fear for the principle, ain't because the church is all for the different penalties. The Omer Rabbi says, how you can think gun of law, person has a goat which was stolen to him, whether he has stolen it. It's the back of an parrot, and he went ahead and put it in an parrot. What's an parrot? The tunnel is going sneaking into someone else's house with intent to steal. Because above an parrot. Now, look, that person's right has no value. Why? Because halacha is if a person discovers another human being sneaking into their house, they are allowed to kill that person. Why? Because the assumption is that if a person is coming sneaking into someone else's house, then they will indeed protect their life instead of being caught. So therefore, the person is in a rose, and the owner of the property is allowed to kill it. It's considered ein lo done. His life at that point in time does not really have any value of life. So therefore, if a person slaughters into Mafteres, he really doesn't have his life at that point in time while he's in the Mafteres is considered a life which is it's hard to say this, but when he puts himself in that situation, he's putting himself in a situation where he should be killed. He's tired, why? Since he stole it before he went into the tunnel, he's tired before he gets into the tunnel. However, if he stole it and slaughtered it in the tunnel, why? There's no fear for the Geneva, why? Because he's tired the nafsho. Ain't fear for the Makira, there's no fear for the Geneva, there's no fear for the penalty either. The war goes on, and so here again, clearly we see when it comes to if the knas is relevant on its own, then it would be there. If the knas is not relevant because the initial principle is not going to be charged because of Kamei the Rabbi, that's the only time that the knas goes in. The tricha, we need both cases. In other words, we need the case of slaughtering on Shabbos and slaughtering it in the Mafteres. Shabbos, if you tell me only the case of Shabbos, I would say Isura Isura. Shabbos is a permanent, which means, as Rashi says, as long as he can come and testify that the person violated Shabbos the person will be punished for it. Abba Mafteres, the Isser Shahu Amalo. The person is only chayav while they are in the Mafteres. In other words, the person. The two agents come and say, we've noticed, we can testify that person snuck into a tunnel into someone else's house, but now the person's out, the person's not chayav. It's only while they're actually in that tunnel.
What's up, babies? I need to make coffee. This is
because they are coming in and we view them as a threat to the homeowner. However, once they leave, they're no longer a threat, they're not chayav for now. Therefore, I think that case is different. I only told you the case of Mafteres. It shows the Mastarto Zuhi Hasra Asa. There's no Asra. You don't need to go warn the person when he's in the tunnel. Oh, by the way, you should know, you're coming into my tunnel and you're threatening to kill me. I have the ability, the halachic ability to kill you. The person's in the tunnel, breaking into the house. You don't waste any time. Kill the person right then and there because you know the person is coming up risking the photos that he's coming to kill you. And again, these are very fascinating figures for. We're not going through this right now, but again, the halakha is if it's a person that we know is not coming to kill somebody like the relative, the father, of course in that case,
yo dog.
But again, the general assumption is
I'm a little early today. You can tell I'm jazzed. Why? Baby. We fucking connected with Yisrael today. Really? Oh, dog.
Okay.
Yeah. And we sang fucking karaoke. They don't even know who I am. Who are you? I'm the best they've ever seen. Really? Oh, for sure. And I got even a gift that says Absolute Cinema. Think? Oh, it's just phenomenal, dog. Who is it? Some asshole. Why? Just some dude. BRB, no?
If he borrowed the cow, and he slaughtered on Shabbos, Pater. He's Pater. The Gemara says, Amar layer of Acha, afraid the Rabbi, Rabashi. Rabashi, afraid the Rabbi, the son of Rabbi said to Rabashi, why is he telling us? He just wants to tell us that there's the same when it comes to a cow. We spoke about the case of a gazee. So you have to reiterate the case, repeat the case. What's the difference? Gemara says, he's coming to teach us the halacha of She'ula, which is Salka that I mean, I would have thought, since he is chayiv from the second, then he actually pulls the animal. In other words, just like when a person rents a car, he needs to pay for the gas. In other words, he can't go back. In other words, when a person borrows a car, he has to pay for the gas. So the same thing is true. A person borrows an animal, he has to pay to feed the animal. So since at the time that he actually took it, he pulled the animal, he has some monetary field is a monetary ownership over this, that he has the obligation to feed it. I would have thought that he's tired for the own sin that happened to the animal right away. From the time that he takes it, Kamash wonder that's not the case.
I'm back, babies.
It would be a separate key for later.
Really? You're jazzed? You sing for Israel. Really? A bunch of fucking reels going on? I'm having a reel with every fucking song ever. Really? Why not, baby? Alright. Fuck, we have all the stupid shit we have to review. Alright. This is Coffee and Kabbalah. This is the 47th day of this bitch. How many days in the Grand Total? Who the fuck knows, but maybe 280.
In other words, they have
Alright,
the ability
now what?
to use it.
Now we have to review all the bullshit.
But they were not the borrowers
Alright,
of
Elu,
it, therefore they
no one really knows for sure. Elu, Elu, Divrei Elohim.
The next case,
No one really knows for sure. Elu, Elu, Divrei Elohim, Chaim, but this is the majority we live by. Do as thou wilt, though, baby. Why?
They have to pay back
No,
the cheapest price of meat.
really?
This is
Yeah, Zurus. What is that? It's fucking problems. I got 99 Zurusine, but I made one. Really? Yeah.
Guys, I didn't know.
Alright, and that fucking blue.
Continues. Christ the person, if their father left behind real property, real estate,
Snail. That's Murex trunculus. Chilazon. It sounds like a fucking.
There are those who learn that halacha on the Reisha. There are those who learn on the
sounds like a fucking.
There are those who say the original halacha, which is
that
if a father
Golus,
left
that's
over a borrowed cow in
Jewish
his possession,
diaspora or exile.
the children are allowed to use it.
Gay kaken off in the yam.
They're not
Like
of an own sin.
Zedaken.
Some understand
piss in the
that
ocean.
this last halacha
Safe
over here, which is that the
okay,
father
so
owns
may
no
Hashem
property,
bless you
then
and guard
the
you.
Yochai of
May
no
Hashem
sin.
shine His
Why?
face
What's
upon
the
you
reason?
and be gracious
Because
to you.
the
May Hashem
father,
lift His
property
face to
ultimately backs
you
up
and
any
grant
loan
you
that he
peace.
takes. So
Really?
therefore,
Dude,
they
I
have
mean,
the property
hopefully,
of the
I don't
father.
fucking know.
That property was already connected to the
Okay,
throne.
Akin, Ani, Medaber, Ivrit, Bekar, Ivrit, Mikari, Akshay, therefore, Anaknu, Amurim, Medaber, Yiddish, O, Kulai, Aramit, Shegam, Otan, Ani, Yakol, Medaber, Bi, Nida, Masu, Yemet, Ava, Ani, Ma'ad, Tif, Angli, Lachen, Ba'u, Medaber, Angli, Zay, Nishmat, Tov, Lecha. Okay? Alright. Really? Yeah, read it. It's funny. Indeed, I speak Hebrew. Mainly biblical Hebrew. That's why I said to those guys, they're like, you're fine. Go. Although in practice, we are supposed to speak Yiddish or perhaps Aramaic, which I can also speak to some extent. I even told the fucker, we're working on it. Really? Yeah. But I prefer English. Therefore, let's speak English. Does that sound good to you? Okay. All right. Are you done? Are you jazzed? Fuck yeah. We went through all that shit. Now we're gonna review our fucking Yiddish. Why? Why not, baby? All right. What's the first one? Lamachai. That's after the
only when they went ahead and
what does Halavai mean?
If only
Yiddish cup.
But not on the racial behind Papa, that is the opinion of her
That's
Papa.
kind of fetish of mine. It's a talkative bitch. Tackless, brass tags, nosh, snacking, pussy, bashing, for sure. Is a male soulmate. For sure is a soulmate. Soulmate. Mishmash, I was taking a bath. That is fucking shit.
It we'll stop here. We'll continue tomorrow with the sugya.
Good holiday, good time. That's fucking
throw a very quick pitch. Tonight we're starting a brand new series.
Pyro, that's neutral, white kosher, that's smooth, mensch, that's good dude. Also, Ishai Chayo for a chick or Seducus
and the methodology of what it takes to actually understand what's going on within the language of Gemara.
That's
understand what to expect in the opening Gemara, and how to open a new Gemara and
it's
learn on your
along
own.
the phrase
It's
though,
going to be a
which
work in
is
progress. It's going to be very exciting. I look forward to seeing as many of you as
Yasher Kokacha. Literally, may your strength be directed
8:30
forward.
tonight. Yes.
So, Koach is strength. So, may you strength. Koach. Really, yeah. Oive, just like.
All right, Rabbi, say good morning. Let us to the beautiful, beautiful
just
class
like
ahead of us today.
fuck. Okay, Steidel, the Stettel, Streimel. Stettel's the town, Streimel's the hat. Scheidel is a fucking wig. Milchig, meat, fleisch, no. Milchig, dairy, fleischig, meat. Harav is neutral. What does Hamish mean, or Hamish? Homey. What does Shmata mean? Shmata is rags. Shviger is in-law. Chazer mean? So Chazer, repeat or review. Both meanings of the Yiddish word Chazer, pig, and have their source in the Hebrew language. Chazer is a pig. Chazir is Hebrew for pig. This word appears in the 5 books of Moses when the verses are not kosher animals. Some pigs are genetically detested by Jews. Well, since pigs are generally detested by Jews, this word appears in many different contexts. Here are some of them. Chazir, Chazer, treif. Treif, literally torn, is the Hebrew Yiddish term for something that is unkosher. Thus, when you want to say that something is absolutely, unequivocally, and entirely not kosher, you could say that it's Chazer treif, as unkosher as a pig. But that's not really a great saying, because the pig's halfway to being kosher. It has split hooves. It just needs a Jewish cut. Chazer shtal, the equivalent of the English term pigsty. This is how you would describe the bedroom of a teenager whose mother stopped coming in to collect dirty socks and tissues several weeks ago. Damn, that sounds like it's beating it like it's going out of style. Really? They could name anything in the room and it's socks and tissues. Chazer Shaf, love your fellow as yourself, is described by Rabbi Akiva as the great principle behind the entire Torah. Someone who cannot see the needs of others is compared to a pig, which is wrapped up in its own needs, that it sees nothing beyond his trough of slop. The Chazer Shaf, pigginess, can be used to describe either selfishness or gluttony. So the whole love your neighbor as yourself, you can't really do that. It's do unto others as you would have them do. Really, yeah, Rabbi Akiva takes a little. I mean, the Leviticus takes a little too strong. Really, you're saying that? I mean, it's impossible, but that's what they're trying to get across. That's what I'm sure Chazare, this is as close a Yiddish term as you can get to English junk or junk food. Chazer Fissel, pig's feet. Why is the pig so reviled? One classic reason goes back to the biblical verses telling us which animals are kosher. Those who both have split hooves and chew their cud. Now the pig is unique in that it has split hooves but its cud. Yet the pig spends a lot of time sprawling out with its split hooves on display, as if to say, "Look at me, I'm kosher," while it's really a as ever. Thus, Chazal, pig's feet, has been synonymous with hypocrisy and ostentatious piety that does not enter sincerity. Chazer, review. The root of the word chazer also means to return, is the noun, and chazar is the verb. A basic component of
for study is returning to a text, studying it again and again until it has been well understood. In fact, in Talmudic days, it was common for people to chazer the same subject 100 times. This gave rise to the adage, he who learns but does not review is like he who sows but does not reap. Chazer ba'al peh. Once someone has learned something so well that they know it by heart, Yiddish speakers say that they can chazer ba'al peh, review by mouth, since there's no need for the text anymore. Chazer Chassidus. In Hasidic culture, especially before many Hasidic texts were committed to writing, the act of Chazeren Chassidus, repeating Hasidic discourses, was instrumental in spreading the teachings of the Hasidic masters. Until this very day, it is common for someone to chazer a discourse in the closing moments of Shabbat, at weddings and bar mitzvahs, and whenever else Hasidim gather for inspiration. Chazer Bocher, from an elderly Jew in Hungary who was reminiscing about his pre-Holocaust childhood. When he had studied in one of the great pre-war yeshivas in the Carpathian Mountains, he referred to the young man with whom he would review his studies as a Chazer Bocher. Bocher is Hebrew Yiddish for you.
That Hashem is the one who fashions man. Next, number 3.
Time to chazer. Let us chazer. So let us chazer what we have just learned. Suppose you were listening to your chazer bocher, chazer ba'al peh, and you knew that he left his dorm room a chazer stall full of cheseri. You may think of him as a chazer thistle for his act of chazer chef, since in your mind, acting like a chazer is simply chazer treif. Did you get that? In this case, let's chazer one last teaching. The fact that chazer both return and pig is not just coincidental. Rather, the sages say that it will one day return from its unkosher state. Absolutely. I fucking agree with that. I wholeheartedly agree with that. When Mashiach comes, the pig, the most unkosher among all animals, will be transformed into a kosher animal. And you know we've talked about it. All right. So what was that fucking phrase? Okay, so suppose you were listening to the young person who was repeating their learning, and they were repeating it they knew it so well that they could just repeat it and they didn't have to write it down. And you knew it left his dorm in a chazer stall, that's like a fucking pigsty, full of chazere, that's like pig shit. Is it? No, it's technically like junk or junk food. What is that? You think of this as pig's feet for his chazer chef.
How does marriage provide one with eternality? A family.
So that's who cannot see the needs of others. Since in your mind, acting like a chazer is simply chazer trait. Something like a pig is simply like the worst kind of unkosher you can have. All right, that was cool. That was neat. Really? So there's chazer and or there's chazir and chazer.
Even in the midst of our simcha, and this is how we
chazer.
Beautiful text.
So chazer and chazir. So chazir, I would say, is pig, and chazer is to repeat. I mean, it needs a fucking wait. All right, well, that was a really cool story, Rabbi. Dog, I can't wait to tell what happened. Really? Yeah. Oh yeah, that was great. Really? Yeah.
Makes each other joyful. Reim Ahuvim, beloved friends, as your Creator has made you happy in Gan Eden in the past. We call them, right, of yesterday. Baruch Hashem, Misameach Hasan V'Kala. Let's say Hashem, you are to such a blessing. Misameach Hasan V'Kala. Let's say solutions in this beautiful of here. So first of all,
All right.
If you take a look at Rashi, Sameach to Sameach,
Dude,
we're not going to do this in
I was so
Rashi,
excited for the
but what
winter
I
Olympics,
got to
and
is an
then I
important Rashi
watched
to look
none
at
of it.
both.
Can't name
Because
anybody in
Rashi
it.
actually comments on the
It's
order of the
ridiculous.
brachos. The order is by
Right.
design, it's not random. So take a look at Rashi for just a moment.
Abraham
Sameach
Isaac
to
Cook.
Samach. So Rashi
It's
says,
Cook.
Bracha l'chasad v'kala
Really?
shiatzlichu b'simcha
Whatever I want it
v'tov
to be,
lev.
baby. That's the
So it's
coolest
such
thing
a
about
beautiful
this.
idea. What's Sameach to Samach? So according to Rashi, this is bracha to the chassan and kala that they should be matzliach, and their hatzlacha, their success in life, should come with simcha, joy, and tov lev, gladness of heart. Such a beautiful. In other words, you should go ahead and have success in life, and your success should be accompanied by life joy.
Yeah, that's a
You can also read sheet just a little bit different.
I don't know what's speaking.
It's your own Gemara. Listen to
Are you happy? Dude, I'm getting pissed at these fuckers in this Jewish server. Why? Because they were just like kicking me out. It's like, dog, you don't know who I am. Really? Who are you?
Is that you should have hatzlacha, you should have hatzlacha, and your hatzlacha should be accompanied by a sense of joy.
I'm the biggest pimp of all time, baby.
Is you should give the bracha to the chassan and kala, but you should have hatzlacha in finding simcha. See, I will say, we know this because as we get older, you can have everything. It doesn't mean you're happy. See, when you're young, you think that happiness is the result of stuff. Like, if I acquire this, if I buy this, if I reach this figure milestone, if I get this metric, then I'll be happy. As we get older, we recognize all of those things are very nice and very wonderful. But happiness is a choice. Happiness is a choice I have to make. And the moment that I make my happiness dependent on any external factor is the moment that essentially I abdicate any possibility of truly finding simcha. So according to Rashi, this is the bracha. Sameach to Samach. We go ahead and we give the chassan and kala. What's
Feel like
the
this
bracha?
motherfucker, yeah, and I think it's good looking too. Really?
You should have hatzlacha in finding simcha. Not that you should have hatzlacha and it should be for simcha, but rather you should have hatzlacha in finding simcha. Because the most idea is that the greatest blessing in your life. There's nothing less than having money. Money is great. Money is good. It's not wealthy. But money is good. The material success is good because it makes the rest of life so much easier. But that's not the source.
I think I would live that someday and then eventually get to be beaten. That's close to really, yeah.
So Rashi goes on. Rashi goes on a little bit. We're not going to get into it right now. So let's say I'll mention something else. It's beautiful bracha. It is interesting to note that we say Sameach Tisana Pe'amah to Sameach when you pick up again even in China. We go ahead and we sing Hashem. You should make this chapter in Kala as happy as Adam and Kala were in that evening. I don't know about you. I'm not like this is fucking for me. But Adam and Kala doesn't exactly seem to be like a storybook, like a storybook wedding that narrative over here. We were in that evening for a couple of hours. Everything went south. Like they blamed each other for a whole bunch of stuff. So what's the pshat? During the first Kala, you should be like Adam good, Adam and Kala. It's not. Hashem says something absolutely beautiful. He says, Adam and Kala, when Adam know without true certainty, when they're actually certainty, that Kala was the one for him. And he wanted Kala without true certainty, that Adam was the one for him. Now, obviously, it helped that there were no other human beings on the face of the earth. But they knew without true certainty that they were with the person they needed to be with. What do we give the reference to the chassan and kala? Let's be real. Sometimes these shalom bayis, it's normal that post-wedding, there's a little bit of fire in it. It happens, especially in today's sort of landscape, where people sometimes don't even know each other all that well. By the time you're getting married, sometimes it happens. Afterwards, the person thinks to themselves, maybe I could have done better. Chassan thinks this, a kala thinks this. Right? So when I say what's the bracha we give to a chassan and kala, you should be like Adam and Kala. Adam is 1,000% sure this is what we're going to do. Kala is 1,000% sure that this was the matter. I will say, by the way, all kidding aside,
if you go to marriage with that mindset, you can solve virtually any problem. If you go into marriage thinking it's not such a big deal, there's always an escape hatch. There's always a communication emergency. I'm not like I can get out of this if I need to. And sometimes the person does need to get out of things, absolutely. But when I say you accept the premise that the person who I'm with is managed like my travel, the person I'm with is managed like my Adam, then there's almost no challenge that you cannot overcome. Incredible. You know what like Asher bara sasam de simcha, sasam de kala. So this is the bracha achrisa. The bracha achrisa. The bracha achrisa. The bara sasam de simcha. Hashem is created sasam de simcha. Different words for joy. Kasam de kala, vila, lina, pizza, echadva, aba, the akva, the shalom, vereos. So what says the Russian Kodesh? There are different words that capture nuance. Often in English, you cannot capture this same nuance. So if you look at this, Sasa and Simcha. Sasa and Simcha both translate this out as joy, but of course, there are different forms of joy. Kasa and Kala, Gila, Lina, Pizza, Chazva, again, different forms of joy. Ava, Yakva, love, camaraderie of friendship. Shalom, peace, Reos, friendship. Nahira, Shalom, speedily Hashem, may it be heard in the streets of Yehuda and in the outskirts of Yerushalayim, Kol Sason the Kol Simcha, Kol Chason the Kol Kala. Literally again, the voice of rejoicing with Sason and Simcha, the voice of a Chason and a Kala, Kol Yishalos Chason and Mitzvasam, Uli Avinu Mishina Vinasam. The sound of the clans of Chasanim coming from the football, and the young men from the celebrations with Nasa, a beautiful scenery. Baruch Hashem, Nisaneach, Basan, in Hakama. The Lord knows so beautiful. You read these words, and you feel a sense of simcha. Even at 6:06 in the morning, you read them, and there's a certain energy that flows through your neshama. It's really simcha that you feel. The Lord said, that's Shana Brachas. And once again, remember, I want to point out, the Gemara stuff and leading off for because you suppose that breaking up, of course, is part of this list. But the Gemara goes like this. Maybe Ikra, the day that he's the Hebrews of Shimon. So Levi went to the house of Rabbi, in the love for the wedding celebration of Rabbi Shimon Berei. Rabbi Shimon is the son of Rabbi. Just to get it clear, Rabbi Shimon, son of Rabbi, is getting married, and Levi went to the festival. So what happened? So apparently it's interesting. They gave Levi all of the Shabbat. Interesting, never seen that happen before. Right, but they gave Levi the Shabbat. They gave Levi the Shabbat. Right, but ultimately, again, Levi only made 5 brachas. Okay, we'll discuss what he left off. Next, Ravashi, the day Ravashi, he knew what to marry. So Ravashi went to the castle of Mar, the son, right, of the Margaret, of Mar, son Bartish. You need 6 brachas. So much news that you had. You have Levi making 5 brachas out of the Shara brachas, and ultimately again Ravashi making 6 brachas. Okay, what's going on over here? So name of the hot commitment. What are they arguing about? Here we go. Someone say, I want to draw your attention to something very seemingly overlapping. And go away. Bracha number 2 was Yod Shem HaAdam. The blessing is one of the best men. And then bracha number 3 is Asher Yatsa Es HaAdam Mitzamo. Right? And Hashem fashioned man in his image. So what's going on over here? So here we go. Let me back up the Gemara Stava Chadi Yirabi. One of the things says that when it comes to the creation of man, ultimately what? There was one act of creation. Chadi Yirabi. Umar Stava Shtei Yirabi. Third is creation. Now what's going on? We will get Rashi. This is Rashi in This is Rashi in the wide lines, second wide line. And the second wide line. How do you see how there was one application? And I'm a be'erevin, even as a tzara, yourself, Shemetiras, Priyaso, Nivrash, Nivrash, Sifri, Zakam, and the Father of the Kameach. So what's like, there is, number for be'erevin days, there is a fundamental approach about the creation of man and woman. One of the things says, HaKadosh Baruch Hu created one being, fused man and woman together. The front was man, or that, however you define it, front and back. Like we'll call it, one side was man, one side was woman. That's how the original human being was created, and subsequently, HaKadosh Baruch Hu split it into two. That's the first opinion. So the Gemara is suggesting that the opinion he holds that when you have to make 5 brachas, that's because you don't need 2 brachas of Asher Yatzah. Right? You don't need Yosher Adam and Asher Yatzah. You only need one bracha about creation because there was only one initial act of creation. So the Gemara says, Umar Savar, curious Yachabi. The other thing is, no, there was not 2 creations. There was only two Yilos. Demand the Amar Shana Paya, only Menu Nibras Hadisha, the Hari Kanchi Yilos. Which the second opinion is that no, Kava was created, and there's 2 versions of this. Verse number 1 is that underneath had a tail, he had an extra piece of flesh, and that piece of flesh was removed, and Kava was built from that. The second possibility, which is the Pasuk side of the Pasuk, which is dark, central to live. But the idea over here is that there are 2 distinct acts of creation. First, Hashem created man, and then there was a secondary act of creation, which created his Kava, created woman. So also the Gemara is suggesting that this is the fundamental focus in Rabbi and Rabbi. Rabbi holds down local nice there were 2 acts of creation, right? And therefore what? Therefore there are going to be 2 brachas that reflect creation. The bracha of Yotzer Adam and Asher Yotzer as Ha'adam. Versus the Rashi, who holds that there was only 1 act of creation. Man and woman were created, fused into one being, and subsequently separated. Therefore what? You only need 1 bracha of Asher Yotzer. Which the Gemara says, maybe not. Maybe not. Well, Gemara says that's true. All everyone agrees that there was 1 act of creation, meaning that Adam and Chava were created as one being, one side male, one side female. So men were created initially together, and then subsequently separated. So what's the matter? Look at how beautiful this is. So what's the machlokas? Mar sabar basar machshava azinon, umar sabar basar ma'aseh. They will say, what's the machlokas? The machlokas is, do you go after the machshava, the thoughts of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, or the actions of HaKadosh Baruch Hu? They will say, what does it mean? This is incredible. Look at Rashi. Rashi says, basar machshava azinon. I mean, the wide lines of Rashi, 4 lines in. Basar machshava azinon, shishnayim alu b'machshava midbaros. The parak is the passage. So let's listen to this. So apparently, that Kadosh Baruch Hu originally wanted to make Adam and Chava 2 separate beings. Initially 2 separate beings, but then he decided to create them in 1 form. Right? So Rabbi says, so my focus is like this. The 7 brachas reflect the original plan for creation, but it was going to be 2 distinct acts of creation, 1 for man, 1 for woman initially, and then for 2 brachas of Asher Yatzah, Yitzirah, or do we go Basar Maisa? Or ultimately, again, do we go after the actions of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, where what? He only created what? 1 being, Adam and Chava fused into 1 body. The Gemara says, Rabbi Yehuda Ramiksit, there's a Yehuda contrast of speaking, Vayivar Okimas Adam and Chava. Well, says the Pasuk says that Hashem created Adam in his image. Which Shabbat says Hashem created 1 being. Who said, Zachar Unekiva Bara'am. But then it says Hashem created them, male and female. So I said, well, what's that? Also, how do you reconcile it? Did Hashem first create just Adam, or did he create Adam and Chava at the same time? Which one is hard to eat? They threw the Adam and Chava on the battle. The both say originally, Hashem's intention was to create 2 beings with a soul, Nidra, Echad. But then in the end, he created 1 being.
That was like, so again, there's still a focus in that one being. Once that one being, one side male, one side female, once it male and from some appendage or from a rib, female was made. But this is the idea of saying, now, this is a fascinating Gemara. Because what I'm saying, whenever you see Chazal say, Hashem originally had in mind to do X and then he did Y, there's only one problem with this, which is, Yibon Shalom doesn't change his mind. Yibon Shalom has many qualities. One of them is, he's exceptionally decisive. Right? So I said, there's no wavering. So what's the pshat? What's the pshat that Hashem, Allah Machshav originally was going to create two, and then ultimately again was create one. Then he decided to create one. So let's say embedded in this, if you look at the words, is a profound statement in marriage. I'll say, look at this line. It's Tila, Allah Machshav and Baruch, and the vessel never happens. So literally translated in the beginning, the amount to create two, created one. So let's say, this phrase is like the most paradise for marriage. How do you build a successful marriage? Because simple answer is, I don't know. But Lamaisa, perhaps, as I'll tell you something incredible. In the beginning means before you get married, what's the halacha? If you want to build a successful marriage, before you marry, you have to have a strong individual identity. Right? In other words, people who go into marriage not knowing who they are encounter an incredible amount of friction. So the tefillah, even before you're married, all of the machshava, as far as the machshava is, the baros shnai. A man has to be an individual, and a woman has to be an individual. You have to know who you are before you join forces with someone else. Now again, obviously, is there still personalistic self-discovery when you get married as well? Of course. But we'll say, here's the shit when you get married. Only by so, nivra echad. The basel who have to get married, nivra echad. Husband and wife have to be one. Yeah, we'll say, in marriage, there's no me and you, there's us. In marriage, husband and wife need to come together to become a cohesive unit, to move their life forward in sync. Doesn't mean that at the end of the day they're not different people. Doesn't mean that they don't have differences of opinion, that they don't see eye to eye on things. Of course not. That's part of the fabric of marriage as well. But I will say, as a unit, the basol, nivra echad. As a unit, we are a cohesive entity. Or Chazal is teaching us that sometimes the only way to become a cohesive entity with someone else is first what? To know who you are. If I don't know who I am, then it's very difficult for me to be a team with someone else. That's me. So the Tila are machshava l'baros shnayim in the beginning. You want to build a successful marriage? You know who you are. You know who you are. Who's your identity? What's your identity? Who are you? If you have that individual identity, then you can become a cohesive unit with your spouse and move lockstep about and move together throughout life. And emotion, that's a marriage. That's a marriage. You don't say, sometimes you see the marriages where like spouses like do their own thing. Like this one does this one does that. Again, obviously every marriage and spouses have different interests and they kind of wanna, pursue different things independently. Of course, that's people have separate entities. But the mice, that has to be the exception, not the rule. Marriage is nivra echad. Marriage ultimately is we're one unit, and we move the ball down the field together. Incredible Gemara. Rav Ashi, Ikalavi Rav Kahana. So I say, here we go. Rav Ashi went to the house of Rav Kahana. Yom HaKama Baruch Kulu. This is interesting. So what happened? Rav Ashi went to the house of Rav Kahana. So I'll say, it's not clear from here whether this was Rav Kahana's Sheva Brachas, or maybe it was someone else's kid's Sheva Brachas. In any event, he goes, Yom HaKama Baruch Kulu. On the first day, they made all of the Sheva Brachas. Mikan ve'ilech, yi'ika panim chadoshos Baruch Kulu, ve'ilo afushe simcha ba'alhu, ve'baruch sha'simcha b'mono va'ashe baruch. So it's a very interesting idea. So what happens? First day, they made all the Sheva Brachas. On the subsequent days, what happened? If there are panim chadashos, like we saw, we'll say this is the beginning of the daf on Zion of the days. If there are panim chadashos, they would make all of the brachas. If there were not panim chadashos, then I will say, then what? This isn't considered to be a Sheva Brachas meal. If it's not a Sheva Brachas meal, then what is it? Afushe simcha. It's a celebratory meal, and therefore, what do?
We make the bracha of Shasimcha Bim Odo. Now we'll say Shasimcha Bim Odo is not a bracha. What is it? That's the opening. That's benching, right? Baruch Elokeinu Shasimcha Bim Odo v'Shachol Mishalom. We'll say that's a unique opening of bench, a unique zuman, a unique zimun. Very made for Shana brachas. The Asher Baruch and the bracha of Asher Baruch. So apparently, the Gemara suggesting over here is that the bracha of Asher Baruch ultimately is made even without Panim Chadashos. So what's incredible? See, if you have Panim Chadashos, you make Shana brachas all the days, all the 7 days of celebration. If you don't have Panim Chadashos, you'll use the unique introduction to that and the bracha of Asher Baruch, and that's it. And that's it. To which the Gemara says, Mishiva Ashtos, listen to this. What about after the 7 days of celebration? Up until Moshe. So that's interesting, right? Because we begin to see this scene right out of time. For what? For Marathon, there was no jokes, right? No jokes, right? Right? But what am I saying is very easy that it's the same concept, right? You have 7 days of Shabbat, 7 days of Shiva, 30 days close and Parabelos, 30 days. So from the end of Shabbat up until 30 days, listen to this. So what's very interesting. Any meal that the husband and Kala are part of, even after Shabbat, up until 30 days after their marriage, we use this special introduction to benching. Isn't that incredible? I was going to say, even if the stated goal of the Su'udah is not celebratory, right? Even if the stated goal of the Su'udah is a bunch of friends getting together, the husband and Kala are there within 30 days after the Chasna, Allah will make a special introduction. After that, the Amanahu Machmas Sibula, the Bar Shashin Kabimano, the Ilo, so it's wild. After 30 days, if there is a Suda that's for the express purpose of celebrating the nuptials of this husband and Kala, we still need a special introduction to mention. Rabbi said, what's the Abdi Shaila? How long? Right? How long does that work? We'll see that in just a moment. If the other leg, not must be doing I understand. You're going to tell me that I love some. Anytime, even after the 30 days, if you're getting the husband and Kala together, for a meal to celebrate their wedding, we'll do this special introduction. How long? I'm going to say the Rabbi as Oh year. So okay, so I was going to point out what we have over here. For Shana Brachos, first 7 days after they get married, if they're part of Chadashos, then what? Oh, Shana Brachos, a special intervention. No Shana Brachos, no part of Chadashos, what do you have? Special intervention and Asher Baruch. After Shana Brachos, up for the first 30 days, what do you have? Even if there's not a stated goal of celebrating the wedding, the husband and Kala there, special intervention. After 30 days for the first year, that's the express purpose of the gathering is to celebrate the wedding of the husband and Kala, then special intervention. Incredible. How early can you start? Actually. So let's have you ask an interesting question. How early, or from what point and on, can you begin with the special intro convention of what we call Shasimcha B'Ono, the Shacham and the Shalom? Everybody's do this today. Right? So how early, from what point can you begin to use the special intro convention? So listen to this, it's incredible. So the Gemara says, I'm not Papa. If you run Sari Ba'asimcha. So look at Rashi, you can see yourselves. 5 lines up about it. If you run Sari Ba'asimcha, you show him Ba'aribas Mayim, Lahato Shekha Tzar Listen, when you begin to soak barley, make the beer. So apparently everyone knows you soak that barley. The party has officially begun, right? So the moment you begin to soak the barley, comes the beginning of the sin suffix. Actually, then goes on. The moment Yeshina Chazar Lakal Sorin Ba'atzitz, Roma Peru Uravu, Simple. Beautiful. Rashi quotes an ancient custom. For a customer, what they would do is take the perforated spout of the stucco and they would spread barley. One stalk of barley to the husband, one stalk of barley to the cow. And those are they would say that now barley is the fastest growing grain. And they would say that just like the barley is being fruitful and multiplying, so to the husband and cow
should be fruitful and also such a beautiful. And I guess the Chassan Kala would keep the plant, would keep the Barbie plant, I don't know, their apartment or something in the window. So they'll say this was a good low budget Chassan results, right? They'll say so again. So again, two different things. Either putting the barley in the water for the beer, or sowing the barley in the pot, in the perforated flower pot for the Chassan Kala. But essentially, once that happens, that's the beginning of the simcha. Meaning that so. That Papa went ahead and made a wedding for Abamara's son, and he made the special benching already by Edison. Shina Papa got the Tarasai. The Papa was different because the Papa had people to take care of all of this stuff. So the first time that our Papa was actually involved in anything was by his Suuda, by the Iris. In other words, the Papa didn't put the barley in the beer. The Papa didn't sow the barley plant in the perforated pot. He had people. So the first time that Papa was actually involved in something was the Suuda by Iris. Therefore, that was the first time that our Papa used the special intervention. Was it beautiful? Second white line. Ravina Yosef ben Lebrei, Mira Chavila, was his incredible Gemara. Ravina made a chasna for his son with the daughter of Rav Chavila, Baruch Mishas Iris, and he decided to use the special intervention from Erison. The Joseph, by the way, is much earlier. Remember again, it was up to a year in between Erison and Yisur. So which means he's ready to use this special intervention for a whole year. Papa said, Ravina said, I'm confident I feel confident to do this. Why? Because the Kala's family is not going to break up the Shiva. Right? The Shiva is golden. It's good to go. Nothing's going to happen. What's the end of the story? Something didn't work out, and the Kala's family walked away from the Shiva. So let's say, what a story. Now, so you wonder to yourself, like, okay, why have to include this? Listen, what a Musa Haskell. Never be overly confident about anything in life, and never assume that anything is done feel until it's done. And we'll say this is true in everything. If you're working on something, we'll say, you think about it, a lot of times in life, the reason why things don't get done is because we take projects 75% of the way. And then we assume that the last 25% is just and you forget that often, the last 25%, that means they're working on that. And stuff remains undone. And I worked so hard. You worked so hard, but you left it to someone else to finish it. You left it to chance to finish it. If you want something done in life, see it through the finish line. And of course, it's true in ourselves as well. Commissioner Rabbi says, come in the Atzmachol, at your most help. Don't believe in yourself until the day that you die. Never believe you're above temptation. Never believe that you've got things figured out. The only time in life is above temptation is when you're dead. And the only time that I've got things figured out is when I'm dead. Not because I've figured everything out, but there's nothing really more to figure out once I'm dead. So the nice thing is, don't believe that you've got it all done. Like, understand, but don't believe in yourself. As it looks like, the person has to be completely and perpetually working on results until I can no longer do so. No right chance, get it done. Finish it to completion. And right, so we're working on yourself. Don't assume you're in a good spot. I'm good. You might be good, but the nice thing, without constant perpetual self-improvement, a person slips back and regresses. Incredible story. Now, Shachlifa Bamarav, a little bubble. Shachlifa Bamarav, where's the bubble? Baruch Shis Alifba. He made 6 buckles. That will say, but again, he transformed them all into one rock. That will say, the definition of a long rock is what? One that begins with Baruch and ends with Baruch. So you decided to make the longer form, the less focus on Kabbalah. No, the Halakha doesn't call that way. The Chaviva Ekurobei Muhula. So we'll say, the Chaviva went for bliss. Inwardly went for bliss. Baruch. Shasim Kavim Oh no. So let's say he decided to use the introductory Shasim Kavim Oh no perfection. Right? That was
Now, what does Simcha B'mono mean? We say that Simcha is in his abode. Now, what the abode is a reference to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. We assume that when a Yid is the Simcha, when a Yid is the Simcha in this world, Hashem is the Simcha in his abode as well. So therefore, again, comes along Rav Chaviva goes to a bris. What is Simcha? What is Simcha? He decides to add in Simcha B'mono B'Kodesh. So Sakavati Halacha doesn't follow him. Why not? You should see they say salary Yuga. Because the most of my breaks not everyone is happy. Like he's not happy, baby's not happy, and also the mother. Like often again there's pain because the most say, by the way, such a profound so that as long as there is another Jew who is in a state of sorrow, a person is just to realize I'm not in a complete state of happiness when there's someone else who suffers. So my simcha at its bliss is somewhat muted. I think he's not going to remember it. He's not going to remember it. But when I saw right now, I think he's probably still uncomfortable. And the mother, father also brings up people for a mother. Knows that pain and she knows that a child is going through it as well. So it's like if there are other Jews who are sad, then by definition, I'm enjoying my bagel and my life. It's fantastic. Right, it's completely a good day. Right, but when I saw my simcha is muted when I know that someone else is not the same. It's incredible. I'm not going to laugh. Let's put it down. What's an interesting statement. The map was slim about Hassanim are part of the minion, but Avelim mourners are not part of the minion. I will say, we don't know what this is talking about. I should say, for Hassanim I understand, but Hassanim is something, what are we talking about? What are we talking about? Shabbat. Avelim, I don't know what it means that they're part of the minion. Or say that they're not part of the minion. Let's analyze. Here we go. So the Gemara says, may say, you go ahead and because he's a Tano Jew, he probably, if you don't learn stuff, but if not, other story of Kassanim counts as part of the minion, but Avelim don't as part of the minion. Makes there is a kasha. Kassanim Avelim, I want to point out, we don't know what we're talking about. In other words, again, Kassanim, I'm pretty sure Shem Rabbis, Avelim, I don't know what Avelim has to do with the minion. So again, by yourself, Kassanim Avelim in a minion. Kassanim Avelim are part of the minion. What's the other days? Yahahi, the Gerkas Hamad. Oh, okay, let's talk about this. When do we say that when Ovel is part of a minion, there was that's a reference to pension, Shabbat pension, with the tax customer days, with starting with Zamin Ovel, showing type of analysis. So let's say the merchant getting over the minion, when an Ovel is in Shiva, and the pension, the Ovel is part of the mission, or is really part of the mission. That's what it means. That the Ovel is part of the meaning. So let's say, okay, but what is the Rabbi Yochanan said before that the Ovel is not part of the meaning? What is that referred to? He come Rabbi Yochanan the Shura. Now let's say that refers to the Shura. Now let's say the Shura is the line. What's that? It's Rashi. You say, close them in our head, how you also Shura Sunny Paol. The Nakamo, or even also, we know that first is the thing. In terms of using this tales of English differently, in terms of the Gemara, the Shura is actually a circle around the Abba. You perform a circle around the Abba, and often with the condolences as you were sitting Shiva. The website, so again, that requires a meaning. That Shura, an Abba is not part of. When we say Abba is part of a minion, that means that during Shiva, there's that Shura, and what is it? Abba minion means the Abba counts. When does the Abba count? During Shiva, there's an instrument in the Shiva. When there's a meeting in the Shiva, the Abba counts as one of the meeting, one of the instruments. So the Shura, he does not work like contemporarily. We know we do Shura a little bit differently. By us, we do it in the cemetery, and we just form two lines, two parallel lines, and the other walks through. Same concept, but a little bit different. So the Alhaka is going to be open on the bottom of the Kasana Dasa, the Kasana Dasa. So let's say, one second, so we say for the Yochanan said, we make Kirchas Kasana Dasa, Kasana Dasa, big Shabbat.
So that's bold. I think we're not going to listen to everything today. I'm okay with that for right now. Why?
So let's say,
Because these are longer. But I really like that. Yehuda. Good on you, dog. All right, you gotta tell your story because it's nothing great, but it's actually the greatest fucking thing of all time. Really? It's whatever you want it to be, baby. All right, now what? You gotta go to this fucking Chabad. Do it yourself. Bullshit. See what the fuck Abby's up to today. Why? Probably poisoning us. Mod Bunch. Why is it called that? Why? Hello. Mod.
Listen to this, right? So Ruvain loses his spot. Okay, so there's a Levaya, Ruvain buries his
Modern
Ruvain
decoupage.
comes back. They will say first
The term coined by Jan Whetstone, the craft blues inventor. Modern decoupage. Dude, the term mod used to be far more. I guess like modern like that. What do we use now? Like Neo a lot of times, but it's just bullshit.
So the Havel would be eating the first meal in this public setting. And it was there during that meal that the community would come and they would say a bracha. We'll see what the bracha is.
It's okay.
So Rabbi Yochanan is saying that bracha requires a minyan. And who's not part of that minyan? The Who's not part of that minyan? He was the Allah Hadar and Yitzchak Am Rabbi Yochanan.
That's what the beautiful hands. Why do you think this bitch has such nice hands? I don't know. They're just kind of set up hands. Like, nice.
And the Chassan is part of the
Didn't you already do this? Yeah, this is the thing with the fucking shit on the side. I have a common bag, the deed, the guide to mitzvah. Okay, so we've done everything that bitch. Alright, how to light Shabbat candles.
We'll say the only time you're making the bracha in the street is when first day. And we'll say the first day it's one time when as the ovel is eating, it's Sudas Hadas, is provided by the community. The community comes out and offers him the blessing of consolation. And the says, Mi Iga.
Then Shabbat, it's
sorry. So Rechas V'chava Kol Shiva Mi Iga. Shkatas Law V'chanim Chadash.
It doesn't smell like that fucking Central Stella. What the fuck?
Which is a bracha for Yadayim. There is a time for you even past the first day. When is that? Chanim Chadoshos. Someone comes to make a Shiva visit who was not at the Levaya, who was not at the Sudas Hadra'ah, and we don't have to use right? But apparently he would make the Birchas Adayim as well. So let's say,
we used to call it the Facebook back in the day.
That Birchas Adayim requires what? Requires a minyan.
Really? No Facebook.com. Everybody knows that.
So let's say, watch this Gemara. This is a dramatic Gemara. Here we go. So the Gemara says,
Tzedakah, Yishai Chayo, Tzedakah Troy.
Was the Rebbe. He taught the sons of Reish Lakish Kriya. He was the Kriya, the reading Rebbe. And sons of Reish Lakish. I'm Rebbe, Masli Reish Lakish. I'm the same son of Mishnayos. Point over here, the Kiva Abba was the Rebbe, the children of Reish Lakish. What happened to Kiva Abba? Shatu Lemuka. Unfortunately, the Kiva Abba's young child passed away.
It's actually not that simple. It's everything you usually say the bracha and then do it. But this one, you do it and then say the bracha.
He didn't go the first day. I will say there are reasons for that. You saw his white cut. Because the concept of not going to visit the Abel, according to family, the first day, according to other things, the first 3 days, because that's when the morning is most intense. He wanted to be Abel some level of privacy. He doesn't go the first day. What happens? The Mahar, Gabi, so no Oslo Gabe.
That Kodesh, we talked about that. It's getting fancy. I actually don't really like it.
Who was his Torgaman? What's another thing? What's a Torgaman? We translate Torgaman as a translator. I know that's not what it is. Remember, Shakish would give shear. And what would be the job of Yehuda?
Fuck yeah.
Sometimes there's more multi-type. But you translate them.
Yeah, Hadushin.
Which was digestible even by the common individuals. So Shakish speak about Rahmani. Come with me to the Shema.
All right, well, that was cool. Really? Yeah.
Okay.
It wasn't long, so that's cool.
Watch
case.
All right, what are we talking about today?
So
I'll
now
tell a
you have to
story.
imagine the
It
scene.
just happened,
So
but
Rabbi
you can tell I'm jazz, and I know I talk about it. Why?
comes in with Yehuda, his
All right, so I've been kicked out of everybody's fucking server on Discord. Why? I don't understand it. Why can't you just like come into somebody's server? And Brandon did it in my server, and I never said anything to him. I didn't care. Cool. So long as you're not doing something inappropriate, knock yourself out. But everybody's so like, what the fuck is going on? So I saw this boy come into my server, and he had this thing with his name. Yeah, it's the fucking server. So I'm like, dude, fucking neo-Nazi Orthodox server. Fucking those assholes. Clowns. They'll fucking, that motherfucker should be a head. Shane Bell, IDF or some shit. Really? Anyway. So I'm skeptical of going in now. The Israel one, I've been in for a long time, but after all the shit happened, they were really, really tight on who's going that one and all that other bullshit.
This is what you would have said to him.
So I was like skeptical of this one, so I started streaming in it. And people come in there, I don't pay attention to them. And you know, like a day goes by or something, and maybe I don't know. I see you are active or whatever it says, inactive or whatever. I go get kicked out. 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 Like for 8 fucking times. So then I'm like, okay, I'll type in the fucking text like, hey everybody, I just say, I hope you're having a good day. And somebody's like, why are you always streaming in the fucking DC? And I'm like, yo, dog, that's what I do. I'm a streamer. I want to say there are not in the rules that I can't and all the other shit. I wasn't going to be a douche though. I was like, whatever. I stream, and if you want to get a hold of me, you can type me. And I said, like, I'm doing other shit. And they're like, oh, okay. When do you sing karaoke? Where do you sing karaoke? Oh, you like karaoke? Yeah. Do you mind if I bring a friend? Fuck yeah. Or fuck yeah. So I go and I sing, why not? And then I sing Michael Jackson. And they were really nice. And I have to, like, Hebrew, more biblical, and my Yiddish, we're working on it. And they're like, no, we get it, you're good. And I'm like, tight. So I sang in front of, I don't know, a half dozen people or something. And then they all left. And that was fine. I haven't been kicked out since. Really? Yeah, is it the end of your fucking story? Okay, what are we gonna fucking learn, Rabbi? Anything more about lover? I had another question with that. And I didn't look it up. Kids, it's really important. If you ever have a fucking issue, like, look it up right away or make a note or whatever. That's really fucking important. Alright. What's your question about it?
I don't know. We've all been at Chasnas. We've heard some.
I forget what it was.
Right.
Alright, so what are we learning today?
The truth is, you feel
How to bless a group of people and not say shit.
Okay, you're the perverted joke guy. Everybody's got that perverted joke guy, right? You're that guy. Not here. Not here. This is such kedusha. This is such a beauty.
Well, I just want to say this. I have.
So let's say, okay, so now 2 different versions of the story. Either way, what's happening over here?
I think that this should be a
right? And ultimately, again,
a thing, like academically, it should be there should be a thing. Like imagine a three-dimensional
because of his infraction.
axis. So you have like x-axis, y-axis, z-axis, and it should be
because of the young man's sins. So the Gemara says,
how
I don't understand. Says the Gemara.
like
First white line.
how halakhic someone is, how Zionist they are, and how Kabbalistic they are. And I want to make that for other rabbis. I think that would be fun.
It's incredible. Yehuda was not saying to the Chiyav Abba that you have committed.
Where would you be? Like the most halakhic, the
What he's
most
saying to Chiyav Abba is you are being held responsible for the sins of the generation.
Zionist and the most Kabbalistic. Really? Yeah, where would that put you? Ever. Really? I'd be like the most out there motherfucker ever. I'd be sitting there like fucking Pluto looking at everybody and being like, you sure? Really? Bitch, I'd be in the Kepler belt. Really? The Kuiper belt. Baby, I'd be in the Kuiper belt. Really? Yeah. Alright, so what are we doing? You gotta ask a question.
Sometimes tragedy and loss part of the price of leadership.
The question I had about
so that you must listen to this. So I'm gonna come even though says maybe so we'll say Navi go on. So remember again, this is Reish Lakish. I don't have my names right. Yeah, Reish Lakish. Reish Lakish says to Yehuda, actually we'll say no, stop over here first today. I want to point out changes.
Oh, that fucking thing.
I just want to point out where we are to. So I just want to point out to just understand the Gemara. So Rabbi Yochanan said, Chassanim count as part of the minion. Avedim do not count as part of the minion. We don't know what minion we're talking about. We know that they don't count as part of the minion for the shura, for the line, or for the circle that takes place during the Zunas Havra, but there seems to be something more. So we'll say the Gemara suggests it's Birchas Avelim. But the Birchas Avelim occurred during the Shiva. That's why this story is here. We'll say Ner Hashem. We continue tomorrow. Shkoyach.
Shkoyach. The motherfucker said the thing. Yo, bitch. All right. What is it? Within Orthodox Judaism, I know traditionally dogs were not allowed, but that has become more allowed. Why traditionally weren't they allowed? It was like because you're supposed to give to children and stuff, but in the future, dogs are really popular. So how could maybe as Mashiach comes, dogs be more allowed? Steel man. Good question. Let's do this clearly and honestly. Why dogs were traditionally discouraged in Orthodox Judaism, and then a stillman case of why they could become more accepted in the future, even Messianic, Mashiach, Orthodox framework. Talk like Hebrew terms and give English explanations for your preference. Part 1. Why dogs were traditionally discouraged, not actually forbidden. First, important correction. Dogs were not kept. Did I say forbidden? I said that. I said tradition. Okay. In Halacha, Jewish law, the resistance was cultural plus halachic risk-based, not a blanket ban. Danger plus fear concerns. The Torah says, "Do not place blood in your house." Yeah, and the fact that the dog can attack you. Deuteronomy 22:8. From this comes a broad obligation to remove hazards. The Talmud Baba Kama 83a speaks very negatively about Kelev Ra, a dangerous dog, because it can bite, it can frighten children. Pregnant women, guess fear itself is treated as a kind of harm. So dogs become associated with risk, not companionship. Even a dog that might bite was suspect in tight communal living. I gotta say this. I've known people who grew up Orthodox and rabbis, and they fear dogs. It's like, what? They'd be like, yeah, even walk into Shabbat, like if someone has a dog, they'd be like, such fucking pussies. You don't want to have your kids like that. So our Ba'ale Chaim, Judaism strongly prohibits animal suffering, causing pain to animals. Historically, dogs required regular feeding. Veterinary care didn't exist. Starvation, chaining, neglect were common. So the halakhic view was, if you can't properly care for the animal, you shouldn't own it. This made dogs look like a luxury that risks cruelty, not a neutral pet. Priority of obligations, humans first. There's a real value hierarchy. Children, poor people, guests, family, then animals. Owning a dog that consumes money, time, food, and attention raises the concern. Are you diverting resources for mitzvot, commandments involving people? This isn't dogs bad, it's misplaced priorities bad. Symbolic cultural baggage. In Tanakh and Chazal, dogs are scavengers, dogs eat carcasses, dogs symbolize social breakdown. Examples, Isaiah 56:11, dogs have strong appetite. So dogs never got the one symbolic rehabilitation cats did for pest control or livestock did. Part 2, why dogs are already much more allowed today, even before Mashiach. Modern halakha already recognizes dogs that are trained, dogs that are not dangerous, dogs that serve a function. Examples, guide dogs for the blind, therapy dogs, guard dogs with safeguards, emotional support in cases of mental health needs. Even post-game halakhic decisors today focus on conditions, not the species. Part 3, Steelman case for dogs becoming fully normalized in the future, or in a Part 3, Steelman case for dogs becoming fully normalized in a future Orthodox world. Now let's steelman this hard. Technological care removes cruelty risk. Technological care removes cruelty risk. In a future society, there's automated feeding, medical care, training systems, humane control. This removes the Za'ar Ba'ale Chaim concern entirely. No neglect, no halakhic objection. No danger, no prohibition. If dogs are non-aggressive, properly trained, socialized, then the category of Kelev Ra, dangerous dogs, disappears. Halakha doesn't ban animals, it bans harm. Dogs as mitzvah supporting, not competing. In a future where food insecurity is gone, poverty is gone, children's needs are fully met, then the resource diversion argument collapses. Dogs can even help children emotionally, help the elderly, reduce loneliness, support mental health, which is pikuach nefesh adjacent. That turns dogs from a competitor to a facilitator of mitzvah. Messianic reframing of animals. Isaiah's vision: the wolf will dwell with the lamb. Isaiah 11. In Yemot HaMashiach, the Messianic era. In Yemot HaMashiach, the Messianic era, animal aggression diminishes, human-animal harmony increases. Wolves get rehabilitated, dogs definitely do. Named as loyal companions, guards without violence, partners in human growth, not values. Core values never change: human dignity, safety, compassion, responsibility. But applications absolutely change when facts change. If dogs are safe, dogs are cared for, dogs enhance human well-being, then Orthodox Judaism has zero principled reasons to resist them. Bottom line, Steelman conclusion: dogs weren't discouraged because Judaism doesn't like dogs. They were discouraged because danger, neglect, misplaced priorities, social instability. Remove those, and especially in a future redeemed society, dogs can become fully acceptable, even positive, integrated into a mitzvah-centered life. Not dogs instead of children, but dogs alongside a healed, abundant human world. We're going to quickly compare the dogs and cats. I've seen people with cats tore like as summer Shabbos as people get, and they have mental health issues with cats, and so cool. Quick figuring out which one. I want all of them. Everything. Jeff been full off stack tour of dogs and Judaism, no fluffs mannered, steel man, and future aware. I'll move in there so it stays correct. Doctor's cats. White cats got to pass first. Cats historically were functional, road patrol, low risk, low maintenance, non threatening to humans. I disagree with that. I think cats can be mean and can scratch. Logically, that makes them almost invisible. Uh, they don't trigger safety concerns, fear, resource diversion, so no one need to talk about them. Dogs historically were loud, potentially aggressive, food consuming, symbolically tied to scavenging. So dogs hit three red lines at once: sakana, danger; pachad, fear; or achrayut, responsibility, burden. Same Torah, different risk profile, totally different cultural outcomes. Dogs on Shabbat, the real issues. Muksa. Yeah, that's the issue. Muksa, set aside items. When poskim, Malchot issues, no, I've seen Muksa issues. Most poskim, have you seen Malchot issues? That too, arguably, but Muksa issues. Really, yeah. Most post-game halakhic authorities today hold pets are not muktzah because they are living beings with ongoing needs. So you may touch them, calm them, move them for their sake, but then the issue becomes if they shed and things like that. Feeding, you are obligated to feed your animals before yourself. That's always really important, especially before on Shabbat. Based on Deuteronomy 11:15 and Talmud Barachot 48. So feeding dogs on Shabbat is allowed, required.
Instead, what we'll do is we'll shift that onus to you.
Feeding dogs on Shabbat is allowed, required. Walking on a leash, allowed if the leash is considered part of the dog's normal restraint, not decorative, not excessively loose so you're not carrying it. Companion dogs. Harder sell historically because no obvious utilitarian function, but today mental health support, social development for kids, elder care, disability assistance. These are all mitzvah supporting functions. Once dogs are doing chesed, kindness, the halakhic posture flips. Kids plus dogs, chinuch angle. This is underrated. This is where the future argument really lands. Dogs can teach responsibility, empathy, routine, boundaries, care for living beings, which maps directly onto Derek Eretz, basic decency, responsibility, rakamim, compassion. In a stable home, dogs reinforce chinuch instead of competing with it. The old fear was you'll treat the dog better than the child. In a healed society, that fear loses force. Emotional and mental health, quiet halakhic revolution. Modern post-game increasingly recognize depression, anxiety, loneliness, trauma. All of these are now treated as real health concerns, especially even pikuach nefesh adjacent, life preserving. Dogs reduce isolation, lower stress, encourage routine, prevent emotional collapse. That makes them not indulgences but protective supports. This is a huge shift from medieval assumptions. Third Temple Messianic framework. Let's zoom out. Animal aggression decreases. Isaiah's vision isn't poetic fluff. It's a halakhic direction. Less violence means fewer safeguarded needs. Less violence means fewer safeguards needed, meaning fewer prohibitions. No poverty. If no one lacks food, feeding animals is not morally suspect. Charity, hierarchy, pressure disappears. Human dignity is secure. When humans aren't competing for survival, caring for animals doesn't diminish kavod bria, human dignity. Reframing dogs become companions, helpers, emotional stabilizers, guardians without terror, which fits beautifully into a redeemed world. The deep pattern, this is core insight. Judaism doesn't ask, is this cute, or do people like this? It asks, does this increase or decrease holiness, safety, responsibility, and compassion? Historically, dogs failed this test because of conditions. Change the conditions, outcome changes. Final Steelman conclusion. Dogs were discouraged because they represented risk, neglect, moral distraction, social instability, not because they're dogs. In a future Orthodox world, especially a post-Mashiach one, where danger is controlled, care is guaranteed, human needs are met, compassion is expanded, dogs don't just become allowed, they become a natural expression of a healed, mitzvah-centered humanity.
In this case, they told her, your husband died and then your son died. And then what happened? He says, she got married. She got married. Who did she get married to? Zvulun. Like some unrelated guy. The Acharkat, Amulach, Hilach, Hayuat, Barim. And then they told her they made a mistake.
Okay, halakhic pet tier list, classical modern Orthodox frame, AI synthetic robo pets, where they land halakhically and philosophically. Okay, halakhic pet tier list from zero resistance to needs justification. S tier because basically invisible halakhically. These animals barely register as a problem. Fish, no noise, no danger, minimal care, no fear, no boundary issues. Halakhic status. Why would anyone object? Small cage birds. Small cage birds, limited interaction, historically common, no threat, easy feeding. Minor Shabbat issues, feeding, cage handling. A tier, historical, normal, and functionally useful. Cats, pest control, independent, low emotional dependency, minimal danger, culturally normalized, even in old Jewish communities. Reptiles, low interaction animals, emotionally neutral, no affection, transfer concerns, easy containment, often strange socially, but halakhically calm. B tier allows with conditions, dogs, modern framing, allowed if not dangerous, trained, cared for properly, not terrorizing others. Today's halakha already places dogs here. Small animals, rabbits, guinea pigs, gentle, cool for kids, care requirements manageable. Main concern, kids neglecting responsibility. C tier needs justification. Horses, large, expensive Shabbat, complications, safety risks. Allowed historically, but rarely as pets. Exotic animals, fear factor, escape risks, public safety concerns, requires heavy safeguards. D tier, strongly discouraged. Dangerous animals, clear danger. Violates, do not place blood in your house. No future proofing here unless biology itself changes. Animals that trigger cruelty risks, hard to feed, likely neglect. No species-based, condition-based. AI robo synthetic pets. This is where it gets wild. Now the fun part. Are AI pets animals halakhically? No. They have no soul, nishama, no zar ba'ale chayim concerns, no feeding obligation, no cruelty prohibition. They're halakhically closer to toys, tools, educational devices. Do AI pets solve the historic dog problem? Yes, almost entirely. They eliminate danger, neglect, resource competition, public fear, animal suffering. That's like a race from a medieval objection list. New halakhic concerns AI pets raise. This is where nuance matters. Emotional displays of concern. Are you bonding with a simulation instead of people? This is a real Jewish value issue. Humans, animals, objects. But this concern already exists with phones, games, social media. AI pets don't introduce a new category. They intensify an old one. Shabbat issues. AI pets involve electricity sensors, learning algorithms on Shabbat, likely treated as like smart devices. I don't know about that. Passive presence, okay. Interaction, triggering response is problematic. If it's like really good, I think it might. Future Shabbat mode solve that this claim. Yeah, okay. Truth and honesty. Judaism cares deeply about emet truth. If a child is taught this is a dog but not alive, no issue. If deception occurs, this loves you like a real being. That becomes philosophically uncomfortable, though not outright forbidden. Steelman case AI pets as ideal tools. This is strong. AI pets can teach responsibility, schedule care, empathy, routine, boundaries without risk, cruelty, fear. This makes them better kids than real animals in many cases. Post-Mashiach perspective on AI pets. Two possibilities. The traditional phase stabilizes. Permanent category. AI pets coexist with real animals. Urban environments. AI pets, real agrarian. Real animals. Halakha is fun with parallel tracks. Final ranking. Real versus AI pets combined. Top tier overall. Fish, cats, AI pets, properly free in the middle tier. Dogs, trained, safe, small animals. Context dependent. Horses, exotic pets. Never dangerous animals. Cruelty risk. Big takeaway. Judaism is not anti-pets, it's anti-danger, neglect, false priorities, emotional distortion. AI pets solve many old objectives and introduce new ones that are manageable.
And the order in which they passed away was your husband and then
Yo,
your
dog,
son.
what's the issue though with pets,
That you are
cats or
speaking
dogs,
and
in
you have
terms
no
of
situation.
melachot,
They're both saying happened. Then what happened? Then two
like combing?
witnesses show up. Two witnesses show up and said the Ada was right, correct about telling your husband.
Yo, great confession. This is one of those sneaky issues, it's minor, but actually on big principles. Let's break combing, grooming pets, cats, or dogs down clearly. The core issue, shearing on Shabbat. The main malacha forbidden labor involved is goes as shearing, removing hair. On Shabbat, removing hair from a living being is biblically prohibited if it's intentional and beneficial. This applies to humans, animals, pets. Why metal combs are a problem: inevitable hair removal. Metal combs grab hair tightly, pull out, loosen, attach hair. Even if your intent is just grooming, the inevitable result is hair removal. That's called separation, an inevitable forbidden result, not allowed even without intent. Normal grooming, normal shearing. Using a metal comb is the standard way to groom, purposeful, beneficial to the animal. This makes it a classic case of gozes, not a weird or indirect action.
Right, and they tell her, but again, in the original law, so they tell her what? In halach,
Cats and dogs, any difference? Not much, luckily. Both are living beings, both shed, both lose hair when combed. If anything, long-haired cats are worse. Double-coat dogs, husky shepherds are definitely worse. So the issue is the act, not the species. What about non-metal brushes? Soft brushes, fingers. Here we get the nuance. Some poskim allow very soft brushes, fingers, and the gentle smoothing. If hair removal is minimal, it's not normal grooming. You're just combing neatly. This becomes davar she'eno mitkaven, unintended effect, and not inevitable potential. Mats, knots, or dirt. Still tricky. Removing mats often requires pulling hair. Cutting mats definitely goes as. So no scissors, no combing mats. Emergency only if the animal is in pain. See below. Animal discomfort, health exception. Judaism cares deeply about tzar ba'ale chayim, animal suffering. If the animal is generally suffering, there's a risk of injury or infection, then some leniencies apply, often via non-Jew or Shinui unusual method. Shinui. This is a case-by-case, not casual grooming. AI robo pets, quick conscious. AI pets, no hair, no goes. Brushing is mostly plastic. Brushing is just mostly plastic. Zero halakhic issue besides electricity. Alright, so basic cheat sheet on Shabbat. Metal combs no, normal grooming, removing mats, soft brush, fingers, maybe if very gentle, not inevitable, hair removal, just comb. Groom before Shabbat, best practice, groom after Shabbat, no issue. One line is summary, metal combs are the problem because they inevitably pull out hair, which is goes as shearing, real Shabbat violation, even when done to pets. Alright, that's cool. Really?
So you're excited? Yeah, I'm gonna fucking sing in the morning if you want me to. I'll be their own personal fucking jukebox. And we'll go viral if I do that enough. Really? Maybe. I don't know. If I go fuck yourself.
When the first two witnesses become agents, what happens? Now Rothschild has no testimony at all about her husband or her son. So we'll say, if she has no testimony about her husband or her son, then what's her status? What's her status? Married woman with a child. What is the child? In which case, the Mishnah Paskins, she has to leave Zvulun, she has to leave Zvulun, and any child she has with Zvulun is effectively a master. Look at Rashi, maybe as on the top line of the Gemara. Maybe as on Shachronim Prizimus Harishonim. Ultimately, again, the second set of witnesses made the first set of witnesses into Edom Zomanim. And they say to the first set of witnesses, you were with us, you cannot be testifying about that event. You didn't see it. So it was like fascinating. Therefore, again, the Gemara says you have no proof about whether or not the Eid Echad has the ability to allow a woman to avoid people and marry into the general marriage pool. I'm looking at Mordechai Rabashi. So it's like, this is just fascinating, by the way, because up until now, we thought our whole Mishnah was Eid Echad. Here, the Gemara is pointing it sounds that it's possible that this case of the Mishnah is two witnesses, and then Mazim, those two witnesses are made into Eid Zomanim, in which case she is restored back to her established marital state. Incredible, incredible. To which the Gemara says, Amrli Rav Mordechai Rav Ashi, Amrli Rav Acha Rav Ashi, Tashma, Ein ha'isha ne'emenes lomar nesi bami, she'enosei. So what says to this? Give a Brisa. The Brisa says, a woman is not believed to say, my Yavam has passed away, so as to allow her to marry someone else. So again, this is a case of where we know husband died, Reuben died, then Reuben died. Rachel now falls to Yibum to Shimon. What the Brisa is talking about is Rachel shows up in Beis Din, Shimon died. We're taking a walk, and he fell off a cliff. Whatever it is, right? You might say he's dead. He's dead. Right? She shows up in Beis Din. This is what she says. The Brisa says she's not believed. She's not believed. The Gemara says furthermore, right? Furthermore, a woman is also not believed to say, Reuben was married to my sister. I was taking a walk with my sister. She fell off the cliff. She's dead. She's dead. So I will say, right? Now again, remember, why was the sister touched? Let me clarify the better. Reuben was married to Rachel. Now what happens? Leah shows up in Beis Din, and Leah says, my sister Rachel died. And now, and again, the way the Brisa reads, Lo Mesa, Ahosi Shanos the Mesa. What Rachel's intent, right, or Leah's intent, is that now she has the ability to marry Reuben. So the Brisa says woman is not believed in these kind of cases. Right? So she's not believed to say that her Yavam died. She's not believed to say that her sister died. To which the Gemara says, He mihi de lo mehemna. Now, what do you see from this Brisa? It's the woman herself does not believe in these cases. But we can infer from this that an Eid Echad would be believed. We'll see, remember again, let's keep our eye on the ball. At the end of the day, we focus on one simple question, which is, we've established that this Eid Echad is believed to say that a woman's husband has died. And that testimony is enough to allow us to do that. For some reason, the Gemara needs to prove it. Isn't Eid Echad believed to say that Yavam died, which would effectively allow the widow to marry into the general population? That's the one question that I had for focus on. The Gemara seems to feel that in this place, the answer to that must be yes. Because in this place, what we established, a woman is not believed to go out of fucking Beis Din and say, my Yavam died. She's not believed. But the Tashkos, what can say that? Would be believed. The which the Gemara says, Ulukame, Imashur, look again that right there. In Hadish, Nema, Roman, Nis, Ahi, Shiyadin, Sishto, was listed similarly. Think of that same verse. A man is not believed to say, my brother died. Right? My brother died when there is when there is a situation where, let's say, Reuben doesn't have children, I get he's married, so Shimon is not believed to say Reuben died, which therefore sets him up for neither is Reuben believed to say that my wife Rachel died, that he can marry Leah, which you must experience the woman in heaven. So as we just sitting here seeing himself, right? The husband himself, not himself is not believed. How is Echad the heaven? So we need Echad, so we believe. So let's analyze this. Ishlam Agabi Isha, Mishlam Kitura, Libarabanan. So his life doesn't make sense. I understand why one of you go by a woman, but there's no need to go by a man. In other words, the whole episode of Eid Echad, the reason why we believe in Eid Echad, is only when we're not doing a situation, only because if you don't believe in Eid Echad, there's no other reason to step forward. Therefore, you can have a situation where a woman is stuck in a marriage, not knowing what the status of her husband is. And I will say that the parallel cases by a man don't make sense. Why don't make sense? Right? Because a man is not that good at, right? Because ultimately, again, a man can marry more than one person. So it's just fascinating. You know, it says, believe it or your credibility or license to rely on really only applies to a man and doesn't apply to a woman. So when she wants out of God, Ella, it's to it. Rabbi, rather says the Maria. Right? So you need to see that in this situation, right? It says that the woman does not believe. This comes from this is necessary things like that. Right? So what is that like?
so the Gemara says, Sagadai Kanino, Hong Rabbi Akiva Yesh Manzene Kai Rav. So I will say, Suka Rabbi Akiva himself holds the halacha l'maisa, the example of Rabbi Rav, and of course, remember again, this is the Suka Rabbi Akiva, which is a double side system. The one that Rabbi Akiva holds, any institution hosting the Rabbi Rav. You can't expect someone who is just prohibited by a lot. That's the first part. All those together was. But I love the relationship. You marry someone, you have a child with someone who's prohibited by a lot, you ought to bring the name out. So you might have thought that was Primo, Taisha Ashik, Gala Vidanko, I'm not a friend of her. A woman is not going to go ahead and enter into a relationship that is going to mess up the offspring. That's what I would have thought. And then Rabbi was like, when a woman shows up on page and says, my young woman said, I would have thought to become a lawyer. Right? Why? But I was like, because she has a lot to lose. What does she have to lose? Now, from a status perspective, does she have anything to lose? No. No, because remember, again, marrying someone other than your yavam is a lot. So from a status perspective, she doesn't have anything to lose. But she messes up her offspring, her offspring become mamzerim if she's wrong. So I might have thought that in a situation like that, that should bless her with a level of credibility because she's not going to want to do something mess up her offspring. Unless it's something about Shamash Malon, the actual Kula, the Dog Kaisa, and the Kula, the Dialogue Kaisa. Which the Gemara says no. She's concerned only with things about herself, but not necessarily things that concern her offspring. Unless they, by the way, such a down none of us would ever consciously admit that we would ever do anything to reverse the impact of our children. That was the thing.
That was the one thing I really wanted to talk about in the beginning. I feel like people are forgetting about how much anime sucks. I have seen a lot of funny stuff about Jedi. The one that really stuck out to me was when Rabbi shared one of these memes of Jedi saying that all heroes be revoked. And it just reminded me of how I